Qaum Ka Gaddar by none other than Hardeep Nijjar, who used the platform of a Sikh temple in Surrey, in British Columbia, Canada, to do the same, where he spoke for more than an hour. And this happened on the 22nd of January 2021, just 4 or 5 days after Ripudaman Malik had sent off a letter to the Prime Minister, or addressed to the Prime Minister, thanking him for the overtures and the work that's been done for the Sikh community in India under the Modi Sarkar. Now, I have Rajinder Kumarji, former Special Director, IB, with me. Rajinder Kumarji, there are many angles, aspects to this. There would be many people who would question the credibility of a Ripudaman Malik, who was himself accused, later acquitted in the Kanishk matter, 1985 hijacking, bombing hijacking matter. But many are asking the seriousness or the level of control exercised by these Khalistani elements are operating on Canadian soil, their influence with India, and the levels to which they will go to. Because just the other day, their hand is suspected in the desecration of the Mahatma Gandhi statue in Vancouver also.
See, Canada has always remained the hotbed of Khalistani extremists. And they particularly, anybody from their ranks speaking in favor of India is the traitor, and they punish it. And unfortunately, in Canada, I'm sorry to say that in Canada, nobody is punished for for killing people. Like Ujjwal Singh Dosanjh was killed. Where are the accused? Similarly, another journalist was killed because of pro-India writing. There is no punishment to anybody. So, and the Canadian government, the present political setup of Canada, it survives with the help of these Khalistani extremists. So that's how they are getting a free hand there. In fact, you know that some of the ministers in the present cabinet, Canadian cabinet, they are also having a pro-Khalistani view and have been strong supporters of the Khalistani. So in such circumstances, anybody who speaks for India, who has understood the reality of the Khalistani movement, and who has come and seen India with his own eyes, he finds that the things are not what they were propagated in Canada by some of the people who have left India in late 50s and early 60s. The things are totally different. Indian Punjab is a very modern place, with the Sikhs having all the facilities, with the Sikhs having all the freedoms which even I would say that even Canadian Sikhs may not have, but they have the facilities here in India. Here is the Sikhs enjoy total equality. They are in fact, they are respected people. Everybody who sees a Sikh normally has a respect for him because in India, Sikhs has been part of Indian army, has a tradition of having large number of Sikhs. Most of this leader, quite a large percentage of its leadership comes from Sikh soldiers of Punjab. So in Punjab, the Sikhs are respected people, and anybody who have 1 or 2 trips of India suddenly becomes pro-Indian. So that's right. What is not tolerated by these extremists whose total bread and butter lies on this so-called Khalistani movement. They collect money and they enjoy their life with this. And in Canada, you see, besides the Babbar Khalsa, to which Ripudaman Singh Malik also belonged earlier.
Yes.
There is a International Sikh Youth Federation in another pro-terrorist group. In fact, the terrorist groups, you will be surprised that Bhindranwale's son is in Canada, and his brother, Bhindranwale's brother, is in Pakistan, Lakhbir Singh Rode. So and the Panjwar group also has a presence in Canada. Panjwar is again in Pakistan. Gotabaya Singh has a presence in Canada, and he has again in Pakistan. So these are some of the militant groups. Their workers are there in Canada, and somebody must have decided to punish it. Now, let me also say one thing. Some of these groups are so what I would say, okay, they have a somehow some other they have a great disliking for people who in any way support BJP or BJP leadership. You would see how earlier Rashtriya Sikh Panchayat leader was killed in Punjab. Similarly,
Yes.
here also in Hinderjit Singh Rayat spoke about Mr. Modi, and that's I think that may be the tipping point for those fellows to kill him. So
Right.
they have been they just don't, because they know that the difference, if the Sikh difference between Sikh and Hindus in Punjab
Right.
get
Sir,
patched up.
you named a few of these people. Now, please stay with me. We'll come back to this story in just a bit. We've just got a major development happening in the Bihar crackdown on a module which is working on activities which are against the interests of India. Now, in this Fulwari Sharif terror case, a person named Ilyas Tahir with an alias of Maghroob has been arrested from Fulwari Sharif on the charge of linking many people of Pakistan to the group by forming the Ghazwa-e Hind group. Now, this is the latest development that has come through. I'm going to request Rajinder Khanna ji to stay on with us and also speak to us on this development which has happened. But first, going across to Saurabh for more details. Saurabh, so this person has been arrested, and is he an Indian national, or is his nationality also dubious?
No, Anand, he is a Fulwari Sharif resident, and he was a tutor of Urdu and Arabic in Fulwari Sharif. He was arrested yesterday only after Jalaluddin and Athar Parvez's arrest. His arrest was made yesterday, but the ATS took over the charge from the Patna police, and then after investigation,
Right.
it was revealed that a Ghazwa-e Hind WhatsApp group was formed by him, in which he used to contact.
Saurabh, I'm going to connect with you again because the Patna police is doing a briefing. Let's go across to that.
के माध्यम से प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा था। इसकी गिरफ्तारी के बाद हम लोगों को और क्लूज मिली हैं, और जो बाकी ग्रुप के सदस्य हैं, खास करके जो यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, उनका भी हम लोग ट्रेस करवा रहे हैं। इन लोगों के जो चैनल्स हैं, कहाँ से इनका फंडिंग आ रहा है, आय का स्रोत है, उसका सत्यापन करवाने के लिए एक विशेष टीम हम लोगों ने तैयार की है। ये ग्रुप 2023 में डायरेक्ट जिहाद नाम का एक स्लोगन दे के रखा हुआ था, और इसके जो ग्रुप आइकॉन्स थे दोनों ग्रुप में, उसमें हिंदुस्तान का नक्शा था, जिसके ऊपर पाकिस्तान के ये एक स्लीपर सेल माना जा रहा है, और जो बाकी सदस्य हैं उनका सत्यापन करके उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी की कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
ग़ज़वा-ए हिंद के जो कमांडेंट है मूसा, जो मारे गए थे, उनसे अभी वर्तमान में इब्राहिम है, उनसे भी कोई कनेक्शन इनके जुड़ रही है?
अभी हम लोगों के पास जो नंबर आए हैं, क्योंकि आप सभी जानते हैं कि वो लोग डायरेक्ट नंबर नहीं रखते हैं, ऐप्स के माध्यम से नंबर्स को क्रिएट करते हैं, तो अभी अनुसंधान प्रारंभ हुआ है, इसमें टोटल 181 सदस्य जो हैं, एक एक नंबर का विश्लेषण किया जाएगा, क्योंकि इसमें बहुत से नंबर ऐसे भी हैं जो दूसरे मुल्कों के नंबर हैं, जिनका डिटेल्स हम लोग यहाँ से डायरेक्टली प्राप्त नहीं कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए हम लोगों को अन्य जो सिस्टर एजेंसीज उनका सहयोग प्राप्त करना पड़ेगा। तो हो सकता है कि उस तकनीकी विश्लेषण में कोई इस प्रकार के नंबर भी हम लोगों के प्रकाश में आए।
सर, 2023 को लेकर क्या मैसेजिंग थी, और इसमें कितने एक्टिव थे, किस तरीके के मोडस ऑपरेंडी के साथ ये जो मैसेजिंग है वो कर रहे थे? वीडियोस भी थे क्या अभी के सिनेरियो में, जैसे रिसेंट जो हैपनिंग हो रही है भारत में?
अधिकांश जो वीडियोस थी वो कश्मीर के आतंकवाद के साथ संबंधित थी, और इसके अलावा जो अन्य इस्लामिक मुल्कों में जहाँ जहाँ पर भी सिविल अनरेस्ट है, डिस्प्यूट है, ICS है, खुरासान, सीरिया की वीडियोज़ हैं, उन वीडियोज़ के माध्यम से ये अपने ग्रुप मेंबर्स को मोटिवेट करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
पाकिस्तान के लोगों से जो दोस्त बता रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान के काफ़ी नंबर हैं, उनसे जो चैट हो रहा है, उनसे क्या बातें हो रही है पाकिस्तान के लोगों से?
जैसे कि मैंने आपको बताया है कि राष्ट्र विरोधी बातें हो रही थी, भारत को पुनः इस्लामिक राष्ट्र बनाने के लिए और इस्लामिक कॉन्क्वेस्ट कराने के लिए हिंदुस्तान के इस प्रकार की बातें थी, किस प्रकार से सोसाइटी में वायलेंस फैलाना है, इस प्रकार की बातें थी, और जिहाद के लिए लोगों को कैसे प्रेरित करना है, उस संबंध में लाइक्स और वीडियोस और पोस्ट किए गए थे।
अमरावती, उदयपुर या नुपुर शर्मा, इन सब को लेकर कोई कन्वर्सेशन था इसमें?
नहीं,
कोई डिस्कशन?
इसको लेकर अभी तक कोई कन्वर्सेशन प्रकाश में नहीं हुआ।
उनसे इनका क्या कनेक्शन है? उनके साथ भी इनका कनेक्शन जुड़ रहा है?
नहीं, अभी तक जो हम लोगों का कल का जो हुआ है, उनके साथ ये एक सेपरेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो एक सेपरेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है,
अलग तरह का
दोनों अलग अलग हैं, दोनों अलग अलग हैं।
सर, ये 2023 का क्या प्लान था इनका, क्या
2023 में जो इनकी पोस्ट वही चल रही थी कि हम लोग डायरेक्ट जिहाद में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। डायरेक्ट जिहाद
आपके नक्शे की बात आपने बताई, तो नक्शे में किसी प्रकार की कोई टिक मार्क इन लोगों के माध्यम से दिया गया है?
नहीं, टिक मार्क नहीं दिया गया है, उसको एक अखंड भारत का जो पुराना नक्शा था उसी को ही पूरा अखंड भारत का करते हुए, लेकिन उसमें पाकिस्तानी फ्लैग को प्रसारित किया गया।
लगता है कि फुलवाड़ी सेफ जोन बन रहा है?
देखिए, अभी तक जो हम लोगों ने जो कल से हम लोगों ने गिरफ्तारियां शुरू की हैं, इसमें अधिकांश लोग तो फुलवाड़ी के हैं। हम ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि फुलवाड़ी सेफ जोन बन रहा है, लेकिन ऐसे जितने भी स्लीपर सेल्स हैं, क्योंकि इनके रीच बहुत जगह पे, जैसे कल वाले केस में भी आज मुजफ्फरपुर, मोतिहारी, अन्य जगह पे जाके टीम्स रेड कर रही हैं। तो हम लोगों निरंतर सतर्क हैं और इस प्रकार के जितने भी सेल्स हैं या फिर इस प्रकार की जितनी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं उनके ऊपर निरंतर हम लोगों की नज़र है, ताकि कोई भी किसी प्रकार की एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटी में कामयाब नहीं हो पाए। इस वाले मामले में एक गिरफ्तारी हुई है और कल वाले मामले में 3 गिरफ्तारियां हैं।
ये माना जा सकता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर से अब फुलवाड़ी की कनेक्शन जुड़ चुकी है?
इसमें कुछ सदस्य जो हैं, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान के अलग अलग भागों से हैं और इसमें जो जम्मू कश्मीर के आतंकवाद को लेकर पोस्ट्स की गई हैं, फिलहाल तो यही इसमें एक कनेक्शन है।
जम्मू कश्मीर की सक्रिय संस्था है।
हाँ,
और उसमें पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश के तमाम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, तो फुलवाड़ी से भी ये कनेक्शन जुड़ रही है।
पाकिस्तान का कनेक्शन हो सकता है?
पाकिस्तान का कनेक्शन तो मैंने आपको बता ही दिया है। जो मूल रूप से व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना है गजवा हिंद का, इसका जो मूल क्रिएटर है फैज़ान नाम का पाकिस्तानी हैंडलर है, जो कि पाकिस्तानी नागरिक है, जिसने ऐप के माध्यम से इस व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप को क्रिएट किया था और इसको एडमिन बनाया था। अभी क्योंकि बिल्कुल पूछताछ चल रही है फिलहाल, क्योंकि बाहर रहा है, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि लगभग 14 साल ये गल्फ में यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात में रहा है। तो अभी तक तो हम लोग यही मान के चल रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे भी हो सकता है कि संपर्क में आया। जो एक्टिव कार्यकर्ता हुआ है 2020 से।
पाकिस्तान के कोई बड़े कमांडर टेररिस्ट जो होते हैं वहाँ के, उनसे कोई संपर्क या
उसके हम लोग अनुसंधान करेंगे, क्योंकि आप सभी वाकिफ़ हैं कि जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के नाम होते हैं वो सीडोनिम्स होते हैं, और जब उन फ़ोन नंबर्स को डेवलप किया जाएगा तो हो सकता है कि इस प्रकार का जो बातें हैं प्रकाश में आएंगी।
ग्रुप से जुड़ा था, ये कुछ जानकारी मिल पाई है क्या? ग्रुप से कब जुड़ा और क्या कोई मनी ट्रेल भी इसमें हुआ है?
ये 2016 में जुड़ा था, और जो मनी ट्रेल है हम इनके बैंक अकाउंट्स ले रहे हैं, बैंक अकाउंट, आधार कार्ड वो लेके फिर जो हमारा प्रवर्तन निर्देशालय इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट को हम लोग रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, क्योंकि इसमें हो सकता है कि इंटरनेशनल लिंक्स भी हों और होंगे भी, क्योंकि इसमें जो ग्रुप के सदस्य हैं बांग्लादेश के भी हैं, यमन के भी हैं और अन्य देशों के भी हैं। तो इसलिए हम लोग जो मनी ट्रेल का और मनी लिंक्स का जो है उसके लिए हम लोग अलग से अनुसंधान करने के लिए प्रवर्तन निर्देशालय को अनुरोध करेंगे।
मास्टरमाइंड है या कोई हालिया दिनों में कोई बड़ी साजिश, ऐसा कुछ आप लोगों को क्लू मिला हो, किसी बड़ी साजिश को अंजाम दे सकते थे?
अभी तक तो जो अनुसंधान हुआ है उसमें जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि वर्ष 2023 में डायरेक्ट जिहाद नाम की पोस्ट्स को ये लोग काफ़ी कर रहे थे, तो उसमें क्या साजिश थी अभी इनका इंटेरोगेशन चल रहा है, तो हो सकता है कि कोई ना कोई इस प्रकार का कार्रवाई करते हैं।
183 लोग हैं, उसमें बिहार के कितने लोग
अभी
पटना से शामिल हैं, कुछ पता चल पाई है?
अधिकांश लोग जो हैं सीडोनिम से जुड़े हुए हैं। उन लोगों के जब कैफ आ जाएंगे और सब्सक्राइबर डिटेल रिकॉर्ड्स आ जाएंगे तो उसके बाद क्लियर हो पाएगा कि उसमें कौन कौन से राज्य, कौन कौन से जिला और कौन कौन के देश। हाँ, पाकिस्तान के हाँ, जी।
कर क्या रहा था सर? रिक्रूट कर रहा था या फिर मतलब इनिशिएट कर रहा था, इंस्टिगेट कर रहा था, क्या कर रहा था?
एक तो वही रेडिकलाइजेशन, और उसके बाद देश विरोधी गतिविधियों को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए वीडियो क्लिप्स को शेयर करना, और कि अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय के लोगों को यहाँ पे सप्रेस किया जा रहा है, तो इस प्रकार की पोस्ट्स और वीडियोस वहाँ पे थी।
यानी जो 12 तारीख को गिरफ्तारी की गई थी वो अलग मामला था, ये अलग?
हाँ, ये दोनों ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस अलग अलग हैं
जो फुलवाड़ी में रन कर रही है।
हाँ, ये दोनों अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं।
सवाल ये है कि आपका एक स्टेटमेंट कल काफी कंट्रोवर्सी जनरेट किया और बीजेपी के लीडर्स ने, तमाम बड़े लीडर्स, रविशंकर प्रसाद, सुशील मोदी, मेनी बिग लीडर्स, उन लोगों ने आपत्ति जताई कि आपने आरएसएस को कैसे पीएफआई से।
देखिए, बिल्कुल एक सिलेक्टिव मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन है, इसको मैं पहले भी क्लैरिफाई कर चुका हूँ। कल का जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था, आप लोग सभी उसमें अधिकांश लोग शामिल थे, तो एक आप ही के जो पत्रकार बंधुओं ने क्वेश्चन किया था कि इस ग्रुप की कार्यशैली क्या है। तो हमारे पास जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स आए थे और जो इनकी इंटेरोगेशन रिपोर्ट जो कि राइटिंग में है, रिकॉर्डिंग में है, और जो कि कोर्ट के समक्ष प्रस्तुत भी की गई हैं, उसमें उन्होंने जिस कार्यशैली का जिक्र किया था एक संस्था का नाम लेते हुए, उसी कार्यशैली को सिर्फ बताया गया था कि ये कार्यशैली ये अपना रहे थे। इसमें किसी भी प्रकार के दो संगठनों की तुलना करना या फिर उनका आपस में कंपैरिजन करना, ये बिल्कुल कोई उद्देश्य नहीं था और ये बिल्कुल निरर्थक बात है।
फुलवारी शरीफ मामले में कुछ बताएंगे कि क्या नई जानकारी क्या है?
किस वाले मामले में?
PFI
वाला जो जैसे कि आपको बताया कि टोटल 26 उसमें नामजद अभियुक्त हैं और हम लोगों को और भी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स मिले हैं। कुछ लोगों को हम लोगों ने हिरासत में लेकर पूछताछ भी किया था, तो उसमें अधिकांश अभी जो हमारी टीम्स है, 2 टीम्स बनी हुई हैं, मुजफ्फरपुर और मोतिहारी में जाके हम लोग छापामारी कर रहे हैं। ये मौलवी और फकनिया, ये 2016 में संभवतः पास किया ना। PFI और SDP जो दोनों ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं वर्तमान में बिहार में प्रोस्क्राइब्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं।
कितने लोगों की जो गिरफ्तारी हुई है, कितने लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है जिनकी संलिप्तता आ रही है, बाई नेम FIR जिनके ऊपर हुई है? क्या किसी पूर्व में किसी बड़ी साजिश को इन्होंने अंजाम दिया है, किसी घटना में इनकी संलिप्तता रही है?
जो कल वाली FIR हुई है उसमें आपको मैंने कल भी बताया था कि उसमें जो अथर परवेज़ पकड़े गए थे, उनके जो अपने भाई हैं मंजूर परवेज़, वो सिमी के एक्टिविस्ट कार्यकर्ता थे और जब सिमी को बैन किया गया था वर्ष 2001 में, उसके बाद भी उस संस्था की, प्रतिबंधित संस्था की गतिविधियों को प्रचार प्रसार करने के आरोप में उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया था। और उसके बाद जो गांधी मैदान ब्लास्ट हुआ था वर्ष 2013 में, जो ब्लास्ट केसेस हुए थे, उसमें जितने भी अभियुक्त थे उसमें जो अथर परवेज़ है वो उसमें बेलर का काम किया था।
मामले में टोटल कितने अरेस्ट हुए हैं अभी तक और कितनी डिटेंशन?
2 FIR हुई हैं। कल वाला जो PFI और SDP वाला FIR उसमें टोटल 3 अरेस्ट हुए हैं। कुछ लोगों को डिटेन किया गया था लेकिन उनसे पूछताछ करके उनको छोड़ा गया क्योंकि उनकी संलिप्तता प्रकाश में नहीं आई है। और आज के मामले में अभी एक ही गिरफ्तारी हुई है ताहिर की। टोटल 4 गिरफ्तारी हो गई। अरमान मलिक का ये रोल था कि जैसे कल उसका बहुत विस्तृत पूछताछ किया गया। एक तो फाइनेंसिंग का काम करता था वो, और मीटिंग्स के संचालन करवाना, और उसने ग्रुप बना रखे थे, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना रखे थे जिसमें स्थानीय लोगों को, क्योंकि लैंड ब्रोकरी का भी काम करता है और इसका आपराधिक इतिहास भी रहा है। 3 बार ये जेल जा चुका है, मर्डर केस में बिहार शरीफ में जेल जा चुका है, तो इसके जेल के साथ भी कुछ क्रिमिनल्स के साथ लिंक हुआ करते थे जो भी वर्तमान में बेल पर हैं। तो उनके माध्यम से PFI के लिए ज़कात के रूप में फ़ंड्स को इकट्ठा करना और उसको ट्रांसफ़र करना, मीटिंग्स को ऑर्गेनाइज़ करवाना, सदस्यता बढ़ाने के लिए, इस सब का प्रूफ उसके मोबाइल में भी मिला है और उसकी पूछताछ में भी उसने इस चीज़ की संपुष्टि की।
होटल में लोग ठहरे थे, कितने लोग आए थे और 6 से 12 तक क्या-क्या किया, ट्रेनिंग वगैरह यही सब?
इसमें जो एक तथ्य प्रकाश में आया है कि 2, जैसे आपको बताया गया था कि ये लोग भी प्रशिक्षण शिविर, शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण के नाम से ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। तो एक प्रशिक्षण शिविर सगुना मोड़ में अभी हम लोग जगह का पता करवा रहे हैं। हैदराबाद से लोग आए थे उसको प्रशिक्षण देने में, जूडो कराटे के नाम से प्रशिक्षण देने के लिए आए थे। और एक जो मीटिंग रिसेंटली हुआ है जिसके माध्यम से हम लोगों ने इस ग्रुप को फॉलो करना शुरू किया, जो कि 6 और 7 जुलाई को यहाँ पे नया टोला में ही हुआ था, उसमें कुछ हम लोगों को वीडियोग्राफ्स मिली हैं जिसके माध्यम से जो बाहर से लोग आए हैं, जो कि संभवतः तमिलनाडु या केरल के लोग हो सकते हैं, उनको आइडेंटिफिकेशन करवाने का प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं।
कितने लोग आए?
तकरीबन बाहर से 7 या 8 लोग आए हैं और हम लोग स्थानीय पुलिस के माध्यम से भी तेलंगाना से, तमिलनाडु और केरल से जब हमारी फोटोग्राफ्स डेवलप हो जाएंगी तो स्थानीय पुलिस को फोटोग्राफ्स भेज के हम उनको पहचान करवाने का प्रयास करेंगे।
क्या किया, तलवार, चाकू, जिस तरह की बातें आई?
जो पारंपरिक हथियार होते हैं और लाठी भाला की उसका ट्रेनिंग दिया गया था।
उसमें क्या-क्या इंक्रिमिनेटिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स ऐसे मिले?
सब्जी बाग की जो रेड्स हुई हैं उसमें SDPI का एक कार्यालय चलता था, लेकिन उसमें कोई भी इंक्रीमेंटिंग डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं मिला। वहाँ पे जो 2 लोग हमको मिले थे उनको हिरासत में लिया गया था, पूछताछ किया गया, लेकिन इंक्रीमेंटिंग डॉक्यूमेंट कोई नहीं मिला, फिर उनको PR बॉन्ड पे छोड़ दिया गया।
अच्छा, फंडिंग की जो बात आई थी, कहाँ से? विदेशों से फंडिंग हुई है? 83 लाख रुपए जो मिले हैं अजहर के अकाउंट में या उनके भाई के अकाउंट में, तो विदेशी फंडिंग हुई?
नहीं, अभी क्योंकि सिर्फ बैंक अकाउंट, हमको एक बैंक अकाउंट मिला, इंडसइंड का बैंक अकाउंट मिला है जो कि इसका एक गुडविल एंटरप्राइज करके चलता है, उसके नाम से है। उसमें हम लोगों ने संबंधित बैंक को उसके ट्रांजैक्शन डिटेल्स के लिए भेजा गया है, लेकिन अभी तक वो हमको ट्रांजैक्शन डिटेल्स प्राप्त नहीं हुए।
बैंक का नाम बता पाएंगे?
इंडसइंड बैंक है संभवतः उसी का अकाउंट।
हुई है उस एफआईआर में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के प्रस्तावित 12 जुलाई के दौरे में गड़बड़ी करने की आशंका बनी।
हाँ, वो उसका कल क्लियर हुआ है, जो हम लोगों का पूछताछ हुआ है। इंटरोगेशन क्रम में बताया कि इनका जो मूल प्लान था कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जो 12 जुलाई को जिनका पटना भ्रमण था शताब्दी स्मारक को लेकर विधानमंडल के, उसमें
So the SSP Patna Manavjit Singh Dhillon issuing a clarification saying that it is not the Bihar police that drew a comparison to the RSS's form of functioning that became a huge controversy yesterday. He said that one of the during interrogation, the PFI members or those people who are part of the Fulwari Sharif module, they were the ones who said that they were trying to copy the RSS module or the RSS form of functioning or giving training, imparting training at the Shakha levels to the RSS cadre. So he says it is their statement and it's not the Patna police's allusion to anybody. That clarification aside, what he's also said is quite startling. He says that the Fulwari Sharif module and the person who's been arrested today with the agenda of Ghazwa-e-Hind and also direct jihad by 2023, in touch with nearly 83 people and in WhatsApp groups whose handler or main administrator is sitting in Pakistan. He's named the administrator and named the handler too, and they are also members from Bangladesh, Yemen and other countries. He says these are two separate models, the Fulwari Sharif model and this model that's been, this person who's just been arrested today. They are two separate models and both were actively trying to propagate their functions. This model that has been that's been cracked today with this arrest was actually actively recruiting, in the process of trying to recruit people for a direct jihad or direct action in 2023. Rajinder Khanna ji is still with us. Rajinder Khanna ji, this is a serious matter of concern that within this, Rajinder Kumar ji, beg your pardon. Rajinder Kumar ji is with us. Rajinder ji, the most important part is that in Patna, within one radius or square of operation, there are multiple modules which are operating with an agenda which is against the entire ethos of India. The COP even says that an ancient map of undivided India has been seen on which they wanted to place the flag, Islamic flag or the PFI flag.
See, Anandji, Bihar has been a cradle of this extreme Wahhabi mentality. There have been places and groups which have been very active there. But the only difference which has come now in the last 8-10 years is that earlier they were not doing any activity, direct activity in Bihar, because there was some sort of agreement with some people who were at that time powerful in Bihar that they will not carry out any direct activity in Bihar, but at the same time they will be looking the other side, other way. The agreement may be tactical, it may not be written or it may not be even very verbal, but that was there. You see, Fulwari Sharif, I think earlier also, some of the Lashkar-e-Taiba type of people were arrested in an operation by agencies. So Fulwari Sharif has been it is the place which has quite a substantial number of Wahhabi terrorists linked with having the same philosophy which IS has, or the Al-Qaeda has, or Lashkar-e-Taiba. Lashkar-e-Taiba, Al-Qaeda, IS has. They are all three Wahhabi groups. They have, it is a Ali Hadisi place. It is a stronghold of Ali Hadisi. So we know and we have been alerting people even long time back that please keep track of Fulwari Sharif. It is a place where a lot of things are taking place quietly. So it is good that now the police have busted this gang.
Because it's not one gang, it is two gangs. The details coming out are startling. They're actually saying they will reach out to the Enforcement Directorate and seek their help and intervention because there is a money trail that could extend beyond the shores of India. They are also saying, and Manavjit Singh Dhillon there very clearly also saying that this current module had participants from multiple countries, and the kind of literature that's been desired is ancient maps of India have been seen. They have talked about an undivided India under an Islamic rule. But more importantly, there was a plot or a planning that was being talked about, that there has to be some amount of direct action or direct jihad that needs to be conducted as soon as 2023. So ahead of the Lok Sabha elections in 2024, and of course a lot of other aspects connected to this. More details are expected to tumble out very, very soon, but a startling revelation and a man now being arrested by the Bihar police, and a press conference by the SSP Patna. Rajinder Kumar ji, thank you very, very much. We're going to take a very, very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways. She's done it all, but in the past few days, Mamata has shown her love for food, enjoying the puchka yesterday. Today, Didi can be seen trying her hands at making the momos. Former IPL top boss Lalit Modi has announced that he's dating Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen. In a post on Twitter, Lalit Modi called Sen his better half, saying that he's over the moon, terming their relationship as a new beginning and a new life. In a second post, Lalit Modi expressed hope that the two will get married someday. Reliance Industries Limited and the Athletics Federation of India have announced a long-term partnership to enable the holistic growth of athletics in India. Neeta Ambani, IOC member and director of Reliance Industries Limited, has said that this initiative aims to accelerate the growth of Indian athletics by providing opportunities and world-class facilities to our young talents, with a special focus on girl children. Rishi Sunak continues to lead the race to become the next UK Prime Minister after securing 101 votes. That's the highest for any candidate in the second round of voting by Conservative MPs. Apart from Sunak, 4 others have made it to the next round. That includes Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Kemi Badenoch and Tom Tugendhat. Khalistani social media handles have released a video of defacing a Gandhi statue at a Hindu temple in Toronto. Toronto police are saying that they are investigating the incident on the basis of hate crime. Both the Indian consulate as well as the High Commission in Ottawa have condemned the incident and called for a quick action. Amid growing fears around the BA.5 variant, a 4th dose of vaccine is likely to be rolled out in the US.
You could soon have access to a 4th kind of COVID-19 vaccine. A version from Novavax now has FDA emergency use authorization. The CDC is expected to recommend it as soon as this month.
It's great that we have additional options, especially for something that's slightly different.
This vaccine, unlike the other 3, uses protein fragments to teach the body how to fight COVID. The latest variants were not around when Novavax developed its vaccine. But the company says it appears to have a broad immune system response to the BA.5 Omicron offshoot. And that's good news because it's the dominant variant right now and the most contagious one yet.
As incessant rain continues to lash Telangana, the state government there has decided to extend the holidays for all educational institutions till the 16th of July. The heavy downpour has cut off many villages from the mainland, and of course hundreds of people are being shifted into relief camps. The NDRF rescued 10 workers of GR infrastructure who were trapped in the Vaitarana River in Maharashtra's Palghar. The NDRF team received a requisition from the Palghar Tehsildar, upon which the rescue operation began. Meanwhile, a team of the Chandrapur District Police rescued 22 truck drivers who were stuck on the Gachandur-Dhanora highway in Maharashtra. The highway was inundated because of rising water levels in the Wardha River. The flood situation across the country, particularly in Gujarat and Maharashtra, is becoming more and more serious.
The monsoon monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc across India, leaving several cities and states inundated. In Gujarat's Navsari, over 17,000 people have been moved to shelter camps after rising water levels in Purna River flooded the city.
रास्ता है जहां पर मैं खड़ी हुई हूं और जल प्रवाह देखिए आप कितनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये तमाम लोगों के खेत हैं, ये कोई समुद्र नहीं है, तालाब नहीं है, बल्कि लोगों के खेत हैं।
The situation is no better in Maharashtra, where in Gadchiroli, educational institutes have been closed until 16th due to flood-like situation.
All right, let's bring you some more details on the monsoon mayhem that's going on in Gujarat. There's been a red alert in Gir, Somnath, Dang, Navsari and Valsad. These are the districts that have been badly affected. 18 NDRF and 21 SDRF teams have been deployed. 3 national highways and more than 50 state highways have been flooded. 4 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased has already been announced by the state government. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the heads of the US, UAE and Israel in the first ever I2U2 summit. The leaders welcomed India's interest in joining the Aim for Climate initiative.
Back on the Nation at 5 with news just coming in, and I'm right here at our assignment desk, or the input desk as we call it, and this is what we've opened, ladies and gentlemen. This is a letter that's been written. This is a fight over naming of the hostel. Savarkar or Shahu Maharaj, that's the fight. And this is where the letter's been written to the Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, by the NSUI, National Students Union of India. And NSUI Mumbai, I said, condemns and objects to your recommendation to name the new international student hostel facility at Mumbai University's Kalina campus after Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. Savarkar is mythologized in popular imagination as Veer Savarkar. He's not only refrained from participating in the freedom struggle after the British released him from prison on account of his relentless pleas for mercy, but also actively supported English rulers to whom he has declared his royalty. So this is clearly the Congress narrative, contrary to what the Shiv Sena and the BJP and the RSS believe. Now, NSUI Mumbai strongly urges that a new international hostel facility should only be named after an eminent personality who's contributed to the welfare of students' fraternity irrespective of religion, caste or creed. And the new facility should be honoured with the name of Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, a firm believer in the dictum that administration is for the welfare of the people. Many eminently practical steps which he took to improve a lot of people privileged under the and the weak. So that's the input that has come through right now. As I was reading that letter, ladies and gentlemen, clearly the fight is now brewing. What will the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction, still part of the Aghadi, do? Will they back this claim that's been mounted by the Congress and the NCP, or will they back the Eknath Shinde BJP group and go back to what the Shiv Sena has already ideologically believed? As Veer Savarkar, one of the ideological roots of the Shiv Sena under Balasaheb Thackeray. Herman now joins us with more details. Herman, has there been a response from the Governor's office so far to the objections raised by the Congress, NCP and now the NSUI?
Well, Anand, what I can tell you is that the Governor's office has definitely confirmed that they've received such sort of a letter. But what is going to be the response of the Governor of Maharashtra is yet to be known. But as you were rightly pointing out, as far as the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena faction is concerned, it's more of a catch-22 situation. Because on one hand, we do know, from late Balasaheb Thackeray to even Uddhav Thackeray in the present, they have never shied away from, heavy praises for late Veer Savarkar. But in this sort of situation, you have NSUI stating that you have Shahuji Maharaj, who should, the entire, this particular portion of the university should be named after, who also hails from Maharashtra. And if one looks at the letter, he says, and I quote, right, in Maharashtra, he pioneered free education and set up a chain of hostels where the children of the poor would be housed free of charge, unquote. So in this sort of situation, which side does Uddhav Thackeray go? That is something that remains to be seen. And it's, Anand, I can tell you, it's a developing story beginning now with this letter. And in fact, in the next few days, you can expect student groups to be protesting.
Well, the point is that this is also an ideological fight, because the Congress has always worked towards vilifying and villainizing Savarkar and rejecting Veer Savarkar. which is contrary to what the RSS, BJP and the Shiv Sena have done, who have eulogized him and who have hailed him as one of the foremost and of course also as a visionary. Now we have Tuhin Sinha, author, a researcher and also BJP spokesperson with us. Tuhin, this is what the NSUI has written, and I'm reading that portion which when they object to Savarkar, saying Mr. Savarkar is mythologized in popular imagination as Veer Savarkar. He not only refrained from participating in the freedom struggle after the British released him from prison on account of his relentless pleas for mercy, but also actively supported the English rulers to whom he had declared his loyalty. At a time when Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was raising his Indian National Army to confront the British in India, Savarkar helped the colonial government recruit lakhs of Indians into armed forces. So this is what they are saying, that he stabilized the freedom movement by pushing his communal ideology, which deepened the communal divide. Clearly contrary to what Vikram Sampath in his commentary, exhaustive commentary, writes and details.
Anand,
contrary to what Uday Mahurkar, the Information Commissioner, in his book also writes.
Very shocking, but NSUI, just like their leader, Rahul Gandhi, has a pathological hatred for facts. It has a pathological hatred for the real icons of the country, and they only want to glorify those who were obedient towards Nehru. It is very sad that after all the research material brought out by Uday Mahurkar, Vikram Sampath and several other authors, they continue to spread falsehood and canards about Savarkar. Until some time back, while I would be waiting to see what Uddhav Thackeray says on this, but till some time back, we enjoyed even the support of the Uddhav faction of Shiv Sena on this issue, which was very shocking.
Foremost, most detailed by Dhananjay Gir. That was the first book, and all three of them highlight different, all three authors. And I have Faisal Sheikh with me of the NSUI, State Vice President with us. So the NSUI, Faisal, writing a letter clearly objecting to the international hostel facility being named after Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. You have once again echoed the same thoughts as the Congress and the NCP, that it should be named after Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj.
Absolutely. We, as an NSPI, we are opposing the name of the new hostel facility under the name of Savarkar ji, and we strongly believe that the name should be given to one who has done contribution for the student fraternity welfare, and that is rightly Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj has done it for everyone. Let it be the underprivileged one or socially bad or economically bad people. So that's the reason we are asking and we are urging to the governor to take back his decision and name it after Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj.
But why the rejection of a freedom fighter like Veer Savarkar, somebody who wanted an undivided India, was against partition, and called out movements like the Khilafat movement being pushed in India, and also challenged the Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali brothers?
He has not contributed once he was released from the prison. He has not contributed in the Quit India movement. He has asked his people not to back off from the government job and rather serve the Britishers. So that is a very strong objection from our side, and we believe Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj has done a tremendous contribution. That's the reason we are opposing our we are recommending.
So that's where the objection, Faisal, is coming from. I've got Tuhin Sinha with me on the phone line. Tuhin, would you want to respond?
They continue to be very economical with the truth and with the facts. For somebody who had spent 10 years, more than 10 years in that circular prison in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the least that one expects is some amount of respect. But then the disrespect which they show towards Savarkar is more towards, the Congress I have maintained in recent times, the Congress is the present-day Muslim League. The levels to which it goes to appease a certain section of radicalized elements who are opposed to people like Savarkar, this basically is an extension of that appeasement politics towards radicalized elements in the country, which is what makes the Congress politics extremely, extremely shameful.
Well, but does Faisal, do you have the support of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction? in this decision, because clearly the Congress and the NCP have mooted the objection, and clearly the NSUI is echoing the same.
Exactly. We would ask everyone to come down on this.
So you believe that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena under Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will agree to your interpretation of Mr. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar and what you think about him?
It is our part to convey the message to them, but we are very firm on our thing. We are very firm about our thing, and we will take it 110%.
You are firm about your position, but you're not. I'm only asking, do you think that the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray will also support you, and will the Yuva Shiv Sena also support you? Yuva Sena also support you?
See, we would take down our recommendations to them, and it is their part whether they are supporting us in that or not. But I am maintaining what I believe is the Shiv Sena would give it a tick from their side when it comes to Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj.
Let me just ask you, have you received a confirmation of or a receival note of your letter from the governor's office, and is there a response expected from the governor?
It is just been posted an hour before. It has been sent to the secretary to the governor as well as to the vice chancellor directly on his direct contact. We have done through WhatsApp as well. So 110% there recently they have been viewed it. We are very sure about it.
Right.
There is no affirmative reply from their side.
Right. We'll see how the governor's office responds to this, because the objection has also been raised by the political leaders, but now it's the students' wing. That's the NSUI that's also now raised the objection. Faisal Sheikh, thank you for speaking with us. Tuhin Sinha, do you believe that it is important to see how the Uddhav Thackeray faction responds?
Well, the Uddhav Thackeray faction is immaterial. It's inconsequential right now, because till the time they were in power, they had some authority, and they just to cling to power, they were okay with whatever insults the Congress party heaped upon Savarkar. But right now, Uddhav Thackeray is inconsequential because of his appeasement of the Congress party. But it is very sad that at a time when the Congress party is battling its worst existential crisis, the only joy it derives is by deriding iconic Hindu figures and iconic nationalist figures who fought for India's freedom.
Well, the point is that that they have to set the record. They have to set the record state as far as the. So we are now going to take a very short break here on The Nation at 5. I can hear a lot of buzz behind me in the newsroom. So clearly we have a news break when we come back. Stay with us.
A pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the PSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His two-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways. She's done it all, but in the past few days, Mamata has shown her love for food, enjoying the puchka yesterday. Today, Didi can be seen trying her hands at making the momos. Former IPL top boss Lalit Modi has announced that he's dating Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen. In a post on Twitter, Lalit Modi called Sen his better half, saying that he's over the moon, terming their relationship as a new beginning and a new life. In a second post, Lalit Modi expressed hope that the two will get married someday. Reliance Industries Limited and the Athletics Federation of India have announced a long-term partnership to enable the holistic growth of athletics in India. Nita Ambani, IOC member and director Reliance Industries Limited, has said that this initiative aims to accelerate the growth of Indian athletics by providing opportunities and world-class facilities to our young talents with a special focus on girlhood. Rishi Sunak continues to lead the race to become the next UK Prime Minister after securing 101 votes. That's the highest for any candidate in the second round of voting by Conservative MPs. Apart from Sunak, 4 others have made it to the next round. That includes Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Kemi Badenoch and Tom Tugendhat. Khalistani social media handles have released a video of defacing a Gandhi statue at a Hindu temple in Toronto. Toronto police are saying that they are investigating the incident on the basis of hate crime. Both the Indian consulate as well as the High Commission in Ottawa have condemned the incident and called for a quick action. Amid growing fears around the BA.5 variant, a 4th dose of vaccine is likely to be rolled out in the US.
You could soon have access to a 4th kind of COVID-19 vaccine. A version from Novavax now has FDA emergency use authorization. The CDC is expected to recommend it as soon as this month.
It's great that we have additional options, especially for something that's slightly different.
This vaccine, unlike the other 3, uses protein fragments to teach the body how to fight COVID. The latest variants were not around when Novavax developed its vaccine. But the company says it appears to have a broad immune system response to the BA.5 Omicron offshoot. And that's good news because it's the dominant variant right now and the most contagious one yet.
As incessant rain continues to lash Telangana, the state government there has decided to extend the holidays for all educational institutions till the 16th of July. The heavy downpour has cut off many villages from the mainland and, of course, hundreds of people are being shifted into relief camps. The NDRF rescued 10 workers of GR infrastructure who were trapped in the Vaitarana River in Maharashtra's Palghar. The NDRF team received a requisition from the Palghar Tehsildar, upon which
we told you that there will be a big news break when we come back because of the buzz at the newsroom, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the big news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where ahead of our 75th Independence Day, there is the implementation committee, or a committee that is high-level committee that's now been formed to implement Har Ghar Mein Tiranga. That is tricolor atop every household in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir to celebrate 75 years of independence. So this committee will be formed, and that will go and work towards implementing Har Ghar Mein Tiranga to mark 75 years of independence. There are military experts like Syed Ata Hasnain who have very clearly written the need for Tiranga atop every household, especially in conflict zones. But more importantly, after the abrogation of Article 370, this is the opportunity for Jammu and Kashmir to tell the world that the narrative against it was wrong. This is the reality of Jammu and Kashmir, where each and every household stands firmly with Bharat. We've seen phenomenal display of the tricolor across Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the valley during Independence Day in the last 2 or 3 years. But this will be atop every household. Tejinder Sodhi also joining us live at this point. Tejinder, so now who are all going to be part of this high-level committee, and what is it that they are going to set about doing to implement these orders?
Yes, Anand, if you see, just last week when we were speaking on Farukullah passing that derogatory comment, that sarcastic comment against the tricolor when he was asked about tricolor atop every household. Now the administration of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has issued an order wherein a high-level committee has been constituted which will ensure that every household, atop every household, has a tricolor across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And to implement this order, this committee has been formed, and it would be headed by the Financial Commissioner, who is also the Additional Chief Secretary of Jammu and Kashmir. The other members, the Financial Commissioner would be the chairman of the committee, and the other members of this committee is Principal Secretary to the Government Housing and Urban Department, Principal Secretary to the Government Higher Education Department, Principal Secretary to the Government Youth Service and Sports, Principal Secretary to the Government School Education Department, Commissioner Secretary to the Government...
Well, that's what I'm just going to quickly go through this. So they are calling it the Jammu and Kashmir administration. We said Har Ghar Mein Tiranga. They are saying Har Ghar Jhanda program. This is what they are saying. Government of Jammu and Kashmir, General Administration Department, Civil Secretariat saying celebration of Har Ghar Jhanda program in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the order dated 15/7/2022. And they are saying sanction is hereby accorded to the Constitution of Committee comprising the following for celebration of Har Ghar Jhanda program in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. That includes the Financial Commissioner, that's the Additional Chief Secretary, Home Department as a chairman, Principal Secretary to the Government, Housing and Urban Development as a member, Principal Secretary to the Government Higher Education Department as a member, Principal Secretary to the Government Youth Services and Sports Department as a member, then the Secretary to the Government School Education Department also as a member. Member Secretary is the Commissioner Secretary to Government Department of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, and of course the Secretary to the Culture Department also as a member. So the committee shall ensure successful conduct of Har Ghar Jhanda program across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in consultancy with the Government of India as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Committee can co-opt any other member as may deem fit and shall be serviced by the Department of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj. Kavinder Gupta ji, former Speaker of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, the erstwhile state, is with us now. Kavinder Gupta ji, namaste. Har Ghar Tiranga, Har Ghar Jhanda program और इसके लिए एक हाई लेवल कमेटी का गठन किया गया है कि आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जश्न से मनाए जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में।
पहली बार किसी सरकार ने सही निर्णय लिया। आज तक यहाँ पर पाकिस्तान के झंडे चढ़ते रहे। अच्छी बात है, सरकार को इसमें इन्वॉल्व होना चाहिए, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को इसमें इन्वॉल्व होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमें जो सिखाया गया 1947 से लेकर के आज़ादी और इसके बाद ये पाकिस्तान का झंडा, अब ये मोदी सरकार है, इसमें इस प्रकार से नहीं होगा। लोगों को एक मन बदलने का जो एक प्रयास है और इसके साथ ही जो राष्ट्रीयता की भावना है वो सभी लोगों में आनी चाहिए। स्कूलों के माध्यम से, समाज के माध्यम से, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के माध्यम से, लेकिन आज तक नहीं हुआ। ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का बहुत ही अच्छा कदम है कि 15 अगस्त को अमृत महोत्सव के उत्सव को लेकर के एक अच्छा निर्णय। ये कोई किसी पार्टी का झंडा तो है नहीं, राष्ट्रीय झंडा है जिसको मान्यता मिली है, संविधान द्वारा मान्यता मिली है। इन सभी विषयों को लेकर के अगर माना जाए तो एक बड़ा पॉजिटिव कदम है और इससे एक माहौल बनेगा देशभक्ति का। और जम्मू कश्मीर में जो परिस्थितियां पहले से सुधरी हैं, आने वाले समय में यहाँ राष्ट्रभक्त पैदा हो, ना कि पाकिस्तान पर।
एक और बात है कविंदर गुप्ता जी कि ये हमने देखा है लाल चौक से लेकर दल लेक तक और फिर जम्मू और फिर कश्मीर के बाकी इलाकों में भी कुपवारा, बारामूला, बडगाम, हर जगह हमने देखा है कि स्वतंत्रता दिवस यानी 15 अगस्त के दिन तिरंगा फहराते हैं और 26 जनवरी भी, और ये खासकर एब्रोगेशन के बाद से लोग खुलकर करने लगे हैं। आपको लगता है ये एक और असर्शन भी होगा और कहीं ना कहीं लोगों के दिल में भी जो भय है उसको निकालने का काम भी करेगा, क्योंकि सोशोलॉजिकली बहुत चेंज सोसाइटी में लाता है जब आप गर्व से अपना तिरंगा घर के बाहर लगाते हैं।
देखिए, पहले कोशिश पहले कोशिश की जाती थी कि यहाँ पर सरकारों का भी एक रुख रहता था कि यहाँ पर 15 अगस्त को झंडा ना चढ़े, इस प्रकार का माहौल बनाने की कोशिश की जाती थी। लेकिन आज जिस प्रकार से एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन द्वारा प्रयास किया जा रहा है, अपने आप में एक बहुत ही ये पॉजिटिव कदम है, इसकी अप्रिसिएशन करनी चाहिए और लोगों की इन्वॉल्वमेंट के बाद आने वाले समय में एक स्टेट में एक बहुत बड़ा अच्छा मैसेज आएगा।
Their job is to implement this, and that's what they've been tasked with. Kavinder Gupta ji, I request you to stay on with us. I have Mr. Hasnain Masoodi also with us on the phone line. How would you see this effort to try and bring in all the functioning departments of the administration in the Union Territory to work together to make this happen on the occasion of 75 years of our independence? Mr. Masoodi? Can you hear me? Well, I don't think we have Mr. Hasnain Masoodi there with me. Kavinder Gupta ji, thank you for your thoughts. I'm just going to try and see if we've got Tejinder Sodhi with us. Tejinder, is there a... We'll try and speak with and connect with Tejinder Sodhi once again. We've got very clearly people saying, Kavinder Gupta ji also saying that it is a good step by the government. I'm going to check if we can connect with General Ata Hasnain and see if we can speak with him and get his thoughts, because he had only recently penned a very strong article which said that it is important that the tricolour be aloft and be atop every household, especially in conflict zones. Over the last 3 years, we've seen a significant change in development and also a turn of the entire prevalent narrative on ground in Jammu and Kashmir. Tejinder Sodhi back with us. Tejinder, how are they going to go about all these functionaries across the departments? What is it and how is it that they're going to go about? Because this also requires active people's participation. So are they going to reach out to people groups, volunteer groups, youngsters, and of course the entire network across Jammu and Kashmir to make this happen?
Yes, Anand, you see the authorities, especially the Jammu and Kashmir administration under Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, they have chalked out a plan wherein the people, the Mohalla committees, the local representatives, they all would be roped in to participate in this program so as to tell the people across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir that they should unfurl tricolour on their houses. You see, this movement was started earlier also in various government schools wherein tricolour was unfurled, and now we also saw encouraged with the participation of the people across various places in Jammu and Kashmir. Just yesterday we saw 100 feet tricolour being unfurled in Kishtwar. Yes,
absolutely. Har Ghar Tiranga ahead of on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of our independence. That's what is being now tasked to this group to implement it on ground in Jammu and Kashmir. With that, it's a wrap of this edition of The Nation at 5. Viewpoint with Zaka right now.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. It's been close to a month since the brutal daylight murder of Sidhu Moose Wala. And now we have clinching proof of the mastermind, Goldy Brar, admitting on camera that he was the one who ordered the hit on Moose Wala. Now this video has been verified by as many as 3 top police sources in the Punjab Police, including the top cop in the anti-gangster squad of the Punjab Police. The question is, should Canada now hand over custody of Goldy Brar? This is a man who is not just accused of killing one of the most popular Punjabi pop singers, and also he dabbled in politics in the last few months of his life, but also someone who has admitted on camera that he was the one who was responsible for the murder, the cold-blooded daylight murder of Sidhu Moose Wala. Now, while the world continues to probe into who all are responsible for the shocking daylight murder of popular Punjabi singer Sidhu Moose Wala, News 18 has accessed an explosive video which purportedly belongs to Canadian gangster Goldy Brar. Now, in this video, Brar is heard saying that he was the one who ordered the hit on Sidhu Moose Wala. Remember, he's been underground since the Interpol Red Corner notice against him. The phones of all of his closest associates and friends have been switched off. someone else is also handling the businesses of Goldy Brar in Canada. But in the meantime, News 18 has come across a video which claims to have confessed to Goldy Brar in the Moose Wala murder case. Let's begin by listening to this video extract.
मेरा नाम सिद्धू मूसे वाले केस के नाल जोड़िया गया। असी पहला भी ये चीज़ की जिम्मेदारी ली सी, हुण भी जिम्मेदारी लैने आ। ये काम असी कराया सी, सानू ये चीज़ ते कोई रिग्रेट नहीं, कोई अफसोस नहीं। समय दी यही मंग सी। सिद्धू दोषी सी, साडे भरावां दे नुकसान होण च, साडे दो भरावां दे कतल होण च इहदा इनडायरैक्टली डायरैक्टली किते ना किते हत्थ सी। शरियाम मैनूं पता सी ये चीज़ होनी है, पर इन्हें आपदे गाने वाले अक्स नूं, इन्हें आपदी गाने वाली इमेज नूं सच्चा करन लई वो चीज़ां कीतियां, वो गलतियां कीतियां जिहड़ियां भुल्लण योग नहीं सी, जिन्हां दी सज़ा देनी बनदी सी। असीं जस्टिस तो कानून तो भी बहुत वेट भी की, उम्मीद भी की भी ताकि कानून जां जस्टिस इनूं कोई सज़ा दे, कुछ होवे, पर नहीं। कित्थे तुहानूं पता है गरीबां लई है कानून, आम बंदियां लई कानून है। इस तो इलावा साडे कोल कोई होर ऑप्शन नहीं सी। जिहड़ी ऑप्शन सीगी असीं ओह कीता सी, आप हथियार चुके ते असीं आप आपदा बदला लै लिया। असीं जस्टिस देता, सानूं जो सही लगदा सी, जो इहदे नाल होनी चाहीदी सी, असीं करती।
Now, what you heard was just one excerpt of this video of Goldy Brar admitting to being the mastermind behind the killing of Sidhu Moose Wala. Let's now take you through the second explosive excerpt from this Goldy Brar video. Listen in.
ਉਹੀ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਉਂਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਸਾਰੇ 95% ਲੋਕ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਸੀ। ਤੂੰ ਗੱਦਾਰ ਐ, ਤੂੰ ਐ ਕਰਤਾ, ਤੂੰ ਇਉਂ ਕਰਤਾ, ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਧੋਖਾ ਕੀਤਾ। ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਸੀ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਪਤਾ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੇ ਮਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਚੰਗਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਸੱਚਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ठीक है। ਇੱਕੋ ਦਮ ਹੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਹੀ ਬਦਲ ਗਈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਹਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈਆਂ। ਪਾਵਰਫੁਲ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਸੂਰ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ, ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਗਵਾਹ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਸੂਰ ਹੀ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹਨੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਸੱਥਰ ਵਿਛਾਏ ਆ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਸੱਥਰ ਵੇਖਣੇ ਪਏ ਆ, ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਹਰ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ।
So I want to bring you up to speed with the 5 big things that have been said in this video, the 5 big revelations from Goldy Brar. Number 1, he says he has no remorse whatsoever over Moose Wala's murder. Remember, this is the man who is the mastermind behind the killing. He says, I do not regret one iota. Siddu was hated because of his campaign of maligning Punjabis and Sikhism in particular. Remember, this is on the aftermath of the 2015 and 16, the Bargadi Sikh case, where the sacrilege case, as it were. Also, he goes on to say that we ensured justice for 2 of our brothers. So the way Goldy Brar looks at it, he was actually getting retributive justice against Sidhu Moose Wala for what happened to Sikhs between 2015 and 2020. Also, Moose Wala celebrated even after Deep Sidhu's death. Remember, Deep Sidhu was at the forefront of the farmers' protests in 2020 and 2021. Deep Sidhu died in a car accident, and he claims, Goldy Brar, that Moose Wala was celebrating even after Deep Sidhu's death. Also, Vicky's killers roamed in Sidhu's bulletproof car. Remember, there was also this audio of Goldy Brar speaking to one of the shooters saying that Sidhu Moose Wala's security has been withdrawn on that particular Saturday, and kaam kal hi hona chahiye, which means on Sunday the job needs to be done, and that's exactly what happened. Let me go across first of all to Anand Tiwari, News 18 India colleague, who's broken this story. Anand, ये बताइए, ये जो वीडियो जो है गोल्डी ब्रार का, क्या पंजाब पुलिस की तरफ से कोई प्रतिक्रिया आया है, उनकी तरफ से कोई कॉग्निजेंस लिया गया है इस वीडियो का? क्या है उनकी तरफ से कोई रिएक्शन?
जी देखिए, बीते मंगलवार को हमें वर्चुअल नंबर के जरिए सिग्नल ऐप पर ये 36 मिनट का जो वीडियो है ये डिलीवर्ड हमारे पास होता है। उसके बाद हमने सबसे पहले दिल्ली पुलिस के जो सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके पास जाके उन्हें ये वीडियो दिखाया। उन्होंने इस वीडियो की आवाज सुनने के बाद ये कंफर्मेशन दी कि ये शख्स गोल्डी बरार ही है। पंजाब पुलिस से भी जो हमारे पंजाब के ब्यूरो के रिपोर्टर्स हैं उन्होंने पंजाब पुलिस के भी कई ऑफिसर्स को ये ऑडियो सुनवाया है और उन्होंने भी ये कहा है कि ये शख्स की आवाज हूबहू गोल्डी बरार से मिलती है। क्योंकि गोल्डी बरार पर पंजाब पुलिस लगातार काम कर रही है और गोल्डी बरार ने जिस तरह से एक्सटॉर्शंस की कई कॉल्स जो हैं वो पंजाब के प्रोमिनेंट लोगों को और कई बिजनेसमैन को दी थी, तो वो आवाज पंजाब पुलिस के पास ऑलरेडी है पहले से। तो एक बात तो ये कंफर्मेशन होने के बाद ही अब आज इस खबर को हम सुबह से टेलीकास्ट कर रहे हैं नेटवर्क 18 कि ये शख्स जो है ये दावा कर रहा है ये गोल्डी बरार है। लेकिन अब पंजाब पुलिस के लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती ये है कि जो शूटर्स हैं वो पंजाब पुलिस के पास हैं और वो लगातार गोल्डी बरार से फोन पर बात कर रहे थे। जो गोल्डी बरार को वो एलियास डॉक्टर बोलते थे। हमने जो दिल्ली पुलिस के स्पेशल कमिश्नर हैं एसजी धालीवाल, उनसे भी सवाल पूछा था कि क्या शूटर्स को आप ये वीडियो या ऑडियो सुनवाएंगे। उन्होंने कहा है कि हम इसकी फोरेंसिक जांच जरूर कराएंगे इसको रिकॉर्ड पर लेके, लेकिन शूटर्स हमारे पास नहीं है। इस वक्त शूटर्स जो हैं वो पंजाब पुलिस की रिमांड पे हैं। तो देखना ये होगा कि क्या पंजाब पुलिस इस वक्त न्यूज 18 के इस वीडियो पे कॉन्ग्रेजेंस लेकर क्या उन शूटर्स को ये आवाज सुनवाती है, क्योंकि शूटर्स बहुत बेहतर तरीके से सिद्धू मूसे वाला के जो केस का मास्टरमाइंड है गोल्डी बरार, उसकी आवाज को जानते हैं। लेकिन अनऑफिशियली पंजाब और दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेज ने कंफर्म किया है कि ये शख्स हूबहू गोल्डी बरार से इसकी आवाज मिलती है, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस के पास भी कई रिकॉर्डिंग जो है वो गोल्डी बरार की हैं काफी साल पहले की, जो उसने थ्रेट कॉल की हैं कई लोगों को।
Alright, Anand Tiwari, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Anand Tiwari of News 18 India there, joining us with the clippings of this audio and video purportedly belonging to Goldy Brar. It's been confirmed by as many as 3 Punjab police top sources that yes, this is indeed the audio and the video of Goldy Brar. I want to go across to our guests now. Javan Singh is the spokesperson of the Punjab BJP. Shashank Kant, former DGP of Punjab. Jangveer Singh is spokesperson of the Shiromani Akali Dal. And Abab Singh Grewal is the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Abab Singh Grewal, I'll start with you first, because here you have Goldy Brar sitting in the confines of Canada, openly confessing that he is the one who ordered the hit on Sidhu Moose Wala. What is your government doing about it, Mr. Grewal?
Mr. Jacob, our government is going after the whole network. They might belong to any group, any side of the aisle. We are determined to finish this problem once and for all. As far as gangsters are concerned, what Mr. Goldy Brar is claiming about the religious angle, I'm very sorry to say that even Bishnoi and Brar, all these gangsters try to hide their own animosities in the name of religion. But one important point that has come out from this is that Goldy Brar is alleging that the people who allegedly killed Viddu Khera were given, were treated with kid gloves by the previous Congress regime, and they were out in bail in months. And this is the angle that we've been pursuing for a very long time, that there has to be a political angle to this. There has to be political patronage to these people for them to be able to move around so freely. Mr. Sandeep Kalo, the nephew of Mr. Nirmal Singh Kalo, an ex-Akali minister, has also been arrested in this case for providing weapons to these gangsters. So what we are doing is we are going after this political gangster network, which has now become so extensive that one, it's spread over the whole country, and second, it is working in tandem with anti-national elements as well.
Okay.
So let
me get Jangveer Singh of the Shiromani Akali Dal to respond to this. Jangveer Singh, you've seen one of the nephews of a leader of the Akali Dal being arrested for this. Basically, what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that this whole system between drug peddlers, gangsters and politicians was thriving in Punjab, and now what they are doing, the Aam Aadmi Party government, is to make a clean break from the past, and therefore they are saying give us 3 to 6 months and we will clean up the whole system. Jangveer Singh.
Has anyone stopped them till now? This is, the classic Aam Aadmi way of, going in for blame games, telling this happened in the past and now we are very idealistic and we'll set everything right. First of all, Mr. Abab Grewal needs to tell us who withdrew the security cover. Was it on the directions of the Chief Minister? Because Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, he publicized his fact with his own photograph, proclaiming that the security cover has been removed of Sidhu Moose Wala. And this was, publicized on social media as a big achievement. So will Mr. Abab Grewal, clarify or tell us who has anyone been held to account for this? Has anyone been punished till now? Has any case been registered in this fact? Also, it's very good to talk about going after gangsters, etc. You haven't been able to even arrest one shooter. All the shooters have been arrested by Delhi police. Even the earlier tape which has come out of Goldy Brar, directing his henchmen here to target Sidhu Moose Wala the day his security cover was withdrawn by the Aam Aadmi Party government. That tape has also been unearthed by Delhi police. What is Punjab police doing? Is sleeping?
Let Mr. Grewal respond. Mr. Grewal respond to what Jangveer Singh is saying, that all the arrests that have happened so far in the Sidhu Moose Wala case have been by the special cell of the Delhi police. The Punjab police have done nothing.
Mr. Jacob, I would like to correct Mr. Jangveer here. Of course, we are not running away from responsibility that there was a mistake on the part of the Punjab government and the police. But as I said, this is such an extensive network, and all these gangsters used in shooting were from the NCR area of Gujarat. And of course, Punjab police is cooperating with all police forces and the national police system to get to the bottom of the system. The Punjab police has unearthed huge networks wherein these gangsters were using to do all sorts of things in Punjab. Okay, it took us a while. Now we have the competent officers in place. We needed to get the right kind of people in place. Mr. Yadav, the new DGP, and Mr. Siddu, the DGP prison, are hard at work to somehow break this network in which jails were used by criminals under political patronage to extend their network. And sir, I would just like to add one thing. Can anybody deny that both the successive Akali, BJP and Congress governments have been patronizing gangsters of their own stock or not? It is an open secret in Punjab. And
let me go across to Shashikant. No, there's a political thing about, whether the Akali BJP patronize gangsters, whether the Congress patronize gangsters. I don't want to get into that. I want to go to Shashikant and ask him a very simple question. Here is a man who is admitting as much on camera that he is the one who ordered the hit on Sidhu Moose Wala. There are as many as 3 Punjab police personnel who have confirmed that this is indeed the voice of Goldy Brar. The question, Mr. Shashikant, is what can the Punjab government do about it? Because here is a man who is seeking refuge in Canada. He is in Canada. Can he be extradited?
Certainly he can be extradited. There is a treaty between these 2 countries. But again, after having said this thing, I'll say that now Canada has been very, very reluctant to extradite these persons, this kind of persons back to India, because I know certain drug smugglers who are sitting in Canada, Canadian government is just sort of letting thing on and on. Yeah, and again, as far as voice is concerned, I also talked to some of my friends in the police and here in Delhi. They say, yeah, voice appears to be like it, but again, it has no evidential value to such time that a fresh or a sample specimen of this voice is not obtained and it is confirmed and cleared by the FSO. So again, yeah, now it's about time. I'm sure that the Punjab government should have moved the MEA, if they have not done till now, to ensure that it's expedited, that the extradition proceedings should start right now, whatever information is available. Don't delay on it, because any delay is going to be absolutely detrimental in this case.
But so far, Mr. Shashikant, there's been no extradition proceedings. There's been no order from the Punjab government to the centre asking for, red corner notice or the fact that there should be some kind of, lookout for Goldy Brar. There's nothing. So far, there's nothing.
They should have started. That's what I'm saying. They should have started now.
Okay, let me go to Jayband Singh. He's a spokesperson of the Punjab BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party government is saying that this whole ecosystem was supported and patronized by first the Akali and BJP and then subsequently by the Congress. So you can't blame them. You need to give them 6 months to a year to clean up this system.
Thank you. I have a very simple answer to this poser of the Aam Aadmi Party, that if there were certain faults that were there in the Congress or in the Shromani Akali Dal BJP coalition, of which we were a very junior partner, then they have suffered heavily for it. They have been put away by the people, and now they should kindly stop talking about what has happened in the past. They have won the election on that ground. It is time for them to deliver. In the last 4 months, they have not been able to deliver anything, and I'm getting very tired of their spokesman coming every day on media and, giving an election-oriented speech regarding all the problems before. They have been over here for 4 months. Firstly, let us be very sure about the fact that somebody sitting in Canada has seen a weakness in the police setup in Punjab, and he has exploited it right under the nose of the Aam Aadmi Party when they had been in power for more than 2 months. How did this happen? And now that this weakness has been seen and the gangsters have already established that they can manipulate the Punjab police in this manner, you just imagine how much more of extortion they must be carrying out.
Okay.
And
okay, give me a moment, Jeban
trouble.
Singh, because I'm going to play out now part 3 of this Goldy Brar tapes. In this particular clip, you can hear Goldy Brar holding Sidhu Moose Wala accountable for what he feels was the reason for Deep Sidhu's death. Remember, Deep Sidhu was at the forefront of the farmer protests. He was against the farm laws that were brought in by the central government. He died in an accident just months before the Punjab election. Now, Goldy Brar holds Sidhu Moose Wala accountable for Deep Sidhu's death. I want to play out that portion.
ਉਸ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਜਿੱਦੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗਮ ਚ ਡੁੱਬਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਉਸੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੇ ਬਲਕਾਰਨ ਕੀਤੇ ਦਾ ਖਾੜਾ ਲਵਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਮਾਨਸੇ ਉੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀ ਨੱਚਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਖਾੜੇ 'ਚ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨਾਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਲਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸਭ ਨੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਸਭ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਸੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਤੂੰ ਐਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਇਉਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਪਰ ਲੋਕ ਹੁਣ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਲਵਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਾਂਗੇ 2 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਆਫਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵਿੱਕੀ ਮਿੱਡੂ ਖੇੜੇ ਤੇ ਮਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਇਲੈਕਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਸਹੁੰ ਖਾ ਲਿਓ ਵੀ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਪਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਖੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਖਾਣੀ ਸੀ ਭਰਾ ਦੇ ਖੂਨ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਲਿਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨਗੇ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਮਿਹਨਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀ ਉਨੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀ ਉਨਿਆਂ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਗਿਆ ਪਰ ਰਾਜੀਨਾਮਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰਾਜੀਨਾਮਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਈਆਂ ਸੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਲਿਓ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੌਮੀ ਯੋਧਾ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਲਿਓ ਜੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਦੀ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਪੜ੍ਹਨੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਮੀ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮਾੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੀ ਆ ਯਾਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮਾੜਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਹੀਂ
Grewal, what this video seems to suggest is that for right reasons or wrong reasons, Goldy Brar seems to imagine in his head that Sidhu Moose Wala was actually celebrating the death of Deep Sidhu. Now, this could be complete illusion, complete hallucination, or it could be true. The fact is that he is saying that because Sidhu Moose Wala was celebrating Deep Sidhu's death, that's why the hit was ordered on him.
Mr. Jacob, these gangsters have a very skewed sense of reality, and obviously a person responsible for so many murders and extortion will obviously try to justify all their misdeeds in one way or the other. Now, first of all, a red corner notice has been issued a long time back by the Punjab government, and now it's for the NEA to start the extradition proceedings. If you remember, there was a bit of a controversy about the date of the red corner notice as well. Having said that, this Goldy Brar is trying to justify and cover up their gang-related activities under perceived, the issue seems that Siddu was related with the Taliban. And the people of Punjab, it's not just the party who have suffered. Because of their misdeeds, the people of Punjab have suffered, and we have been pushed into this kind of this very bad situation where the youth are somehow hero worshipping these people, where it should not be the case. And as far as the Punjab police is
Mr. Grewal, a simple question. What are you doing to bring this man back from Canada and face justice for the alleged murder of Sidhu Moose Wala?
Sir, the Punjab police has done everything that is required. A red corner notice has been issued by the Punjab police a long time back. Now, we have requested the NEA to start extradition proceedings. Now it's for the central government to do so.
Okay.
As far as the rest of the network in Punjab is concerned, I'm sure we're going after the hammer and tongs, and it will be exposed very soon.
Okay, Jangveer Singh, the fact is that no state government can bring back the extradition of somebody who is sitting in the confines of Canada. Mr. Grewal is saying that the AAP government has, moved this thing before the MEA. It's up to the central government now to petition the Canadian authorities to bring back Goldy Brar.
Of course, that is true, but the issue is not that. Issue is what has the Punjab government been doing since the murder of Sidhu Moose Wala. The government has failed first to arrest the shooters. It has failed to, point out the lapses in its own police force as well as political leadership. It has failed, to take any action against law, the gangster culture in Punjab till now. We have only been, seeing photo ops of, Lawrence Bishnoi being taken here, there. One police is taking his, remand, and the other police Thana is taking his remand. But nothing conclusive has come out.
No, but Mr. Jagveer Singh, what the Aam Aadmi Party government is saying is this is part of an entire clique that was promoted by the Akali Dal BJP and by the Congress when you guys were in power.
See, you can say anything you wish, but what have you done? Is anyone stopping them from, arresting gangsters in Punjab?
Okay.
Is anyone stopping them from taking remands to arrest gangsters of Punjab in any other state in India? But no, they want to indulge in propaganda. They want to, keep Kejriwal happy. They want to go and arrest Tejinder Bagga. They want to go and arrest Kumar Vishwas. You see the priority of this government. It wants to arrest people who are speaking against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal.
Okay, Mr. Grewal, quick response, 30 seconds. I'm going to wrap up after that. Yes, your priorities are all misplaced. That's what the Akali Dal is saying. Yeah, Mr. Grewal, only Mr. Grewal, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
The numbers speak for themselves. Over 700 arrests have been made. There have been record number of cases listed as far as ransoms are concerned. Earlier, people were even, ransom calls are concerned. Earlier, people were even afraid to report them. And we are going after these networks, and these nexuses will be broken, sir. That is the promise Mr. Bhagwant Mann has given the people of Punjab, and we intend to fulfill that.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much, Mr. Grewal, Mr. Jagveer Singh, Mr. Shashikant, and of course, Jaybant Singh also for joining us with their perspectives into what's going on in this exclusive video that's been procured by the News 18 network. Let's now shift focus to Sri Lanka, where Gotabaya Rajapaksa is no longer the president of the crisis-hit island nation, and now Ranil Wickremesinghe has been sworn in as the interim president. He gets to keep that post for the next 30 days. The speaker has said that nominations for the president's post will now be called on the 19th of July, and that elections for the next president will take place on the 20th. The main contenders are current Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, he's the interim president, also opposition leader Sajith Premadasa, along with a few others. All MPs are likely to attend the Parliament session tomorrow and discuss the future arrangements of leadership within the island nation. Meanwhile, a UK MP, E.D. Davey, has called for an international arrest warrant against Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
It has been accepted, his resignation?
Yes.
And what's next? When will be the parliament
The
session?
legal process will follow.
And who will be the president? Any ballots will start, sir?
Yes.
When, sir?
Well, members will use their vote.
So are you inviting the members to come and...
Yes, I have invited this.
When, sir, when?
Tomorrow.
This horrible, appalling situation for the people of Sri Lanka has been brought about by the corruption of the Rajapaksa government, their populist unfunded tax cuts, their skyrocketing defence expenditure, their draconian police powers, and the cronyism and corruption the like we've rarely ever seen. And therefore, can I urge the Minister to work with international partners for a full economic and political solution to support the Democrats in Sri Lanka? Can we start with an economic package with the IMF and others so we can give immediate support? But can that be followed and included with a political package which includes an international arrest warrant for President Rajapaksa and his cronies?
All right, we've got some breaking news coming in from Sri Lanka. Ranil Wickremesinghe has made some new decisions as acting president. The use of the word His Excellency to introduce the president is officially now prohibited. This is a British-era colonial law that's been now circumscribed by the current president, the acting president, the interim president, that is Ranil Wickremesinghe. Also, the presidential flag that as a symbolism will be abolished. So these are the two decisions that have been taken by Ranil Wickremesinghe. I'm not sure how much this will fly with the protesters, the Aragalaya at the Presidential Secretariat. Purnima Murli is now joining us. Purnima, the question is, are the protesters going to accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as the interim/acting president for the next 1 month, and whoever the consensus candidate in Parliament is as the next Prime Minister?
The protesters say that while it's a historic moment for them as Gotabaya's ratification has been accepted, they feel that Ranil Wickremesinghe could well be the president for the remaining tenure, considering that the ruling party has the majority, and they could well nominate Ranil as a front runner for the president's post. Therefore, they say that protests here will continue till Ranil resigns, and they will also wait for the 20th to see who the next president could be and then take the next course of decision. But at the moment, they say that there should be an interim government where all parties are actively involved in making decisions, and that should not have Ranil Wickremesinghe. But at the moment, they are just waiting and watching to see what happens next and whether Ranil will be made the president for the remaining tenure with the support of the parliamentarians from the ruling party.
All right, Purnima, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. Purnima Murli there, reporting for us from Colombo tonight. That's a wrap of Viewpoint. In a moment, Akanksha will be joining you with the biggest exclusive tonight. Thank you for your time. Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
A very warm welcome. You're watching the biggest exclusive tonight with me, Akanksha Swaroop. And tonight, let's raise some big questions now. Are our Netas guilty of tokenism when it comes to Dalits or even minorities? Are these minorities or Dalits just used as vote banks for political parties at election time or in the run-up to elections? Now, you may ask, why am I raising these questions? The answer is, the state of Karnataka is all set for assembly election in 2023, and perhaps that's what explains why the leader of opposition, Siddaramaiah, thought doling out cash worth 2 lakh rupees will compensate those 4 people injured during the violence in Karur earlier this month. A Muslim woman who happens to be a family member of one of those injured hurled the money back at the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. She was visibly angry and said that she doesn't want the money and that these politicians only visit when they need to. Clearly, money cannot replace empathy. And that's what we are going to now talk about. What exactly happened during those moments? What led to that angry action by that Muslim woman? First, of course, up is Siddaramaiah meeting those who were injured in those communal clashes. Remember, those communal clashes happened on 6th and 7th of July. The situation was very, very tense in Karur. Having said that, he also met the kith and kin of those family members. Now, the other visual is of that angry Muslim woman who was offered the money, and the other family members along with her refused to accept the money that was being offered by Siddaramaiah. Their anger is that nobody came to meet them when they were expected to. Siddaramaiah offering that money to that Muslim lady who visibly looks very angry. And the last thing she did as an expression of her anger was to hurl that money back at Siddaramaiah as his car moved on. That's the wad of cash worth 2 lakh rupees. That's the anger hurled back in the form of 2 lakh rupees. And that's the big question that we are posing to you now. Sidhu Cash, self-goal, will Netas learn their lesson or not? And this is the question we'll be asking our guests as well, but we'd like to bring you a report from Ground Zero first.
ಮಾನವೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ನಾವು ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ
Before I introduce my panelists to the dais today, let me also pose the question to our viewers. Call us and share your views. The question is, can Netas replace empathy with cash? Share your views with us on 0120-434-1895 as we open our lines to the callers. And with that, let me also introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Aishwarya Mahadev, who is the Congress spokesperson, Mohan Vishwa, who is the BJP spokesperson, and Professor Chandan Gowda, who is a political analyst and professor of the ISEC Institute for Social and Economic Change. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this discussion today. Aishwarya Mahadev, if I could begin with you. Currently, the leader of opposition, also the former chief minister of the state, he's been snubbed on camera for doling out cash worth 2 lakh rupees. What was Mr. Siddaramaiah thinking?
Good evening, Akansha. I think before this incident, the one thing that's very important to be spoken about is the context of what has happened. And I think this action, or rather this unrest, is symptomatic of the larger problem in Karnataka of communalism. Because if you look at it, this was the outburst after the Kerur violence. Mr. Siddaramaiah himself has clarified that this money was just mere compensation. It does not make up for the loss. It does not make up for the injury in any manner or such. And this way of showcasing a tiny portion of what has happened is also very problematic, to be very honest, Akanksha. The idea was that there was communal tension, there was communal violence. The lady who threw the money back said she wanted peace and security. And then on his part, legislator, he has spoken to the DC, he has spoken to the ministers, he has spoken to absolutely everybody to ensure that speedy and adequate justice is provided.
Aishwarya, we will talk about that communal clash as well. We will also discuss the role and the responsibility of the state government. But I'm going to ask you, what kind of compensation are we talking about? Hard cash?
It is about the fact that, again, from an MLA's fund or from the government, or if you're an elected representative, there is money that can be allocated for compensation in terms of any sort of medical injury. This happens a lot of time, or even medical treatment costs are borne by an MLA through his funds. And this idea of hard cash being given
but you don't agree that the manner in which it was just hurled at the woman at the point when she was leaving, this perhaps could have been done in a more formal sort of manner, perhaps in the form of checks. If it is a compensation, sort of a formal compensation coming in, why not use checks?
You know, you talk about the formality of it, but where we come from in the rural back of beyond, it is cash that is obviously more convenient, especially for women whose breadwinners are now in the hospital and their access to formal finance. But besides that point, it was not anything that was hurled at anybody. Mr. Siddaramaiah stood there, held the lady's hand, said, I'm very sorry for what has happened, after having visited the hospital, and gave her that money. This idea of him being arrogant and whatnot, her response
No. We are not calling him arrogant, but what it certainly has come across as tokenism. I'm going to also bring in Mr. Mohan Vishwa. Mr. Mohan Vishwa, how do you view what's happened in Bagalkot today? Many are viewing this as tokenism. What is it if it's not tokenism?
See, Akanksha, it's a tight slap on the appeasement politics made by Mr. Siddaramaiah and Congress in the state of Karnataka, or rather throughout India. Mr. Siddaramaiah, why did he went to Bagalkot district to visit his constituency, Badami, like his boss, Rahul Gandhi, who often visits or very, rarely visits Wayanad. Mr. Siddaramaiah also visits his constituency. That too, he visited just by looking at those communal angles. He never wanted to visit for the sake of development. Just because there was one religion which was under trouble, to take that mileage or to take an vote bank of that, he just visited there. It's not that to solve the problem. So that was very clearly. And I heard that Aishwarya was telling that, it's a rural area where the cash will be given.
No, then what is the problem? Aishwarya, what do you think perhaps angered the woman?
Let me finish.
All right, Mohan Vishwa, go on. Let Mohan finish. Let Mohan finish.
Yeah, Akanksha, I want to finish. I want to give you one more example. Mr. Siddaramaiah's colleague Jamir Ahmad Khan, who is in Bangalore, urban, who represents Chamrajpet constituency, where you have an access to all banking facilities, carries 500 rupees notes, 2000 rupees notes in his pocket, and openly he distributes to his voters on the street. So those videos are also available. Come on, what kind of statement she is making here? She can't say that, just there was no banking facility, has given the cash. So she should accept the fact that it's a tight slap on the appeasement politics made by Congress. Mr. Siddaramaiah, that too.
Aishwarya, let me now bring in Aishwarya on that. Aishwarya, many are already asking, they are bound to ask, considering Karnataka is all headed for assembly election, is this not a move to prepare their own vote bank?
Akanksha, this is the disease of which this action is symptomatic. When you talk about humanity or an action where somebody is a victim, Mohan Vishwa's first word that comes out of his mouth is appeasement, where if you're trying to help victims also, you look at it from the prism of religion. And the second thing is Mohan Vishwa, obviously, if somebody is handing out 500 rupee notes or whatnot, and mind you, the Bellari brothers and what happened to them is very evident. And you're in government. If you really had that much of a problem, please take action. Nobody has any issue against it. If you make these accusations on national television, will not just fly. Put your money where your mouth is when you're making statements like this. But Akanksha, this is the problem. Somebody has been beaten up, irrespective of caste, creed and religion. The manner in which the BJP turns it into a communal ploy and play is what is disgusting, despicable and dehumanizing. And that is the problem in society today. He should have said, okay, the victims had problems, whatnot. He says, oh, appeasement politics has failed and whatnot. This is why Karnataka is headed the way that they have. They have no development agenda. So they're obviously hitting the communal angle, emotive communal issues. Look at which of the BJP affiliates were involved in this terror violence.
Mohan, I'm going to let you speak. Aishwarya, we are running short of time. You've said what you wanted to. I'll also bring in what the woman had to say. It's very important to highlight what she had to say. The woman was actually heard saying that she doesn't want money. Instead, she wants justice, and that those miscreants who created that communal clash in Karur should be punished. The family of the injured people are lamenting how nobody came to meet them earlier. Can money be used to replace empathy? I'm going to take that question from Professor Gowda, who's been very patiently waiting his turn. Professor Gowda, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think in all objectivity, we need all facts on the table. The disturbance or the riot or the clashes happened about a week ago between let's broadly call Hindu groups and Muslim groups. Since then, you've had Sri Ramalu and Yatnal visit there. BJP leaders have gone and met the Hindu victims, but the Congress local activists hadn't shown up there. That's part of the anger behind this woman's response. So we need to understand the context between why she was so angry about Siddaramaiah's gesture, which otherwise wouldn't have been reciprocated that way. Secondly, Siddaramaiah, again for the record, from what I know, visited both parties. He's even given 50,000 to one of the Hindu victims of the violence. The other Hindu victim refused to meet him, so he did not meet him. So this is not really, in that sense, appeasement of just one group. He's tried to meet both groups, and we need to have all facts on the table now. The second thing is what the woman was saying. If you heard her speak, and I've heard her speak on your channel in the afternoon, she was saying, I want justice, which means, the people who have been hurt were nowhere involved in the clashes. Why were their shops attacked? And this is a very serious complaint. And it says the police have not been impartial, the police have not protected our property. And that's the cry we need to also listen to very carefully, because police protection is not a party issue. Police have to protect everyone, regardless of who is in power, So this is something we'll need to absolutely be concerned about
Fair
and
enough.
expect.
Fair enough, Professor Gowda. I'm going to request you to stay with us with that thought.
Yes.
Hold on to that thought, because as we know, this is also a call-in show. I have some callers waiting patiently for their turn. I have Amit with me from Bengaluru. Please go ahead and share your views with us. Do you think money can replace empathy?
Hello.
Right, go ahead.
Hello. You see, the worst fact is Siddaramaiah is Hindu hater. And only he has gone to Muslim patient and gone. Why not Hindu patient? There were several people who were hurt.
Anuj, we are learning that he met both the parties. It was not just the Muslim victims over there, but he also met the Hindu victims. That's something that's also being clarified on the show right now.
I must tell you this because I am a Bengalian. I am seeing him for several years.
All right, but do you think that compensating the victims with money or offering them money is enough as far?
It is. He has one important point which your channel has missed is he has said it is my personal money, not company Congress money. That you should emphasize.
All right. I'm also joined in by Siddharth from Bengaluru itself. Siddharth, please go ahead and share your views with us.
A very good evening to all the panelists over there, and good evening to you. See, my observation, because I watch all the political events, recent development very closely. Now, the time is not correct and the way it has been offered is not correct to my observation. See, I tell you, because I casted my vote. I run a startup company, I casted my vote. There is a, internal fight, which is, if the Congress spokesperson can correct me on that, there is an internal fight is already going between Siddaramaiah ji and DK Shivakumar ji. It is out there in all the Kannada news channel. Having said that, number two, here in BJP also, it's a similarity between deep blue sea and devil's fish. I'm sorry to say this word because BJP MLAs are partying. The entire Karnataka is flooded and the BJP MLAs are partying out in Goa. That videos are live on all the Kannada channels. So I am not here to, defend the BJP or defend the Congress. It's a similarity between deep blue sea, devil's fish. We as a citizen of this country are taken for a task. Our taxpayer money are getting. On the other way, it is getting exhausted, partying in, somewhere, partying in Goa or partying in Jammu or somewhere else. I'm sorry to use this kind of harsh words, but I'm really, really, really disappointed the way it has been, conducted. It is not the way it should be conducted. It has to be where there is a transparent way that it can be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to us. I'm also joined in by a third caller. If I could have the third caller. I'm sorry I didn't. Okay, I'm joined in by Mr. Ramamurthy from Pune. Mr. Ramamurthy, please go ahead and share your views with us.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. I really compliment that woman's action by throwing the money on his face, Siddaramaiah's face. She should have thrown, along with the money, even cow dung on his face. He thought probably he can buy anything and anyone with money. That's it. I really compliment, and this should be the action by everybody.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us. I'm also joined in by Murli from Pune. Murli, if you could go ahead and share your views with us. How do you view Siddaramaiah's action today in Bagalkot? Do you think this was just mere tokenism or he was just trying to be genuinely generous and helpful?
Of course, it is tokenism. There's no doubt about it. And that's why the optics are there. But if he genuinely wanted to help the victim, and he should have listened to her more carefully when she's clearly saying that she needs legal aid, she needs other kind of support, what she's expecting. What was the point in handing out a 2 lakh rupee dole like that? It really looks very vulgar. And madam from that Congress party, she was saying 2 lakh rupees have to be given in cash. That is not the case, madam. You can always deposit it in a bank. And you can there are better ways to, give an aid. And when the lady, you're not willing to understand her pain, it just doesn't make sense. So I don't think it is the right way to go about things. Definitely it is tokenism, no doubt about it.
All right, my next caller is Niranjan, who's also joining us from Pune. Niranjan, all right, Niranjan's joining us from Bengaluru. I'm sorry, Niranjan, please go ahead and share your views with us.
Madam, the politicians are missing, they're lost a connect with the people. They're not able to listen, or media is not able to place what the people are facing the problem in business or real life. They just want to solve at that point. They are not addressing the issues, what people are facing, and what is the problems each and individual from the business to the other class of people they are facing. That should be addressed, I think so. Instead of concentrating on
Thank you, Niranjan. I'm
Siddaramaiah,
also joined in by another caller from Bengaluru. Sudhi Suresh is joining us. Mr. Suresh, please go ahead.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is actually appreciable by that lady what she has done to the Siddaramaiah. These politicians are tearing their eyes only when they need of them. Otherwise, they won't see at all. Instead of doing certain help from the legal cell, but they are enacting like showing their face to get mercy upon them. So therefore, I support that lady, and this should not happen. This kind of things, what these politicians are doing, is a lesson to all political party members. What they are doing, this kind of everywhere, whenever there is a murder, there is a riot, or there is something happened to the minority and all. So therefore, this is a lesson to all the politicians, either any party of that. They are acting like tearing their eyes to gain their mercy. So it is not possible because of the victims are so badly affected by that. So therefore, politicians should learn some lesson from this thing.
Right. Thank you for speaking to us, Mr. Suresh. On that note, I'd like to take a question from Mohan Vishwa. Mohan Vishwa, let's not just make this about the Congress in Karnataka. Fingers are also being raised at the Bommai government in Karnataka. Many are questioning the rise in communal hatred in Karnataka. Also, something that happened in Karur was, of course, a communal clash. What has the Bommai government done for these people who were injured in this clash on July 7th?
See, Akanksha, one thing should be noted is, in fact, I myself wanted to discuss about this or say my views on the justice which is asked by the lady. You know, when Mr. Siddaramaiah's government was there, when the Congress was ruling between 2013 to 2018, he was the one who withdrew more than 150 cases of SDPI and PFI workers who were regularly involved in communal violences and communal murder. So they were the one who were responsible. So our government, if you see, in our government also, the shameless, the bankrupt Congress is polarizing and, you know, the tokenizing one religion and, you know, they're portraying against another religion. So that's why these strikes are happening.
But
so
Mohan Vishwa, you've not answered my question. What? No. Mohan Vishwa, you have to answer my question. What has the government done to help these people who were injured? There are 4 people who were injured during those communal clashes. What has your government done to help them?
Say, definitely you take an example of Mr. Harsha, who got killed by Islamic terrorists of SDPI in Shimoga. Our government has paid more than 50 lakh compensation to him. I agree that money cannot replace, you know, the person who has died. But as far as other things are concerned,
the lady wants those miscreants punished. She's clearly said on camera that she wants justice. Who's supposed to bring justice to the lady? Not the opposition alone.
It's our government. It's our responsibility.
Exactly.
It's our responsibility to bring the justice. We are done in the past also. We are going to do it in this case also. In the future also, we're going to do it, irrespective of any religion for that matter. But the same shameless Congress government during their tenure, instead of giving justice to them, you know, they withdraw the cases against the culprit. So who is responsible for that? So BJP government in the state is taking absolutely.
All right, Aishwarya Mahadev would like to come in on that. Aishwarya, please go ahead and share your thoughts right now. Do you agree with those accusations?
Akanksha, you're a very responsible news channel and I want you to look into it and also put out these articles that Mr. Mohan Vishwa is blatantly lying on national television. When they talk about withdrawal about cases, you do realize there were cases procedurally where people could not pay bail that they released it. The BJP, whether it comes to the death of Hindu karyakartas or even withdrawal of cases, the BJP likes to pull this propaganda. And if you have such a problem with the, you know, the SDPI and the PFI, we have said ban them, but the BJP government gains by this sort of of polarizing us versus them. And for the same example, the number of Bajrang Dal activists and the people who actually had serious cases against them, when Mr. Yediyurappa came to power, he dropped cases against them. So Mr. Mohan Vishwa, do not wax eloquent about my government, because if you look at us financially and socially and also social welfare wise, my state when was ruled by Mr. Siddaramaiah and the Congress was not mired with 40% corruption. It did not have my own karyakartas committing suicide. It is absolutely shameful the manner in which you're running the government today. That is why everything to you is communal. Your BJP ministers came and met only the Hindu victims and not anybody else. And what compensation have you offered? Please tell us. And today you talk about, oh, you know, this person who was beheaded, you realize that the person who beheaded him also was a BJP karyakarta. You have no agenda, so you are polarizing and communalizing, because those are the only dividends you can yield, because in your head, the only ideal that you all go on is us
I'm
versus
sure
them.
Mohan Vishwa would like to give a rebuttal to that. Mohan Vishwa, please go ahead.
See,
But ask him to
Akanksha,
stop
I
lying.
can give hundreds of
Television
examples.
shows
Mr.
that.
DYSP, the sitting DYSP of Madikeri district committing suicide, openly making a live allegation against then Home Minister Mr. George. And Mr. D.K. Ravi also got committed suicide. Come on, what the statement she is making? There are officers who bluntly committed suicide in their own government. So what Justice Congress have done, what Justice Siddaramaiah have done during his tenure? So she can't, blindly lie on a national television like this. I can give you hundreds of examples of communal clashes because of Siddaramaiah's or Congress appeasement politics.
Disgusting. What a liar, Akanksha. Each of these cases, you have seen a resolution of it. Mr. George resigned and came back only when he was absolved of any sort of blame.
Aishwarya, hold on to your thoughts. Mohan Vishwa, hold on to your thoughts. Let's also give Professor Gowda a chance to speak. Professor Gowda, as a neutral party on the show right now, I'd like you to comment on those junkets in the name of study tours. Within a span of just 1 month, we have seen so-called study tours in Leh, Ladakh, Gujarat, Delhi, and today we can see these MLAs holidaying in Goa as well. What is one to make of such brazen, shameless behavior at a time when the state of Karnataka has been inundated?
It's an important question. I mean, I don't know quite what to say, because the chair and one of the members of the committees, the assurances committee that went to Leh, Ladakh, was actually from Udupi, which was the worst hit among all districts. Admittedly, of course, the rains began the day they were leaving, but I suppose they should have called it off, because an MLA, in the way things are set up in this country, an MLA continues to be the focal point of all major decisions in the constituency. So I think they should have stayed back and cut short the visit. Yes, I mean, these are questions that, these controversies are important for us to discuss, because we need to mend our ways and proceed. I mean, these are things that have to be called out, and thanks to channels like this that are being called out, we need to bring it to the public's attention. You cannot have
I think you also have some answering to do over here, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
See, Akanksha, regarding the Leh Ladakh trip, or rather the Gujarat or the Delhi study tour of MLAs and MLAs from the state of Karnataka, probably we have already discussed at least 7 to 8 times in your news channel. We are given the clarification also, and the MLS are back and they are on their work.
Right, but it's not ending. Today itself we see footage of those MLAs holidaying in Goa, using a resort. They are all in a swimming pool. It's clearly a holiday junket for them. What is the study tour we are talking about? And you are saying that we've discussed it umpteen number of times. Fair enough. We've discussed it and we will keep discussing it till there's some concrete action taken by your government in Karnataka.
See,
yes.
When the MLA goes out, it doesn't mean that his entire administration of his constituency will go out. You should understand that there is a district in-charge minister, there is a district commissioner, there are IAS, IPS officers. Our MLAs are not irresponsible. So they have gone on study tour for Leh and Ladakh. That's what I meant. I never meant about this Goa trip, holidaying and all. If there are some rain affecting areas, if they are not coming, if they are showing irresponsibility, obviously, the CM will react, and he has said that, he will look into it.
Should you even use the term study tour at a time when their own constituencies are heavily flooded? You're calling it a study tour. What is the timing of these study tours?
See, Akanksha, these were all pre-planned earlier. To give an example, a team of MLA MLCs from all the parties went to Gujarat. You know what and all they have done there? They visited Amul plant, which has a turnover of 61,000 crores. which is similar to our KMF. So there were a lot of technologies studied there, and the report has been given here. There was a concept of waste management in Gujarat, which has been studied and came here. And there were other issues also in Delhi, which was studied and taken into consideration in the state of Karnataka. So these are all pre-planned. It's not that, these are all the planned post-rainy season and all. You should not link it to that. Once they came to know that their district is floodly affected, they are back, they are in the work, and our government have appointed a village level committee to look into those flood affected areas. It can be South Canara or North Canara, even Madikeri for that matter. Even CM is on full fledged from past 1 week. You could have seen he is visiting every district and he himself personally is taking care of the situation.
All right, I'm running short of time. I'm going to give you all now time to just give in your closing thoughts. Aishwarya Mahadev, quick closing thoughts before I move over to Professor Gowda.
Again, I want to reiterate that what has happened today is basically symptomatic of the larger problem where this us versus them divide is growing deeper. We saw this happen in 2013. We saw this happening now, and this is the only agenda they're going to take to the polls. As responsible news channels, I really want you to cross-verify what Mr. Mohan Vishwa said, because this is the sort of lies that flood the ecosystem and create this perception of us versus them. And going forward, any government should be responsible that they treat all their citizens equally, and not when one move comes out that their first statement shamelessly is appeasement politics, though we're in a secular republic. And today, I really hope that, this lesson we all learn, that these sort of communal divides are not going to help anyone. There are no dividends, but the BJP will learn nothing because they're very mad in their own corruption and their ignorance to even help the people. But these are signs of harder times to come for the state, because that is the only BJP agenda that they have, divide and rule.
All right, Professor Gowda, if I could have in your closing thoughts, I would specifically like to ask you, till when will the Dalits and minorities be used as for appeasement politics, also as vote banks?
If you heard the woman closely, she was saying, the woman who threw the money at the former chief minister.
She said she wanted justice.
Look, I don't need the money because in this place, I will never go hungry, because either Muslims or Hindus will surely feed me from hungry. What I want is the police to have protected the property that will now mean 1 year of no livelihood. And we need to listen to that very carefully. She's asking for justice, not a partisan treatment. And if you look at Siddaramaiah's tweet, which I did tweet, he's requested, after talking about his visit, he's requested the BJP government to do a speedy investigation and bring the culprits to book. That's the spirit in which this has to be addressed. You cannot say this party, that party. If something has gone wrong, it's a non-partisan issue. We need impartial investigation. And it's really not an occasion for us to be using for political point scoring. It's deeply tragic that the trust in the police system is so low. And it's not just a local event in that sense. Most people, minorities across the state, here, elsewhere, feel that way. And how do we restore that is a huge challenge and something that everyone has to be committed to.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you that this has to be an impartial treatment as far as the parties are concerned. Having said that, that doesn't mean that the Bommai government in Karnataka doesn't have the role to play. They are the ones who will be providing justice to that lady who kept begging for justice. Having said that, many thanks to my panelists, Professor Gowda, Aishwarya Mahadev and Mohan Vishwa for joining this discussion. And with that, it's a wrap. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is Plain Speak with Ridhima.
Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching Plain Speak. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Yesterday, it was expunged words. Today, it's a Dharna circular. The opposition is up in arms against a circular which states that demonstrations, dharnas, strikes, fasts and religious ceremonies can't be conducted in the parliament. Now, the criticism against the government is that the government is trying to muzzle voices, trying to stifle voices of criticism. Like yesterday, the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla clarified that lists like these are brought out every year. Today too, the BJP cited similar circulars that were released in 2009 and 2014 under the UPA government. The Speaker Om Birla once again has urged the opposition to not make allegations without facts. So what really is happening as far as this anger that we're seeing by the opposition? Let's first talk about what is this anger as far as these circulars are concerned. Now, I'm putting out 3 similar circulars for you. One dates back to 2009, One dates back to 2014 and one is the current one of 2022. Now, which were the governments in 2009 and 2014 and 2022? Similar language that has been used in all these circulars, which essentially means that this is a practice that has been adopted in the past as well. So what is the anger by the opposition today about? And remember, this is not just today. Even yesterday, as we pointed out, it was anger against a list of expunged words. But again, the similar argument was made that this is not a list that is actually new. So let's break down all those details for you of what really has happened in the last 48 hours. What was the opposition's anger yesterday and what are we seeing today? July 14, that was yesterday. The opposition was opposing this list of unparliamentary words, which was then clarified by the Lok Sabha Speaker that this list is actually not new. It comes out every single year. Today, they're opposing Centre's Dharna Circular, but again, as we showed you pictures of 2009 and other years as well, similar circulars have been passed. On July 14, the criticism against the government was, and the opposition was alleging, that the government is stifling criticism. Today, they're alleging that there is no platform as far as dissenting voices is concerned. But the larger question still remains that what really is happening as far as this criticism is concerned, because as we pointed out, this is not the first time that we're seeing neither the expunged words and neither these circulars. So is the opposition fury just for the sake of it? And the larger issue is, are these the issues that the opposition should be focusing on?
Have we declared that there will be no democracy in this country? Have we suspended on civil rights? Have we suspended the right of the opposition to raise issues that matter? You can't wash away the fact that this is what describes you. This is the legacy you will leave behind after 2024.
The order that has been issued is an order that is regularly issued by the ruling dispensation whenever there is a parliament session that takes place. And I have in front of me a copy of identical, I'm not saying similar, identical order issued in February of 2009 by the Congress government. Is this not hypocrisy?
ये एक प्रक्रिया है और ये प्रक्रिया लंबे समय तक चल रही है और आप सबको जानकारी है कि 2009 से ये प्रक्रिया चल रही है, उसके पहले भी प्रक्रिया चल रही थी।
Let me also now introduce our guests who are joining us this evening. We have spokesperson of the BJP, Shehzad Poonawala. We'll shortly be joined by the spokesperson of the Congress Party. Ashpreet will be joining us shortly. We have TMC spokesperson Monijit Mondal. We also have senior journalist Hemant Attri. And we also have author and columnist Arun Anand. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us to take this discussion forward. Monojit, let me begin with you first, because the opposition is up in arms once again after what we saw yesterday was anger over these expunged words. Today we are seeing anger over a circular. But what I'm trying to essentially understand is the opposition missing the larger point, which is that this is not a new practice. Circulars like these have been brought out year after year, and I started my show with circulars that date back to 2009. So what is the fury about today?
I think you gave the sequence. Look at how consistently things are happening. Look at the signs of a totalitarian government. First that tampering with the national emblem, and then the yesterday's circular cutting the voice of the parliamentarians, and now today that you can't even make an agitation, peaceful agitation, which is, I think, the best expression of any dissent, which the Mahatma, the Bapu, taught us long time back when he was fighting the Britishers. Are we still fighting the same kind of a government at this point in time? 75 years after the independence, we are, incidentally, by the way, celebrating national independence for 75 years at this point in time. That's the way you treat the opposition. So, I mean, this kind of circulars might have been issued earlier, but the point of distinction is very clear in 2009.
So you agree the fact that these circulars have been issued in the past? Then I'm trying to understand what is the anger by the opposition today? Ashpreet, if you would want to answer that, I gave you an uninterrupted minute to try and understand what is the issue as far as this circular today is concerned. Ashpreet, the expunged words also are part of a list that are issued every single year. The circulars also are part of every single year. What is the issue this time around?
See, number one, they have clearly forgotten. The BJP's model of governance is this, that they have the words used in common parlance marked as unparliamentary, words. Now, number one, this list is unparliamentary in itself. It is unconstitutional. It's ultra biased to the Constitution of India because it violates a fundamental right, which is freedom of speech and expression under Article 19, Clause 1, Subclause A. Therefore, it would be challenged, and we'll make sure that, this mockery of democracy that the BJP party has begotten is done away with. Number two, in the parliament, whatever you say, whatever word you utter, you cannot be prosecuted for that. That was our model of governance because, you have representatives of 150 crore people. And if you cannot speak in the temple of democracy, where else do you speak? You have grievances, and removing words like sexual harassment. You being a woman would really understand that there are grievances, issues wherein, they have to be addressed. There are times when you do not get justice. So how do we address those issues if we cannot even utter the word sexual harassment?
Okay.
Why are you discriminating against women?
Ashpreet, you would appreciate the fact that you made your point uninterrupted. Just give me 30 seconds and then I want to bring Shehzad in. I want to bring you up to speed with certain words that have been expunged in the past, and you tell me which were the governments in power then. In 2012, the word shame was expunged. Again in 2012, the word cheating was expunged. Again in 2012, the word choot was expunged as well. And I can give you a long list. What is the difference this time around?
Yes, number one, the logic that the BJP party has been trying to incline towards is fractured, is absurd, because two wrongs anyway don't make a right. Second of all, it is very disheartening, that they have basically issued a gag order against parliamentarians. But what is heartening is that they basically know the right kind of words which describe them the best that have been added in the list so that they can mitigate the criticism. And the speed at the pace which BJP party is going at, first, they stopped doing any press conferences. Mr. Modi hasn't done any in the last 8 years. Number two, then they stopped having any debate and discussion before passing a bill. Then they, have declared this unparliamentary list, which is so unparliamentary in itself. I just hope they do not do away with the parliamentary form of government and make it a dictatorship. Number five, Mr. Modi has been using this word, and we have all seen that in a viral video. Hypocrisy ki bhi had hoti hai. So Mr. Modi has been uttering the most unparliamentary words ever. And number six,
but today the same question is being asked to the opposition also, no? That isn't there a sense of hypocrisy if you're blaming the government, if these lists and words have been brought out every single year in the past as well. But let me bring in Shehzad also. Shehzad, it's not just about the words, the lists or the circular. The larger sentiment today across opposition parties is that this is a government that is not open to criticism at all. They're trying to stifle every possible voice of dissent.
Ridhima, thank you. I heard patiently both the honourable gentlemen speak, and I hope they won't interrupt me in the interest of a fair debate. First of all, whom do I have to take lectures on emergency and dictatorship from? Those who imposed the emergency, banned Kishore Kumar, put sedition cases on Chhattisgarh journalists, jailed Asim Trivedi. They were the ones who got the press bill of 1988. They were the ones who got the defamation bill, which was rejected. They're the ones who actually sent Kangana Ranaut and other journalists to jail, and they broke Kangana Ranaut's house. They put Ketki Chitra in jail for 1 month. They are lecturing us on emergency. Now, Ridhima, it's one fact-free and spurious allegation a day as far as the Congress party, the fact-free and fakery machinery of this country that's doing this entire thing. First, you had the national emblem. That matter was busted. Then you had this word ban list. It is not a word ban list. It is an expunged words list which has been compiled from various assemblies and put together. And it doesn't mean that those words can't be used. For instance, the word Bal Buddhi. Now, why would we put that? You know who it applies to. But you can use Bal Buddhi. Only in a certain context it has been expunged. And that doesn't mean it's automatically expunged. If tomorrow somebody was to get up in parliament and say, ye kaisi Bal Buddhiyon ki jamaat hai, jo vipaksh ke paas mudde nahi hai. Thirdly, let me come to the main point of today. the circular that has been tweeted by Jairam Ramesh, and I consider Jairam Ramesh to be a mature parliamentarian. I have worked with him. I have regard for him, and I myself worked in Parliament as an OSD to the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs. This circular of 2009, 2014, 2021, word to word, is the same that has been issued before every session of Parliament. It's not done by the government, it's done by the Parliament House Security Office, and they do it as a routine procedure because they have certain protocols. How is it Chamatkar during Congress time and Gunegar now? This is the lack of issues and bankruptcy of the opposition, that they don't have cogent issues to raise in Parliament. अरे मुद्दों की ऐसी कंगाली कि रोज आरोपों की थाली, और वो भी फर्जी आरोपों की. And this is the same Rahul Gandhi, by the way. He went and he said Rafale में चोरी हुई है. Supreme Court told him please go back home. They are the ones who spread fake news on vaccines. They spread fake news on surgical strikes, on Balakot, on Pulwama, and they also went back on issues like GST, which they provided, they pushed forward to. So, this has become opposition for the sake of opposition. This has become preaching of the scriptures by the Satan as far as emergency and dictatorship is concerned. And finally, please tell me, these are 29 exact same letters, words used in the circular in 2009 as has been used today. Was that dictatorship, or is it after 2014 or 2022 that's become dictatorship?
I know you want
29 words in that circular, 29 words here.
The BJP does not want this word to be used against them, which is Jumla GV. Now, what do we call 15 lakh rupees, which were to be given to us? What do we say about the farmers' income that had to be doubled by 2022? What do we say about the diesel petrol prices, which had to be decreased? What do we say about all the misery that you brought upon? You haven't delivered one topic. So how do we not, describe you? And let me tell you one more thing, Shehzad. The BJP party would also feel incomplete when all these words are not going to be used against you, because they describe you the best, and you haven't been able to explain one thing. Why do you not want women and their miseries to be, brought to end and brought to justice? Because sexual harassment is a very important issue. How else do we talk about that? Somebody has been sexually harassed.
But that's exactly the point that's being made. That there's a difference between banned and there's a difference between expunged. The context in which these words are being used, that needs to be understood. I think there is a lack of understanding as far as this entire issue.
May I complete number one? BJP party from the last 70-80 years has been using these words itself. And now they have done another thing. They don't want any more protests to happen. Religious ceremonies have also been banned from happening outside the Parliament. Now, please tell me, Shehzad, what problem does the BJP have with puja and part happening outside the Parliament? Because whenever there's an inauguration that happens, we do, light a lamp. And there are religious ceremonies that happen all the time. What problem did you have that you wanted to cater to? And number 4, the BJP part.
In the interest of the people being able to hear me, we can speak one at a time. If you would allow me to come in.
Article 19 clause 1 subclause.
Ridhima, I don't want to make this a slanging match. People appreciate me to articulate things in a cogent manner. Please give me an opportunity to come in.
The world's largest democracy does not allow its parliamentarians to speak.
Ridhima,
and what
please
examples
let me come in. I request you. I can't speak over anybody. This is not my style of debate. Ridhima, I request you to allow me to come in.
Do you realize by doing this, you are basically curbing freedom of speech and expression?
Ridhima, you have to bring me in. I am not going to make it a two-way slanging match. This is far too important an issue. Please allow me the space to speak.
See, the government is constituted of humans, not God.
Shehzad, come in quickly and then I have to go to the other guests as well. Shehzad,
please not
all the parties
to this.
Criticism back in the day. Different.
Okay, Ashpreet, you made your point. Shehzad, quickly, I have to go to the other guests who've been patiently waiting as well.
Ridhima, please let me tell you that I do not engage in speaking over somebody, and that's why people are...
Go ahead, Shehzad, finish your point.
The kind of culture that my party and my parivar both have given me a culture to hear somebody out and then speak, and therefore I don't indulge in a two-way cockfight. I will make my point with respect and the audiences can hear it. So let me make a few points in 30 seconds. The point I'm trying to make is, first of all, Harshpreet, the population of India in the last segment you said was 150 crores. It's 140 crores. It's not 150 crores. These fact-free arguments. Sexual harassment has not been banned. There is no ban on any word. Sexual harassment actually is part of a name of a law. So it can't be banned. But yes, if you say that the armed forces went and sexually harassed the Prime Minister, maybe that would be expunged. But that's not the point. The point is there is no dharna ban either. If that is a dharna ban, then you haven't said it in your own circular. Was that a dharna ban and a ban on religious ceremonies? And finally, please, once again, can I please complete, Ridhima? Ridhima, can I please complete
your point, Shehzad? I have to go to the
I request you, Ridhima.
Please finish your point.
I understand, but I don't need to be interrupted. I don't interrupt.
You do that all the time.
And Ridhima, finally, all of these words that have been used to describe us have been used in 5 state elections by Arshpreet and his leader Rahul Gandhi. What came out of it? Please go ahead, use them in Parliament, use them outside Parliament, use them on TV, use them on social media.
Okay.
The fact is nobody buys those arguments.
Okay.
And please talk about the emergency.
We've heard from both the spokespersons. Let me get in the other guests who've been patiently waiting, Hemant and Arun. Hemant, let me bring you in first. The larger issue today is, and this is what even a viewer must be wondering today, that why is this the priority of the opposition today? 3 days ago, we saw the opposition up in arms over the size of a particular lion or how aggressive it was or whatever, the number of teeth or the stance it had taken. Then it talks about a list which, they don't understand the context because it's not banned, it's only expunged. A similar list comes out every single year. Today also, as I said when I started the show, that a similar circular has been brought out in the past as well. Are these the issues that we really should be focusing on?
Ridhima ji, first of all, let me explain it what the real issue is. Both these circular as well as these words that have been so-called, they are calling it banned. These are more of advisories if we correctly point it out. And this is not a new phenomenon in Indian democracy. First time such a list was published in Parliament in 1954.
Correct.
Second time it was in 71. Third time it was 83. And after that, from 1990 onwards, every year, almost every year, there are certain words which are added to it. That is point number 1 as far as valuation is concerned. Once the advisory is given, it is up to you as to in which context you use that particular word, whether it is offensive, it is slanderous or what. See, all these words, whichever they are mentioned in these advisories, I will call it, what they are basically adjectives which are used in a particular reference. So if we call jhoot is something in a particular reference. You just can't say that jhoot is banned. It is up to the speaker's goodwill whether he will continue with this or he will expunge it. That is point number 1. Number 2, Ridhima, the real issue here that we need to discuss is debate and discussion is the soul of Parliament. Both the sides, whatever is happening for last 3 days, I am really shocked to see both the sides are lacking confidence in each other. That is the problem. The problem should have been, the issue should have been, these advisories are regular, but there is certain way of doing it. Both sides should have sit together, given more space to each other. That is how a vibrant democracy functions. That's how Britain functions. That's how many European countries function. There are certain parliamentary etiquettes also. See, whenever you are speaking in the parliament, you are not supposed to be slanderous or offensive or aggressive beyond a point. There are certain etiquettes.
True. Now, I agree with the point that you're making, and let me bring Arun in on this. While nobody is taking away from the fact that the right to protest or to oppose or to have a share of criticism is the job of the opposition, and that's what makes a country like India and democracy extremely vibrant. But there are also certain decorums that one needs to follow as far as elected representatives are concerned. If we go back to the list yesterday, what is the harm if we're trying to make this more saner or more, quote-unquote parliamentary language? I don't see an issue with that. But do you think the larger issue today is, and this is what I was asking Shehzad also essentially, just the fact that the opposition today feels at every platform their voice is being stifled. If they're not given any platform, then where do they raise their voices?
The first point which I want to make is, and it's a humble, opinion from a common citizen, you can say, that the larger problem is not what you have mentioned. That is a problem. But I think even the larger problem, which I have seen over the last 3-4 days, and which has been, and is cutting across party line, that people, when an issue comes up, they just Google it. And because the Google stops at 2009, in terms of giving you information up to 2009 on this issue, the protest issue, the dharna issue. So you only talk about that. But I want to take you back. Actually, I think the level of the debate and the way issues are taken up and the reason, the rationale behind, taking up the issues, it's largely basically there's a lot of lack of research and, evidence-based arguments. So my hope is, cutting across political parties, people, spend less time on Google and do a little bit of more hardcore research. And I want to bring in one quick point. This whole episode started not in 2009 in terms of banning dharnas, or in 1964, the CPM MP A.K. Gopalan, he sought permission to hold a one-day hunger strike in the lobby of Parliament to protest food shortage in his home state, Kerala. However, the Speaker of the House ruled, and I am quoting from that, the lobbies or any part of this Parliament is not intended for any such demonstrations, strikes or fasts. Earlier also, I had not allowed it at any time, and this time also, I cannot permit that. The same incident happened in 1972 when a member of Parliament from Bihar tried to do the same thing. Now, last thing which I want to say is, leave apart, what has been published in the parliamentary book bulletins. There is a book published by the Lok Sabha Secretariat, Directions by the Speaker under the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha. If you go to rule number 124A, it categorically states that dharnas, demonstrations, all this cannot be allowed. This is
I take the larger issue that you were making, and let me bring Monojit in on this. Monojit, this is where the criticism is coming in today, that the opposition just sees a headline and they start opposing about it without delving deep into what the fact is and whether it has been used in the past or not. The other big issue is that everything today is seen as anti-Modi, that we need to raise a voice against Modi. But you need to understand that circulars like these, they're actually coming from the Parliament. So are we not understanding the distinction between the legislative, executive and judiciary?
You do not allow me to make my point. The issue is not just a circular or expunging certain words. It's a larger issue of how the government has been functioning for the last 7-8 years. Look at the government arms, IT, ED, CBI, all have been used to crush the opposition. Opposition MLAs are being brought to, break government. These are the larger issues. I mean, you are not allowing us to function properly. I mean, look at how many opposition leaders are being, their voice is being muzzled, how they are being jailed. Do you mean to say that all the BJP members are purged of everything, every criminality? And if you talk about, sanctimony of the Parliament and, all the purity of Parliament, first purge of the criminals. This country doesn't need the criminals, and most of the criminals are there from the BJP, 33% of them, including a terrorist. What are you talking about? What are you lecturing about? It's about, what should I say, purifying the Parliament, purging off all those bad elements. First purge of the criminals. Most of them come from you, sir. Out of 303, at least 100 of them are having criminal records with serious crimes, including terrorism. So, I mean, let's not talk about all these things. The bigger picture is that this government is panic-stricken. I mean, you can't criticize the government. Yes, earlier it might have happened. But at that point of time, a journalist would be put behind bars for saying something against the government. At that point of time, journalists would be stripped off inside a police station.
Okay.
Right? At least for
criticizing
the government. The
allegation against the government is, as I said, that there is one trust deficit, that no platform is going to be given for the opposition to raise their voices because this is a government that doesn't like criticism. The other is, even the platforms which are available, there is some sort of censure that takes place. So what is the option that is left as far as the opposition is concerned? The larger issue also against an allegation against the government is that the opposition is never taken into a healthy discussion to debate about these issues. Just a circular or a notice is brought in and then they just have to deal with it.
Let me answer all those three questions. First of all, after 2nd of May, the High Court of Kolkata said that there was no rule of law, there was law of the ruler in terms of the post-poll violence massacre that took place, and that person is coming and lecturing us about free democracy. They've jailed journalists and people for sharing Facebook posts. So they are coming and lecturing us about stifling of voices. Secondly, let me come to your point about discussion. There is parliamentary rules, conventions and procedures. Yes, there is discussion when the agenda of the House has to be prepared. There's a business advisory committee. Before the parliament session convenes, there'll be an all-party meeting. But as far as the security office of the parliament is concerned, issuing a circular is not a job of all party meeting. That has never been the case. If so, can they show me the instance in 2008 or 2009 that before you issue a circular about a security protocol, you have an all-party meeting? Is that the way Parliament runs? And when Parliament is offering a platform to articulate, what did they do in the parliamentary session? You remember CNN News 18 broke the story of how they were beating up marshals and pushing people inside Parliament, and so many of them were suspended. In Maharashtra, they kicked out 12 of our MLAs for nothing that they did within the house, but in the secretariat building or some other office, and then the Supreme Court came hard on them and said that you are stifling the voice of democracy. Ulta chor kotwal ko daate. And point is that you can't keep crying wolf that democracy khatam ho gaya, democracy khatam ho gaya. They have been lying straight out of their teeth. The fundamental question today is that no words have been banned, but they are saying it's a ban. No dharna has been banned, but they are saying it's a ban. These are security orders, circulars which you also issued. These are expunged list compilations that have been there forever. It doesn't mean you can't say a word. And please, Mamata Banerjee's party lecturing others on tolerance and on not being a dictator is like the devil preaching scriptures, with all due respect to Monojit Da.
I think you...
Ashpreet, I will bring you in. Another allegation that's coming in from the BJP is, I'll let you respond, Ashpreet, but just hear me out. The allegation also coming in is that we've seen all Congress leaders be up in arms saying that this is against the ethos or what a democracy should be. Many are pointing fingers as to whether your own party offers a platform as far as democracy is concerned, considering the dissent that we've seen within your own party. So does Congress then have the moral high ground to talk about democracy?
Of course, 100%. The very reason you are able to see that dissent, that difference in opinion, is because we allow that to happen. The BJP, just because the BJP party, doesn't let the difference in opinion come to forth, doesn't let problems come to forth, does not mean they don't have problems. They don't have dissent. It basically means they are brushing it under the carpet, they are suppressing it. We don't do that. Number two, as far as the words being expunged goes, why do we even have to expunge words like sexual harassment again? Why do you want this word to be expunged? If somebody has been sexually harassed, it ought to be mentioned. And if somebody is an illiterate, it ought to be mentioned. If somebody has been lying, if somebody has been coming up with jumlas, if somebody is corrupt, we will bring that up. And why do you want to expunge that? Simply because you want to defend yourself and you want to mitigate criticism. Number two, the speaker would have anyway decided, which word is to be expunged and which word is not to be expunged. And they're saying that, this is coming from the time of the Congress party. I am telling you on the basis of statistics, 70% of the words are new. The majority of the words that used to be there in our list at our time used to be the words, that were really unparliamentary. These words are of common parlance. Man, purush. These kind of words, I don't understand what the intention of the BJP is.
The example, but Ashpreet, words like dishonest, dishonesty, these are again same words that me and you would use in our conversations in day-to-day language. I am not trying to attack you. I'm only trying to essentially understand that I would have appreciated if there was a real issue here, but it almost looks like there is no real issue here.
This is probably the biggest issue ever. We are talking about the temple of democracy where all the representatives of all the people of India come and they talk about issues so that solutions can come forward. What the world is saying, that today the BJP party has made a mockery of democracy. And that is a stain upon India because of the BJP government and because of their, principles that we won't let any criticism happen no matter what happens.
Last word, Shehzad, and then I really have to wrap this discussion. Final word, Shehzad.
Number two, last point. My last point is...
Ashpreet, I'm running out of time. Final word, Shehzad, and then I really have to wrap this discussion.
They don't want complete. I've heard everybody patiently. Last point there.
The party has you asked me to speak. Ridhima, can your PCR do the needful?
The BJP party has protested outside the parliament for the maximum number of times. No other party would have protested for that many number of times.
I'm not going to do this two-way thing. I was called upon to talk by Ridhima. If you don't want me to talk, I will
Shehzad have the final word. Okay, we've heard. Shehzad, final word.
The BJP has blocked roads with sitting with cylinders.
I am not going to indulge your PCR.
Okay, Ashpreet, you've made the point. Okay, Ashpreet, you've made the point. This way, the viewer doesn't understand either. Shehzad, final word. I have to wrap after that.
I have been in this business far too long for your PCR to indulge me in a two-window and try to make me speak above him. You've called my name, I'll speak. The word Adpad was actually expunged by the Rajasthan Assembly in 2021. It's been done by the Speaker of the Rajasthan Assembly. So is the Rajasthan Speaker working on the directives of the Modi government to silence the opposition? Please make some arguments which say sexual harassment has not been banned, it's not been expunged permanently, it's been expunged in a particular context. Parliament works on conventions, therefore these are compiled and kept for reference. That's all, so that the chair of the house can take a decision based on past references, just like court laws are used, cases are used as a reference point by judges, but that doesn't impinge them. So please stop making fact-free arguments. I know you're from Rahul Gandhi's party, but don't pretend to be a Bal Buddhi. And that word is neither banned nor
Unfortunately, I will have to leave that discussion there. I'd like to thank all our guests. What is very, very clear that we are set for a stormy monsoon session of Parliament come the next week. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking this evening. In a strange observation by the Madras High Court regarding a couple's divorce, a division bench of Justices V.M. Velmani and S. Sontar made an observation, and I'm quoting from that, removing a mangalsutra by a wife amounts to mental cruelty for the husband. Yes, this was while allowing a civil miscellaneous appeal from C. Shivakumar, working as a professor in a medical college in Erode. He sought to quash the orders dated from 2016, refusing divorce to him. The Madras High Court has observed that while granting divorce to the agreed man, and again I'd like to quote, the removal of the mangalsutra by an estranged wife would amount to subjecting the husband to mental cruelty of the highest order. The bench also said, and I'm quoting again, that a mangalsutra around the neck of a woman was a sacred thing which symbolizes the continuance of married life, and it is removed only after the husband's death. Therefore, its removal by the petitioner or the wife here can be said to be an act which reflected mental cruelty, as it could have caused agony and hurt the sentiments of the respondent. Now, many activists are divided as far as raising the question that can a removal of mangalsutra really be grounds as far as a divorce is concerned. I'll take that question to our guests in just a bit, but first we just want to show you where things stand. First, what was the division bench which was quoted by the Madras High Court? Mangalsutra removal reflects mental cruelty of the highest order. As I pointed out, no woman would remove a mangalsutra while the husband still lives, essentially mean that you have to wear it for the entire lifetime of the husband. Mangalsutra around the neck of a woman is a sacred thing, part of rituals that have been followed for years. Mangalsutra symbolizes the continuance of a married life. So if you remove it, it would essentially mean that you're trying to end the marriage. Now, this was as far as what the division bench had said, and this was observed then by the Madras High Court. Let's also now talk to you a little more in detail of what we heard from the Madras High Court as well. As I pointed out, removal of the mangalsutra often treated as an unceremonious act. This is where a lot of activists are divided. Removal of mangalsutra draws inference about the wife's intention. This again is something that has divided a lot of activists. So the question that we're asking is the removal of the mangalsutra enough ground for mental cruelty? Let me bring in our guests who are joining us this evening. We have men's rights activist Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj, and we have women rights activist Yogita Bhayana. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Yogita, let me begin with you first. This has seen a lot of activity on Twitter, social media. People seem to be divided. The essential question is, does the removal of a mangalsutra, which is essentially a religious symbol which one wears when the marriage begins, or when the ceremony of the marriage actually begins, once you remove that mangalsutra, is that ground enough as far as the divorce is concerned?
I am appalled, actually. I'm really appalled. I have no words even to express how I'm feeling about this statement coming from a judge who's supposed to be very sensitive, because here we are trying that, gender sensitive kind of people sitting on such positions. When these kind of statements come, no, it is very hurtful to demeaning, because mental cruelty, I mean, what is so cruel about it? Men don't even wear any symbol. Even women, they are wearing out of whatever, kind of, it has been there for ages. So what about when she goes through a labor pain, when she is medically ill, she removes it, so we are like going ahead so much in life as society, as becoming gender neutral, gender sensitive, not patriarchal. These statements, just pull us 30, 40 years or 100 years ago, 100 years back. So I am really, I don't know what is the ground for divorce or not, but it is for sure not a cruelty. And I don't know how we can't, who's divided on it. I'm really surprised at who can be divided on this. I think they really need to do introspection and also kind of, before making such statements, they have such a huge impact on our social fabric. Any which ways we are so regressive as a society, we really need to think that these people, because they are sitting on certain positions, should not get away by making such statements, and you really need to think twice, thrice, or 100 times before making such bizarre statements or bizarre judgments, rather, I would put it this way. This is really sad story.
Deepika, let me bring you in. There was one part of this observation which really caught my attention, and I'd like to read from it. The act of the respondent, which is the wife in this case, and removal of the mangalsutra points towards intentions about the party. So the question that I'm trying to understand is, does removal of a mangalsutra show any intention? Because there are a lot of women out there who don't even wear a mangalsutra. So will they be seen as not loyal to their husbands, or what is the larger message that we're trying to send out?
I would want to begin by telling Yogita that, Yogita, this judgment in no way takes us 30, 40 years back. Headlines, usually catch attention of people, but let me take you through the background of the case, where since the beginning of your argument, you're asking whether this is a ground enough. No, this is not a ground enough, not otherwise, not in this case as well. The court has pointed out in various other paragraphs that the wife has been living separately from the husband for the last 11 years. There were no attempts for reconciliation. The wife had leveled false allegations of extramarital affairs on the husband. He is a teacher. She connected his name with various teachers and students also, and she defamed him in front of all of those people. So the court has looked at entirety of the case, which usually happens in divorce cases. To just give you an example, there was a Madhya Pradesh High Court judge's comment that went viral a few days ago, where the judge said कि अगर पत्नी आपको पीटती है तो उसको प्रसाद की तरह ले लीजिए. So the point I'm trying to make is that it is sad and it's unfair as well that laws and judgments these days are dependent a lot on the background of the judge and what his worldview is. I personally see this judgment as a very personal view of this judge, who he has, gone ahead and mentioned it in the judgment as well. Very important point here to note is that the same Madras High Court judgment few years ago had categorically said it is not essential for a woman to, show the sanctity of marriage by wearing a mangalsutra, which clearly says that these are divergent personal point of views of judges who are adjudicating on the case. But the larger point is, just not wearing a mangalsutra is not enough ground for divorce. It is not the enough ground for mental cruelty to just go and ask for a divorce, and it is not taking the society or the country back 30, 40 years at all.
Yogita, the larger issue that I also want to understand, and I partly agree with what Deepika is saying, which is that every case has a background and a personal history to it. We don't know what is transpired between the husband and the wife, and it would have been fine if it was just restricted to that. But the actual frustration today, or the reactions that you're seeing on social media also, is that how are we seeing courts come into such comments as far as a divorce case is concerned? I thought the grounds for divorce either has to be if there is some sort of an abuse, or there are some financial issues of somebody, the partner is cheated. But today it almost looks like we're passing a character judgment, because when he says that removal of mangalsutra reflects the intentions, are we judging a woman's character as far as the removal of this symbol is concerned?
Not for the first time, and women is judged every step in the society and nothing new. So that's, this is exactly I'm trying to say, in fact, to Deepika, that it is not about, of course, two people go through a lot. It's their personal life. But when it comes on record, a judge making a statement becomes a record, because it will be seen further as a precedent, So what I'm just trying to say, that these people definitely can have their own personal choice or personal whatever thinking, but they are sitting on such positions. They are followed by many people, followed by many more judges, because you know how judgments are kind of replicated. So what I'm just trying to say is that this particular thing has really hurt us. It's not that key, of course, women can be equally, party to not being together, or various reasons can be there. But I'm just saying that particular statement has hurt us, like mangalsutra. I mean, it cannot be the reason for divorce, or mental cruelty, which has really demeaned the whole thing. Cruelty, what women go through in a domestic violence thing, cruelty.
Here,
You
Yogita,
cannot.
we are talking about grounds of divorce on mental cruelty. Mental cruelty is not something that you define, Yogita. Mental cruelty
That's
is
what
assessed on
mangalsutra
various
doesn't define the
parameters on
cruelty.
what the petitioner has said. That these all
Mangalsutra.
things.
I
Now,
mean,
a
for
woman
God's
can
sake,
also file for
for
grounds
God's
on
sake,
for
God's
divorce
sake,
on
you
grounds of
cannot
mental
say that
cruelty,
not wearing a
saying that
mangalsutra.
the husband did
This
not
is
buy her
really
a sari.
bizarre.
Now it's the
This
judge
is
to
bizarre. This is
there are
bizarre. Not wearing
judgments
a
like
mangalsutra
that. There
cannot be
are
the
cases like
thing.
that, Yogita,
I'm
where a
super
woman
sorry.
has taken the husband not buying her something as mental
I
cruelty.
agree with
Now
you
it's on the
completely,
judges to
but
decide
here
in
my
whatever the
argument
parameters
also.
were, or if the husband was completely negligent and not looking at it here. The
But look at the
intention was
judgment,
seen
no?
that the woman just threw away her Mangalsutra. The intention was seen that it is, and in the society that we are talking about, there apparently the tradition
Why?
is that it is removed
What
only
are
over
we
the death
talking
of the
about? What
husband.
society
So
are we
the judge
talking
is
about,
nowhere
Deepika?
saying that every woman needs
What
to
are we
wear a
talking about?
Mangalsutra or things like that. There are various
Okay, can you
parameters
explain
to
me
the
what
case that the
society you
judge
are
has
talking
leveled,
about?
and in one of those statements says, Shikodagu, that the judge could not have said something like that, and I completely agree with
Why?
that.
Deepika, let me
so
ask you a
global.
question. The reason today a lot of women are feeling very offended with the use of the Mangalsutra being seen as a ground, or the removal of Mangalsutra being seen as a ground for divorce, is because this is being seen as a very misogynistic lens as far as our legal system is concerned. As Yogita was saying when she started making her arguments, that why do we not question the fact that men don't even have such symbols? So either way, we are playing on an unfair platform.
Well, I think then
So
we
you
have to
just
question
mentioned,
the entire
Deepika,
society's
in our
norms. There are a lot of
society, what is the
obligations that
society?
come on a man also with the relationship of marriage. It's not one-way street completely. Yes, you could argue that they do not have to wear all of these symbols, which is absolutely a valid argument. But then that's a matter of the fact right now that yes, there are certain obligations that are leveled on both the man side and the woman side when they get into a union of marriage. Now, you can, of course, call some traditions misogynist. There are a lot of legal precedents that are leveled on the husbands, which are very heavily skewed on
It's
the
okay
women's
to
side.
follow the
Those are our
tradition,
legal
Deepika.
parameters that we
You're
also
missing the
question.
point.
So,
It is good to follow the traditions, but I'm saying that it cannot be ground of mental cruelty or a divorce. This is exact. This is it. We
but
also
it is
follow all the
not. It
traditions,
is
but
not.
this should not
Not
define
wearing
a woman
Mangalsutra
or the
is
relationship.
not a ground for divorce, ma'am. Please do not misconstrue the judgment. It is not a ground for divorce. It was one of the allegations that was
Why even
leveled
one
by the
statement?
husband,
Why
seeing
even
that
one
act
statement
as an act of mental
from such
cruelty.
a
And the
qualified
court
person?
agreed with that person that this was an act of mental cruelty, along with 4, 5, 7, 10 more allegations that he had leveled.
But this
Divorce is never
just
given
one
to
wrong
anyone in
sentence
this
cannot
country
justify
on
the
the
right
grounds
thing.
of just one allegation. Never.
I'm
And
super
any
disappointed. I mean,
person
this is
knowing the
bizarre.
legalities or the laws know that as a matter of fact. Fighting a divorce case, especially a contested case from a husband's side, is a very, very tough ordeal. 11 years they were staying separately. This marriage was
7 years, I
dead.
think,
And
was the
what I
separation
think we
period.
should be
But
discussing
Yogita, final word to
is
you.
it
Do
high
you
time for us to actually bring out irretrievable marriage of breakdown of marriage as a ground for divorce, so that judges do not have to go into these
They don't have
counter
to make
allegations by the
insensitive
husband or the
statements,
wife?
period.
They just
They
realize
cannot
that the marriage has
make
broken
such
down. You don't
statements.
need to find faults with
Misogynistic
people.
statements,
If two people are
period.
not
That's
wanting
it.
to stay with each other, please give them divorce and have them separated, rather than wasting them wasting their time for 20 years in
Okay,
courts.
final words,
That
Yogita,
is
and then I
mental
have to wrap this
cruelty,
discussion.
actually.
No justification can be enough that we are trying to say that this cannot be a ground for divorce, or as she might argue there are many points, or mental cruelty. no judge should get away by making such statements. But this is very misogynistic. This is very patriarchal. We are trying hard every single day to kind of reach to a level where, you know, we are seen as one, not as different genders.
You should really look at the kind of judgment and
Very
judgments
regressive.
judges make on men.
Okay.
There was a judge who
Unfortunately,
said
very
that getting beaten up by the wife is a prasad that husband can get.
Okay.
you should
As
see what is
I said,
happening in Indian
unfortunately, the
society.
jury is
Look
still
at
divided.
youth
Activists divided as far as these observations of the Madras High Court were concerned. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave the discussion there. Deepika and Yogita, thanks a lot for joining us here. We are slipping into a very short break, but once we come back, we'll get you a wrap of all the other stories that we tracked through the day.
और जल प्रहार देखिए आप कितनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये तमाम लोगों के खेत हैं, ये कोई समुद्र नहीं है, तालाब नहीं है, बल्कि लोगों के खेत हैं।
The situation is no better in Maharashtra, where in Gadchiroli, educational institutes have been closed until 16th due to flood-like situation.
All right, let's bring you some more details on the monsoon mayhem that's going on in Gujarat. There's been a red alert in Gir, Somnath, Dang, Navsari and Valsad. These are the districts that have been badly affected. 18 NDRF and 21 SDRF teams have been deployed. 3 national highways and more than 50 state highways have been flooded. 4 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased has already been announced by the state government. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the heads of the US, UAE and Israel in the first ever I2U2 summit. The leaders welcomed India's interest in joining the Aim for Climate initiative. It was also decided that food parks will be established in India with funding from the UAE, while a renewable energy project will be established in Gujarat.
अपने देश की परस्पर स्ट्रेंथ्स, कैपिटल, एक्सपर्टाइज और मार्केट्स को मोबिलाइज करके हम अपने एजेंडा को गति दे सकते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आईटी U2 से हम वैश्विक स्तर पर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी और इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए महत्वपूर्ण योगदान करेंगे।
The centre and opposition are at loggerheads over the unparliamentary words list that was released today.
In a move which is expected to have far-reaching ramifications, the centre today released a list of unparliamentary words which will be expunged from the parliamentary house proceedings.
अगर अनपार्लियामेंट्री शब्दावली बढ़ाई जा रही है तो सबके लिए बढ़ाई जा रही है। कांग्रेस क्यों परेशान है या कोई विपक्षी क्यों परेशान है?
The list includes words like nikamma, jumla jivi, anarchist and hypocrisy among others. The opposition is up in arms against the Modi government, accusing them of trying to silence dissent with this diktat.
Now we have a model where you cannot even use words like corrupt, incompetent and drama, hypocrisy. They've all become unparliamentary. This is absolutely ridiculous and this has to be withdrawn immediately.
Interestingly, the speaker has refuted all conspiracy claims, saying this practice is being followed since decades.
In another big jolt to the opposition in the presidential election race, Hemant Soren's JMM, which is an alliance with the Congress in Jharkhand, has decided to back the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. The party, in fact, has said that this is an opportunity for a tribal woman to become the country's president for the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the PSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold The sentence was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, Dalai
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's also now get you a wrap of all the other stories that we tracked right through the day. We start with some shocking pictures coming from Karnataka's Bagalkot, where the pictures of Netas holidaying in Goa have now gone viral. Now remember, this comes as the district still continues to suffer due to incessant rainfall. In the video, the MLAs can be seen having fun in a swimming pool. The BJP MLA from the Terdal constituency, Siddu Moose, along with other municipal councillors, can be seen in this video.
Siddu Moose in Bagalkot, he should be sensitive to the people's issues, and when the floods are taken place, people and farmers and normal people, common people are affected with the flood. Instead of taking care of the effort, including food and shelter and other things to them, these guys were more interested in politics, were taking the corporators away. This has become an issue from whenever the BJP is in power. At this point of a given time, if they are not sensitive and they are not protecting people's interest, it is not fair in a democracy.
There was big embarrassment for former Karnataka Chief Minister and Congress leader Siddaramaiah, who visited the hospital in Bagalkot district to meet those injured in the Kerud clash. She was embarrassed by a woman while leaving the venue. Siddaramaiah gave a relief amount of rupees 2 lakhs to a Muslim woman, but that angry woman threw the cash in front of Siddaramaiah, the reason being that the woman felt that politicians come for their own reasons.
ವಾಪಸ್ ಪುನಃ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದು ಮಾನವೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ನಾವು ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ಸರ್
Pudman Singh Malik, who was acquitted in the 1985 Air India bombing case, was shot dead in Surrey in Canada's British Columbia. Now, CNN News 18 has accessed exclusive intelligence note on the murder of Malik that states that Malik might have been killed for creating a scare among those who dare to align with India. Malik was against the idea of Jathdar using his school or college stage to speak against India. The Ajmer Dargah Khadim Gohar Chishti, who was on the run after raising provocative slogans against Nupur Sharma, was arrested in Hyderabad yesterday. Chishti was heard raising slogans against Nupur Sharma at the Ajmer Dargah premises, was drilled by the Hyderabad police over his alleged link to the Udaipur beheading case. Chishti is under Rajasthan police custody now and has been brought back to Jaipur. Amid attack from the BJP over inviting Pakistan journalist and alleged ISI spy Nusrat Mirza to India, the former Vice President Hamid Ansari has issued another clarification today, claiming that he never met the Pakistani journalist in any conference. This defense comes after the BJP has cited a picture from 2009 which shows Ansari and Mirza sharing the dais at a conference on terrorism. The Pakistani journalist has claimed that he passed on sensitive information to the ISI that he collected while being in the country on Ansari's invitation.
क्या ये सत्य नहीं है कि इस तरह का कोई भी कार्यक्रम अगर उसका आयोजन होता है तो उसकी क्लियरेंस इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज के इनपुट्स के बाद की जाती है? ऐसे व्यक्ति को वीजा क्यों दिया गया? वो भारत में आके यहाँ पे रेकी करता है, जानकारी लेता है और उसके बाद उस जानकारी का इस्तेमाल भारत में आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किया जाता है.
Spiritual leader Dalai Lama during his visit to Jammu has said that he is not a separatist leader as alleged by China and that the people of China know this. He also said he wants an autonomous Tibet under China where Buddhist heritage and culture can be preserved. The Dalai Lama's visit comes just ahead of the 16th Commander Corps Commander level talks between India and China, which are scheduled to take place on the 17th of July. India and China ties have hit a low since the Galwan clash at the line of actual control in 2020.
Basically, India and China. Most populated two nations and neighbor. Sooner or later, you have to solve this problem through talk, through peaceful means. Use military force is outdated.
A Delhi court granted bail to Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair, who was arrested for allegedly hurting religious sentiments and promoting enmity through his tweet made in 2018. While dictating the order, the judge observed that a democracy can neither work nor prosper unless people go out and share their views. Zubair is currently facing a total of 7 cases. He has been granted bail in 2 cases. He will remain in judicial custody till he gets bail in the remaining cases. Heavy downpour continues in Gujarat and has brought life to a standstill. The IMD has predicted red alerts for districts in South Gujarat and Saurashtra. Waterlogging has also been reported from several roads and cities. Around 3,000 people have been shifted to the relief camps so far.
घर के अंदर की तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करती हूँ कि किस तरीके से ये देखिए, ये कहीं इनके पानी के मटके जो है वो पानी में बह गए, क्योंकि 5 बजे जब पानी आया डैम का, एकाएक ये लोग सो रहे थे, इन्हें पता नहीं चला कि क्या करें। कुछ लोग भाग गए, कुछ लोगों ने अपने जो पीछे घर हैं, जो थोड़े से ऊपर लेवल पर हैं, जहाँ पर लोग रह सकते हैं, या छतों पे चढ़ गए। ये देखिए, आप घर के अंदर की तस्वीर देखिए कि किस तरीके से पूरा का पूरा घर जो है वो जलमग्न है, सिर्फ पानी पानी नजर आ रहा है। ये सौराष्ट्र के गिर सोमनाथ के गाँव की तस्वीर आप देखिए।
Gotabaya Rajapaksa is no longer the president of the crisis-hit nation of Sri Lanka, and now Ranil Wickremesinghe has been sworn in as the interim president. The speaker has said that nominations for the president's post will be called on the 19th of July and that the elections for the next president will take place on the 20th of July. The main contenders are the current Prime Minister and the interim President Ranil Wickremesinghe and the opposition leader Sajid Premadasa, along with a few others. China's workers face the economic pains from zero COVID as the country also reported its worst quarterly performance in 2 years.
They're all struggling to find work. These are migrant workers in Beijing. They congregate in labor markets like this, waiting day and night for a job. China's zero COVID policy has inflicted devastating economic pain, grinding entire cities to a halt for months, shutting down communities over a single COVID case. Unemployment is soaring. People aren't earning as much, so they aren't spending as much. But even saving has become a risky bet. Hundreds of thousands of depositors, according to state media, across China currently fighting to recover their savings from several banks in rural central China. They cry and wail, exhausted. There's nothing these depositors can do. Authorities say they're investigating the cases, but experts worry this is just the tip of the iceberg.
And in Seen Unseen today, one of North Africa's most prestigious music events is returning under the slogan, "We're coming back to life." We're Breathing Art returns after a 2-year absence due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're leaving you with some of the best images from that festival. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a great weekend.
Namaste and welcome to this Friday edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, as I introduce the subject matter of debate number 1, I'd like you to have a look at this picture which is just put on our screens behind. I'm just going to request our team to put it back. Now, this is a picture and the bigger question is, what is the truth? There are two individuals who are under scrutiny right now. One is at the far end sitting here, right on a table which has got the vice president of the country. That is, at that time, Mr. Hamid Ansari. This is a purported picture that is from 2009. That person there is Nusrat Mirza. He's a Pakistani journalist and of course now everybody believes commonly in common parlance an ISI stooge. So that's who he is. How is he sitting on a platform where there are multiple individuals who are having a discussion on international terrorism? This is a discussion on international terrorism. This is a question that rankles, even as many are trying to make a lot of insinuations and they are going to allude and there is a lot of politics at play. What stands out for me as an Indian citizen, that this was happening just about a year after 26/11 in Mumbai. Just about a year after 26/11 in Mumbai. 1 year after 26/11 in Mumbai, would you or me want to have a Pakistani journalist or a Pakistani individual on a conference on international terrorism sitting there and listening to what we are discussing? Or would you have your eyebrows up? For me as an individual, as an Indian citizen, I would have my eyebrows up at any point in time. But this was specific after more than 166 lives were taken and we had Ajmal Amir Kasab in our custody. And India was going after Pakistan globally to try and put pressure to take action against the perpetrators. Just about a year, ladies and gentlemen. Would you not wonder how is that person sitting there? The other aspect, do you think you and me, you or me or any individual can sit on a table that is of the vice president, where the vice president of the country is going to be seated, be it the vice president, the prime minister or the president? Do you think that unless these individuals, every individual is vetted, they would be allowed anywhere in proximity? Do you think so? I leave those questions in your mind and I'm parking them there. Think about it as you watch the debate and we set up the debate tonight.
ऐसे व्यक्ति को वीजा क्यों दिया गया? वो भारत में आके यहाँ पे रेकी करता है, जानकारी लेता है। भारत में आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किया जाता है।
When sharing a dash, because as per protocol, when president, prime minister or vice president is there in India, dash nobody can share without the clearance of that VVIP.
Now, let's try and look at the charge and the counter charge in this Ansari Mirza saga, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and understand what's the charge and what's the defense that's coming through. The charge is that Mr. Hamid Ansari invited Pak journalists who's actually spying for the ISI. The defense is the invitations to foreign dignitaries by the Vice President are based on the advice of the government. That is what Mr. Ansari is saying. The charge against Mr. Ansari is Pak journalist Nusrat Mirza has claimed that Ansari shared secret information with him. The defense, a litany of falsehoods unleashed against me. Nusrat Mirza, and I must say this, Nusrat Mirza has said that he did meet Mr. Ansari, but they never exchanged words publicly. They never had an interaction. That's what the claim is, or the defense is. The charge is Nusrat Mirza took information from Hamid Ansari and used it against India. That's a charge being made. The defense is, I never invited or met Nusrat Mirza. These two aspects, invited or met, both are under scrutiny and both will be put to test. Nusrat Mirza says he did meet the Vice President. There is photographic evidence of Nusrat Mirza on the same platform as the Vice President, in fact sitting in the same chair, and Nusrat Mirza has confirmed he spoke at that conference, whose picture is available. Hamid Ansari shared the stage with Nusrat Mirza. That's the charge. Invitations were sent by the organizers. But ladies and gentlemen, this is protocol, security, that whoever is going to meet the Vice President or on the dais will be vetted and their details will be shared with the VP Secretariat. This is protocol. And many who are watching this broadcast would agree with me. Charges: as India's ambassador to Iran, Ansari hurt the nation's interests. My work in Tehran was known to the government. That's the defense. Multiple charges, multiple defense, but the simple enough question is it possible that Mr. Ansari and his team did not know? Is it possible? Did Mr. Ansari know the truth about Nusrat Mirza is the question that we are asking. Ansari Mirza controversy is the hashtag. Let's go across to our guest this evening. Joining us this evening, Tohin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP, Sujata Paul, leader of the Congress Party, Tushar Gupta, senior editor, Swaraj Magazine, Suman C. Raman, political analyst. But first, I'm going to go across to Dr. Adish C. Agarwala, who's the President, International Council of Jurists, London. He's also chairman of the All India Bar Association. Now, this is where the whole contradiction came. Adish ji, namaste. And you issued a series of tweets as an explainer when in the first statement, Mr. Hamid Ansari said the responsibilities of the organizers. The organizers decide who to invite. What happened in the conference that you were conducting? That was also an international conference on counter-terrorism, where you wanted to invite the Vice President. Can you tell us? He actually issued another statement saying that he has never met Nusrat Mirza and he's not responsible for this.
I can't comment on this whether he has personally met or not. But I'm certain he was very much interested to see that he should come to India and attend our conference. Because once Mr. Ashok Diwan, director in his office, conveyed that Honorable Vice President want that Mr. Nusrat Mirza should be from a senior journalist from Pakistan should be invited, and when I could not invite, then he felt bad, which has been communicated on mobile by Mr. Ashok Diwan on the eve of the inaugural ceremony.
Okay.
And which says the Honorable Vice President is annoyed, not happy that you have not invited him. So tomorrow he will come only for 20 minutes. And when I told that if he can't come, remain for the entire inaugural ceremony of 1 hour, then please ask him not to come, because it will be not appropriate. A ceremonial head, second ranking, is going in the midst of the inaugural ceremony, where delegates are from different parts, not only of India, from world. So I suggested kindly ask him not to come, but he says no, he has to come because he has already prepared the speech, and that speech he has been distributed to journalists.
Right.
Plus people have been invited for tomorrow's program.
Right.
And his movement, although next building Vigyan Bhavan from the Vice President House, so has been communicated, it will be not appropriate, but he will remain only 20 minutes. And he came and remained for 20 minutes. And Prime Minister can have some urgent, if there is some problem in America, he has to talk to the President of USA. He can curtail. But President, Vice President, they have very, very limited selected programs. He can't accept any other program on the eve of that, and that too in that vice president, prime president, they don't entertain more than 2 programs in a day.
Right.
This is general practice for president and vice president.
Right.
So I feel he was having connection. He has personally met or not. I can't say because I was not a witness. But I produced a photograph yesterday,
right,
which depicts that he has attended another conference,
right,
of that was also on terrorism.
Right.
So in that was on international terrorism, but organized by Jama Masjid United Forum in Oberoi Hotel. There, this journalist is also on the dais.
Correct.
You are a seasoned journalist.
Yes.
You know the protocol.
Yes.
When president, vice president, and prime minister is attending any program, the organizers, they have to submit a list who will be on the dais.
Correct.
To the secretariat of that VVIP. Then secretariat, first they get the information, security from IB intelligence people,
right,
and then submit to president, the concerned VVIP, and he approves. Yes, those people are all right or not, or somebody should be removed, somebody should be added. Even the sitting arrangement, see
yes,
who will be sitting with the next to left side with the president or vice president, right side, third number, fourth number. A photo is being sent to us.
Yes.
And not only to us, to security people, because they are also responsible to ensure that the sitting arrangement is as per the approved sitting arrangement is there.
Correct.
So when I released that photo, you see, in that vice president is sitting in the center.
Yes.
And the Pakistan journalist is sitting there. I released it with great difficulty. My staff was able to search out this thing. So when he is on dais, Pakistan journalist.
Correct.
So it means Honorable Vice President has approved his sitting at least, and he was aware that he is sitting there. And today, the journalist, while talking in some program, TV program, they connected and asked me to talk to this journalist. I asked him whether you made any speech in the presence of Honorable Vice President. He said yes. I was there. I was on the dais. I made a speech, but I have not met personally. Now I feel he's making false awareness.
So that's what you're saying. Before I go to our other guest, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, I just want to ask one more question. And it's just coming to me right now. I'm asking you, why Nusrat Mirza? Pakistani journalists believe that he is not such a high-flying or credible journalist and not somebody who is there in the cognitive sense of it when you talk about Pakistani journalists and also international. Why is this person Nusrat Mirza? Why he and why was he? And he himself has accepted he's been in India multiple times, 2007, 9, 2010 and also 2011. He's repeatedly come to India. But why only this Pakistani journalist? Even for your conference, was he the only name that was recommended and pushed?
That is a question to be inquired into. What was the personal interest,
Right.
and on whose request he came? When we are being pressurized and we are actually not punished because I don't care. If Vice President is not there, does not mean our conference is a failure. It is actually what type of discussion we are having in the conference. What is the outcome of that?
Correct.
That is material. It is not material that Vice President has come.
And this was a counter-terrorism conference. Yeah.
Only that enhanced the news value.
Correct.
When President is saying something, that will become reportable. When I say it will be less reportable. Other person further less reportable. Because with the status, media also recognize.
Yes.
They give the space
News value.
in their media, whether electronic or it is print media. So it was not affecting us. But this is certain, he was having interest. I have not seen it will, the record of the Vice President Secretariat can reveal whether he used to come to the Vice President Secretariat or not. And now I'm sure that record must have been destroyed, keeping in view, because this is 10 years.
About 13 years ago, yeah.
That was in 2009.
13 years
So 13 years old record. So we have destroyed. That was of no utility.
But the call records will be there, and you are saying that you have somebody from the VP Secretariat and you have named the person, and that person spoke to you repeated time, multiple number of times you've spoken, so the CDR will be there. Tuhin Sinha.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Yes, Anand.
What's the truth? Is it possible that somebody could have been invited?
Well,
Mr. Ansari says, I have not met him or never have I spoken with him. Nusrat Mirza says, I was on the same dais, but I have not met him.
Well, two things here. Number one, Hamid and by default, through design, a natural tendency and at times elements that were inimical to the country's interests. And this was very apparent in the case of Nusrat Mirza. When I hear Mr. Agarwal, I also get this impression that despite paucity of time, Mr. Ansari was somehow desperate to attend that event in the company of, the invited guests from Pakistan. I don't know what was this desperation. Only he can explain that. But the larger point is that in the whole of the UPA era, the delusional peace initiative by a select set of liberal, so-called liberals, the liberal ecosystem, and obviously supported by the UPA, was probably one of the biggest security scams. I don't know how much of our security interests and information have been compromised and made privy to these visiting Pakistani peaceniks and journalists. And somebody like Hamid Ansari, even if, he were not directly involved, I think, he has a lot to answer. Two raw officers, M.K. Sood and R.K. Yadav, have made charges against him of compromising India's security interests in Tehran. Even after he left the vice president's position, his obstinacy in attending an event of the National Women's Front, a wing, an offshoot of PA5, when he was clearly advised against him speaking against India's interests at Indian American Muslim Council, all of these add up, and I think it's very embarrassing that a person who held the post of vice president should have acted in a manner irresponsible and not behoving his position.
Well, you can put 3-4 things over a decade and a half, or if not more, and then say these things add up, and then they try and present a picture. But in this case, in this particular case, Sujata Paul, what comes to mind is that this is exactly 1 year. Let's say even if it happened in 2007, it happened in 2014, 2018. That again you would ask questions. But in 2009, just around a year, less than a year, since 26/11, how could this clearance have been given for a counter-terrorism conference? And how could an insistence have been made to have a Pakistani journalist sitting in a counter-terrorism conference, international conference of jurists?
Mr. Narasimhan, I think this question should be directed to the government of the day as to how the clearances were given. Absolutely correct. But let me also remind you that after the terrorist activities that took place up to 2008, things did change. And that is why, by the time Mr. Modi was elected in 2014, he invited Mr. Nawaz Sharif for his oath-taking ceremony. He also visited Pakistan because things were not as bad as they've become today. Now, coming to your second point about, Nusrat Mirza, we are giving so much importance to a person who proclaims to be a spy for the ISI, and he's going talking about it. Spies don't mention that they've been spying for somebody, and he's been known to be a name dropper and a self-projector. And let me tell you, that when I was checking up his credentials, what I found was that he was peddling conspiracy theories about the 2005 earthquake which took place in Pakistan, the 2011 tsunami in Japan. So are we trusting that particular person? Now, when the intelligence clearances were given, it's all very well for Dr. Adish Agarwal, who I happen to know only through my conversations on the phone with him, where I have also been invited to some of your programs, Mr. Adish Agarwal. And, I would only like to say that you have co-authored a book with on Mr. Narendra Modi, haven't you? But if you have these programs and he has not attended a program of yours, how are you questioning Dr. Hamid Ansari? One. And secondly, when you're talking about somebody who's been peddling conspiracy theories in his own country, where he's not considered important at all.
Then tell me.
Just last one.
Okay,
one
please
last
complete.
Point.
Yeah.
Yes. So, the thing is that when we talk about respecting our presidents and vice presidents, how come Dr. Hamid Ansari has always been on target of the BJP?
Sorry, I'm just respectfully asking you, are you making your argument or are you killing your own argument?
No, I am not. I'm just telling you that
here is the first point. 1 minute. If Mr. Adish Agarwal writing a book or co-authoring a book on Narendra Modi is enough to question his integrity. But Mr. Hamid Ansari sharing a dais with a Pakistani journalist should not be questioned, and that should not question his intentions. One. Second point.
Yes.
You are discrediting Nusrat Mirza, saying he's a poser, he's an exaggerator, he's somebody who's an opportunist. Everything you're saying. Despite that, he's there on that platform. Despite that, he's got the table and at the Jamia Masjid, Jamia University, this one conference in 2009, and he's sitting there with the likes of Ghulam Nabi Azad in the picture, with the likes of Hamid Ansari in the picture. So then again you are killing your argument that how is it that somebody who's supposed to be who you are ridiculing and should not even get 2 penny of attention is the only Pakistani sitting there, and is the only Pakistani whose presence was insisted upon by as alleged.
I've understood your question.
So are you making an argument or are you killing the argument altogether?
I am asking you.
But 1 second, let me just ask Mr. Adish Agarwal. One second.
No, you've asked me a question. Let me answer.
No, I am not. I am asking you. I am making an observation, and I'm also asking you a rhetorical question. No. Are you making an observation? Or are you killing your argument? Okay, respond. Respond.
Yes. So when you're talking about people who attend these programs, are you trying to say that everybody who attends a program is going to be of equal merit? Well, that's
the
not
simple
how
point.
things work.
Once again, you are missing the trees for the woods.
And secondly,
Sujata ji, anybody
what the
who
fringe
sits
elements
on
are
the
saying,
dais or is going to be in the proximity of the president, vice president, or prime minister goes through a protocol route, goes through a security check, and it is already rehearsed. It is rehearsed, and I'm sure you are aware of this. I have gone through it personally. Because if you are going to get within vicinity, the security will get a clearance, the secretariat will clear you, and the vice president will be briefed who these people are, why are they in my proximity, and why are they on the dais. So that's a reality.
Mr. Narasimhan, will those records have been destroyed? This government has been in place for the last 8 years. And should this
now again you are shifting the argument. Again, see what you are doing is shifting the goalpost, shifting the argument. Before I bring in Sumansi Raman and Tushar Gupta, you are shifting the argument, ma'am. You are, because you are moving to this government had the records. There are call data records also. My point is, ma'am, will you as the vice president, will you as a person ask a simple question? How long am I speaking? 1 hour, sir? How long am I speaking? 20 minutes, sir. Why, sir? What's the change? Why am I speaking only for 20 minutes? Why am I coming and going? Who decides the itinerary? Adish Agarwal says the agreement was that he'll be there for the full hour, and suddenly he says that when I say we are not going to invite this person, the conversation is reduced to for 20 minutes. Okay. Yes, Sumansi Raman and Tushar Gupta. Yes, Sumansi Raman.
Anand, I find this entire debate puzzling because you have no clue who gave the security clearance for that person. You do not know whether it was done at the government level, whether the vice president was even personally aware that who this man was and whether he was coming, which he has categorically denied. Now let's look at And who are we taking as speaking the gospel truth? Mr. Agarwala is the author of a book on Prime Minister Modi, which is not the problem, but the book is called Narendra Modi, Harbinger of Prosperity and Apostle of World Peace. Apostle of World Peace. Okay? This same Mr. Agarwala, I presume, is the person who has filed a case on the hijab issue, saying that wearing of the hijab goes against the secularism of the country so if it is worn in schools, etc. And you can verify this with him, whether he is the same person or not, and whether he has written this Apostle of World Peace.
So are you judging him for
book.
that? Are you judging him for that?
No,
Are you questioning his intent or that? Are you judging him for that?
I am saying.
Was Prime Minister Narendra Modi anywhere in the scene in 2009, Sumansi Raman?
No, this
the
is
incident
not
occurred in
about
2009. The picture is of 2009.
No, but the point is you are taking the word of a gentleman.
No, sir, this man is saying go ahead, go back and look at the call data records. He's named the person in the VP Secretariat who can corroborate this story. And most importantly, sir, why aren't you asking a simple question, Mr. Sumansi Raman, rather than going ahead and trying to defile or question the integrity of a person on the panel? Why can't you turn around and question saying what is a Pakistani doing in a counter-terrorism conference 1 year after 26/11?
Why don't you get the call records? Why don't you get the call records? Why don't you establish?
No, why should I get the call record, sir? You should ask for it. You should subpoena it. You should ask the Vice President's office to clarify.
Before you malign the name of the
Nobody is maligning the name of anybody, sir. I am asking you a plausible question. Simply, sir, will you or will you not question the presence of a Pakistani, and that too as a purported journalist sitting on the dais right next to you on a counter-terrorism conference?
Here is a Pakistani
No, sir. You are very easy. No, what is the tone of your and what is the point of somebody writing a book on the Prime Minister of the country? You don't have a problem. Tushar Gupta, you have a problem with that. Somebody questions the secular ethos of our country when people are insisting on trying to wear a religious symbol inside a classroom. You have a problem with that. Sumansi Raman, what kind of an attitude are you showing, sir? You should be a co-petitioner. You should have filed that petition first as an individual of this country. When people are trying to superimpose religion into classroom.
You did not introduce him as somebody.
No, sir.
BJP person.
No, sir. You tried to very smartly question and put intentions and integrity on his integrity and character, which is unfortunate, Mr. Sumansi Raman. Stick to the debate and the argument. Don't try and go ahead and go after the integrity of the person just because that is convenient to your argument, Mr. Sumansi Raman. No, sir. No, sir. Would you appreciate if people on the panel will question your integrity? If people were to question your alliances, your background, your affiliations? Or should we stick to the argument on the subject and respect you for your wisdom on the argument, on the subject matter?
Look, Anand.
Please don't do that, sir. I've lost Mr. Rajesh Agarwala's connection right now. Otherwise, I would have got him to respond. 1 minute. Yes, Tushar Gupta.
You are ready. 1 minute.
No, sir. Please come back and ask the most plausible question. 1 year after 26/11, how is a Pakistani journalist getting access and being pushed into a counter-terrorism conference that is going to be held by eminent jurists?
You are ready to believe
Tushar Gupta.
You know the problem who said a US space plane caused the tsunami over your own former
Let me respond.
This is not shameful.
No. Sir, I am asking. What is not? I am asking a simple question. I am not asking of what. I am not even getting into when Mr. Tuhin Sinha tried to add addendums to what Mr. Hamid Ansari has done before or after. I said that's not the subject matter. Subject matter is this picture and the conference that was happening around the same time. Yes, Tushar Gupta.
Anand, the irony is, the people who make a case for Rahul Gandhi as the next Prime Minister day in and day out are going to attack a person who's making some important revelations just because he's written a book on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Nevertheless, when our constitution makers imagine the office of the president and the vice president, they imagine that these offices and the people who will hold these offices will distance themselves from the routine political bickering we've become used to. Now we are seeing the presidential candidate Yashwant Sinha totally not acting in the spirit of the constitution, but talking about Vice President Hamid Ansari, former Vice President Hamid Ansari. Miss Paul, let me respond. Hold on. Mr. Sumant here says we are maligning the image of the former president. The problem is he's himself been doing that for the last 7 years. Miss Paul, can you listen? Miss Paul, do you have the patience to listen? Miss Paul, do you have the patience to listen?
Why don't you go to Pakistan and stay over there? You are questioning.
Why should I go to Pakistan? I like India very much. I love India. What kind of a ridiculous argument is that,
You
Miss
should
Paul?
go and live in
Come on.
Pakistan if they are so important.
Why should I
for
live
you.
in Pakistan, Miss Paul?
I
What kind of
will
ridiculous
respect
argument
my
is that?
leaders, and I will not listen to any Pakistani.
Why should I go and live in Pakistan?
You should have taken the same. I would have loved to see you take the same umbrage that the presence of a Pakistani individual on a platform which is supposed to have only Indians and no Pakistanis present there, Ms. Sujata Paul. I'd love to see the same spirit, and you should have turned around and asked the same question. Now, please allow Tushar Gupta to complete. He was civil. He allowed you your time, Sujata ji. He allowed you your time, Sujata ji. Don't overrun him. Don't bulldoze him, please. Please don't bulldoze him. Let him make his point. He's speaking after 25 minutes in the debate. Please be fair. Sujata ji, please be fair. Yeah. I'm keeping you on the screen. Listen to him and you rebut. But let him complete.
I want to take up the elephant in the room. When we say that the image of the former vice president is being maligned, this is the same person who outside office backed the case for Sharia courts, citing it as a social practice. Is the same person who goes to the US and talks about intolerance against minorities. Is the same person who said triple talaq and the reform for triple talaq should come from within the community.
No, again, Tushar, one second. Sujata ji, please wait. Tushar, it does not matter right now, tonight on the debate. It does not matter what Mr. Hamid Ansari said or did.
You have to connect the
Please, please. It does not. If you are trying to connect a dot and trying to draw a conclusion, that's okay. But if you are trying to come back and say that he did this between 2010 and 2010, that is why what is happening in 2009, and I am going to draw umbrage to that or draw a connection to that. That's wrong. I am very clearly sticking. Sir, he's a former diplomat. He's a former vice president of our country. He has gotten into controversy and there have been actions of his that have been questioned in the recent past. I am only going to stick to this 2009 episode, and I am going to say Mr. Hamid Ansari in two statements has said, I have not invited him, I don't know him personally, and these invitations are done at the advice of the government of India. That's what he said. So he's put it on UPA too. My question is, based on what Mr. Adish Agarwala said, we'll try and connect with him in just a bit. I know we have limited time, but we'll try and get him back. My question is simple. Mr. Adish Agarwala says there was insistence from the Vice President's office that this person must be present. That's where my concern is. My second concern pictorially is that every Indian citizen sitting in that conference held at the Oberoi conducted by the Jamia should have turned around and said, what is this person doing here?
Absolutely.
1 year after 26/11. That's my second concern. And leading that charge should have been the Vice President himself, Honorable Vice President himself. Yes, Tushar.
See, okay, if we restrict the debate to what happened in 2009 in October in that conference, of course, the question arises is, what was Nusrat Mirza doing there in the first place? I agree he's not of a fine mind. I agree he peddles conspiracy theories. I agree his word cannot be trusted. But then more the reason why the Vice President then wanted him in one of the events. If he's not of a fine mind, if his theories cannot be taken at face value, if the ISI doesn't take him seriously, if he's just peddling conspiracies day in, day out, why did the Vice President agree? Why did the Vice President rather stressed for his presence at a certain event in 2010? Just when the country was fighting peak terrorism under the UPA-2 era. So these questions need to be asked. And I mentioned the earlier points about the Vice President being indulged in controversies because you have to also look at the larger picture.
Yeah, that larger picture, please, I request you to kindly set aside right now. That's a different subject matter and we'll take it out. We'll try and when we bring out the entire history and geography of what has happened under Mr. Hamid Ansari before and after he was Vice President, etc., that subject matter for another day. I just have Dr. Adish Agarwala back. I just quickly want to ask a question. Dr. Agarwala, is it possible that the Vice President was not aware what his office or secretariat was deciding for him as far as his itinerary is concerned? Is that possible or not?
Because earlier it was 1 hour. They can't change. This is international. It is, you see, if Vice President or President is coming to my son's marriage, he can stay for 2 minutes. He can stay for 10 minutes. He can stay for 15 minutes. It was decided he will come. If he has no other assignment, he may stay for longer time. If he is very tight, he will come, have a photo, give some gift, bouquet, and will go. That will suffice that he has attended.
Yeah.
But international conference, curtailing this time, our minute-to-minute program, but I am not curtailed. I only allowed him to speak before other speaker, one or two speaker, then his speech, and he left. Our other speaker of the inaugural ceremony continued to speak. So insistence, and when I'm not agreed, and my intention was not to hurt Honorable Vice President. Still we say Honorable Vice President, because once you have hold such position, always till otherwise proved, we have to, everybody will go down.
True, I agree. But Dr. Adesh Agarwala, what was his attitude on that day? Did he show any forms of discomfort, displeasure at the fact that Nusrat Mirza was not invited to the conference? In his behavior, in his manner, throughout the time that he was there, 20, 25 minutes, half an hour, how much ever he was there?
It was, although I had a fight with Mr. Ashok Diwan, I threatened him, no, you tell your Vice President, he should not come. I'm not interested, but no, please, allow him to communicate. What is the utility of his coming? But in program, I have also not shown any displeasure. He has also not shown any displeasure. This is because there we are not exchanging any pleasantries. If he comes from the VVIP gate, we receive it and we take it straight away to the stage, and then program start and speeches, and then he leaves. He is not mixing up with the public now. Even even complete time they are staying with VIPs. Then also nobody is meeting. Security is not permitting. So we may be having something in mind, but we never express.
You never expressed. So there was no expression of any displeasure on that day.
Communicating as a diplomat. So that's why our diplomats are being trained in that manner.
So you say that you maintained that calm, pleasant demeanor on the outfit. There was nothing that. Toheen, now fact is twice Mr. Adesh Agarwala has actually named the VP Secretariat and the person involved at the VP Secretariat. You have the details, you can ask, and the government can immediately suss out what's the reality. It could have been done in the last 24 to 48 hours. How is it that the government has not asked of anything of Mr. Ashok Diwan?
So I'm sure that is being done. See, there are two things which are very appalling over here. One, as Mr. Agarwal has pointed out, is the personal desperation of Mr. Hamid Ansari. If he still insists and if he still manages to convince you that no, the invitees were, in conjunction with the government of the day, then the government of the day, the Home Minister, the then Home Minister, whether that was Shivraj Patil, whether that was Chidambaram, are equally complicit. But overall, you add to it the timing of these events, as you have mentioned. All of these are happening just after 26/11, and between 2006 to 2008 had seen some of the worst terror attacks. So it was all the more important for them to verify the credentials of these Pakistanis. Today, Sujata Paul can very happily say these are persona non grata. But the fact that you were inviting persona non gratas to show that you were working on peace efforts shows that you were basically either in denial or you were compromising. Either you were
Excuse
in
me.
denial or you were
We were playing cricket with Pakistan in 2010 March.
Apparatus.
Please tell me, gentlemen, we were playing cricket with Pakistan in March 2010. Please tell him that.
No, BJP spokesperson, the
Is playing
three
cricket
gentlemen
equivalent to
who
having
will just
ISI
speak for the sake
on
of
vice
speaking.
president functions?
Explain
What
to
is the
us
ridiculous
why
argument
is
is that?
it that the Prime Minister was invited.
Now, to all my panelists, I am quiet. Everybody is speaking over each other. Nobody can hear anybody. Can we please go? Can we please have a go at it one by one? 1 minute. 1 minute. Can we all say our piece one by one? Now, Sumansi Raman has come out and said that India was playing Pakistan in 2010. Tushar Gupta, what is your response to that?
At neutral
No, tomorrow.
Dozens of people from both sides who were invited to these matches.
No, dozens of Pakistan, no. But Tushar Gupta had a response. I think I picked up. Tushar Gupta, your response is, does India playing cricket with Pakistan is equal to Honorable Vice President Ahmed Ansari sharing dais with a Pakistani journalist on the subject matter of counter-terrorism.
Yes. Now the point really is, Anand, you are ready to believe a Pakistani journalist over your own former vice president.
Sir, I am looking at.
It is a shame. I'm
No,
just sorry
no.
to say this, but it is shameful.
My point is, sir, you are using once again a word which will be expunged in Parliament. You are using a word repeatedly which will be expunged in Parliament if you use it in Parliament. But let me tell you, sir, I am basing it on two aspects. Sir, I am basing it on two aspects. I am basing it on the testimony of the chairman of the Bar Association, and I am basing it on the photographic evidence that has been out. That is out. Why I am basing it on the photographic evidence? This Pakistani journalist and the Honorable Vice President, former Honorable Vice President, are seated together, just 5 people separated. 5 people separated, and I am asking a simple question: how did this happen? Why was this allowed, and at whose sanction was this allowed? These are the questions that I am asking Mr. Sumansi Raman. Sujata Paul.
Did you seek an interview with Mr. Ansari to get his
point? You don't try and school me and sermonize me. I am asking basic questions. You ask those questions, Mr. Sumansi Raman. And did you do your homework and come with you? Did you have a look at these pictures? And will you, as an Indian citizen, not raise your eyebrows and say, what is the Pakistani doing in a counter-terrorism conference? And why are these people allowing him there? Ask a simple question like that, Mr. Sumansi Raman, before making inane arguments and inane suggestions. Don't sermonize me here. Yes, Sujata Paul. Yes, Sujata Paul. Don't try and unnecessarily rabble-rouse Suman. I know that's a nice tactic that you have. Let's not do it. It does not work here.
Mr. Narasimhan, look at
Paul.
Mr. Narasimhan, in the subcontinent, it is very important for us to maintain peace, and we've always taken the lead as far as that is concerned. And this has been endorsed by Mr. Modi. And how? Because if there were terrorist attacks taking place, we did try to move towards peace. We did try to renew relationship with Pakistan, and you know very well what Mr. Sumansi Raman has also said.
1 year after we have caught Ajmal Amir Kasab, 1 year after we lost Tukaram Umble, 1 year after 166 people were murdered, 1 year at a time when there was a massive diplomatic offensive that was purportedly being mounted against the Pakistanis by the Indian government. 1 year after that, this is what was insisted upon. I am insisting that the government of the day, that is the current day government, and this is via Mr. Tuhin Sinha, I am going to send this message, that they must go back to the records. They must ask of Mr. Ashok Dewan if he's still with the VP Secretariat. They must ask him what happened then, at whose insistence did he make that call to Mr. Ashish Agarwala, is that call data record still available, and what was insisted upon, and on whose insistence was Nusrat Mirza being pushed around in these conferences, is a question that the government of the day must turn around and ask Mr. Ashok Dewan, because he's been repeatedly named. He's been repeatedly named, and he is part of the VP Secretariat. So for the sake of the truth, we must ask this question, whether Mr. Ansari was aware, was it at the insistence of Mr. Ansari, or was Mr. Ansari not aware and it was the insistence of somebody else that the VP Secretariat was pushing this? We must get to the bottom of this. I have to wind up for the moment and to move on. Big news coming in on the Sri Lanka front. I thank all our panelists. Big news coming in on the Sri Lanka front, ladies and gentlemen. A CNN News 18 exclusive on the crisis. Where will Gotabaya Rajapaksa go now? There is trouble for him. The Singaporeans don't want him on their soil for more than 2 weeks. This is the latest that we are given to understand. The Singaporean government has very clearly communicated to Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his team that you are here only for a maximum of 15 days. After 15 days, you are out. You cannot extend your stay. We will not allow you to do it. Figure your life out. So far, we are given to understand Gotabaya Rajapaksa does not have proper options. He is still looking for a nation to give him shelter and to harbour him. He has, and this is the more important aspect, he has approached the Indian government, the Indian establishment, and India has said no. Top government sources confirming this to CNN News 18 that he has approached India as well, but India has denied him permission. India does not want to be seen as against the Sri Lankan people. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta has got us this input, and I'm just going to repeat this for the sake of our viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, the update that we are getting right now is Gotabaya Rajapaksa has just 15 days in Singapore. 2 days are already off that number. So his time is ticking, is limited in Singapore. He has very limited options. There are very few nations that want to harbor him or give him shelter. He's approaching multiple nations. He's dialing up a lot of people, trying to ring in and call in a lot of favors. But so far, he is not meeting with much success. What his options will be, what will he do next, we have to wait and watch. He did try and knock the doors of India. India has said, no, we are not against the Sri Lankan people. We are with the Sri Lankan people. So for now, we are not going to let you into our territory, our soil. That's the latest coming through. Moving on to another interesting aspect. And tonight, story number 2, subject number 2. It's not a debate. It's a story that you must watch. It's a story that you need to understand. These are the Goldy files. As far as the gangs of Punjab, we got you the details and all the dope on Lawrence Bishnoi, how he was operating a network of gangsters sitting inside Tihar jail. But his bigger associate is sitting in Canada. And this man has come on video. He's Goldy Brar, who has taken direct responsibility for the murder of gangster rapper Sidhu Moose Wala. He has made a lot of allegations against Sidhu Moose Wala in this video too. But he said, I experience and I feel no remorse. I feel no remorse in accepting that I plotted his murder. This is the probe and this is the startling detail that we have, ladies and gentlemen. And what we have at this point is the video. Now, News 18 has accessed these videos. He is there masked. We do not verify it ourselves or claim its authenticity, but we have shared this with the cops. The cops have heard it and unofficially said the audio is of Goldy Brar. Goldy Brar has been underground since the Interpol Red Corner notice was issued. Phones of all his close friends have been switched off. Someone else is actually handling Goldy Brar's business in Canada. But News 18 has come across this video that claims to have the confession from Goldy Brar in the Moose Wala murder. That's the big one, the first confession that's come through. What we'll do is we'll be taking you through 4 key excerpts from this Goldy Brar confession video. First, let us take you through the first clip that we have accessed. CNN News 18 can't independently verify this video. However, a top police source has confirmed this to be Goldy Brar's voice. And the cops have also taken cognizance of this video and said they will do their own and conduct their own individual forensic analysis of the same. So this is the first video. Listening.
मेरा नाम सिद्धू मूसे वाले केस के नाल जोड़िया गया ਅਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲਈ ਸੀ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਰੀਗਰੈਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੀ ਇਹੀ ਮੰਗ ਸੀ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੋਸ਼ੀ ਸੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਣ ਚ ਸਾਡੇ 2 ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਤਲ ਹੋਣ ਚ ਇਹਦਾ ਇਨਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੱਥ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਰਿਆਮ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਇਹਨੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਗਾਣਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਅਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨੇ ਆਪਦੀ ਗਾਣਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਇਮੇਜ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚਾ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਭੁੱਲਣਯੋਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਦੇਣੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਸੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੇਟ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਮੀਦ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਜਾਂ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਦੇਵੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਵੇ ਪਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਗਰੀਬਾਂ ਲਈ ਹੈ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਆਮ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਆਪਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਆਪ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਚੱਕੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਆਪਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਦੇਤਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਸਹੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਜੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਸੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਤੀ
Now let us take you through the second video, second excerpt from this Goldy Brar, where he claims that Sidhu Moose Wala demeaned Punjabis.
ਉਹੀ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਉਂਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਸਾਰੇ 95% ਲੋਕ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੂੰ ਗੱਦਾਰ ਐ ਤੂੰ ਐ ਕਰਤਾ ਤੂੰ ਇਉਂ ਕਰਤਾ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਧੋਖਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਸੀ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਮਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਚੰਗਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੱਚਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਇੱਕੋ ਦਮ ਹੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਹੀ ਬਦਲ ਗਈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਹਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਉਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਪਾਵਰਫੁਲ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਸੂਰ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਗਵਾਹ ਹੈ ਆਮ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਸੂਰ ਹੀ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਇਹਨੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਸੱਥਰ ਵਿਛਾਏ ਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਸੱਥਰ ਵੇਖਣੇ ਪਏ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਹਰ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ
And here's part 3 of Goldy Brar's tapes, and in this one he holds Sidhu Moose Wala accountable for Deep Sidhu. Not Deep Sidhu. Actually, he says that Sidhu Moose Wala was celebrating and he was disrespectful during Deep Sidhu's farewell. Listen in.
ਉਸ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ, ਜਿੱਦੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਗਮ ਚ ਡੁੱਬਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਉਸੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੇ ਬਲਕਾਰਨ ਕੀਤੇ ਦਾ ਖਾੜਾ ਲਵਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਮਾਨਸੇ। ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀ ਪੀ ਨੱਚਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਖਾੜੇ 'ਚ। ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨਾਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਲਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਸਭ ਨੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਸਭ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਸੀ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਤੂੰ ਐਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਇਉਂ ਕਰਦਾ। ਪਰ ਲੋਕ ਹੁਣ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ। ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਲਵਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਾਂਗੇ। 2 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਆਫਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵਿੱਕੀ ਮਿੱਡੂ ਖੇੜੇ ਤੇ ਮਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਇਲੈਕਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਸਹੁੰ ਖਾ ਲਿਓ ਵੀ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ। ਪਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ, ਖੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਖਾਣੀ ਸੀ। ਭਰਾ ਦੇ ਖੂਨ ਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲਿਆ, ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਲਿਆ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨਗੇ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ। ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਮਿਹਨਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀ ਉਨੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀ ਉਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਹੀ ਗਿਆ। ਪਰ ਰਾਜੀਨਾਮਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰਾਜੀਨਾਮਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਈਆਂ ਸੀ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਲਿਓ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੌਮੀ ਯੋਧਾ ਦੱਸਣ ਵਾਲਿਓ। ਜੇ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਦੀ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਪੜ੍ਹਨੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਲੰਮੀ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਮਾੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੀ ਆ ਯਾਰ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮਾੜਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਹੀਂ।
And finally, the fourth part of this tapes, the Goldy tapes, in which the Canada-based gangster blames Sidhu Moose Wala for giving refuge to the alleged killers of Vicky Middu Kheda, and that is the reason why they decided to take him out.
ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੀ ਬੁਲਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚ, ਇਸੇ ਬੁਲਟ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਫੋਰਚੂਨਰ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ। ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਤਿੰਨੇ, ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਉਸੇ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟਰੈਪ ਲਾਈ ਬੈਠੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ। ਹਰਿਆਣਾ STF, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਓਕੂ, ਹੋਰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਟਰੈਪ ਲਾਈ ਬੈਠੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਗੈਂਗ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਂਟੀ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਜੇਲ੍ਹਾਂ 'ਚ ਜ਼ਮਾਨਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਏ ਨੇ, ਵੀ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਰੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਆ, ਵੀ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਟਰੈਪ ਲਾਉਣ ਆਉਣਗੇ, ਜਾਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਲਾਉਣਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਲਾਉਣਗੇ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਐਨਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਇਹ ਉਹੀ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ, ਜਿੱਦੇ ਵਿੱਕੀ ਮਿੱਡੂ ਖੇੜੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੇਸ 'ਚ ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ, ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਈ ਸੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨੇ ਟੈਟੂ ਬਣਵਾਇਆ ਮੋਢੇ ਤੇ। ਉਹਨੇ ਵਿੱਕੀ ਮਿੱਡੂ ਖੇੜੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੇਸ 'ਚ ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਵੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਉਹ ਅੰਬਾਲਿਓ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਲਿਆਂਦੇ ਆ ਸਾਰੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਦੇ ਰਾਹ ਵਿਖਾਏ ਆ। ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਚਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਟੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ 5 ਲੱਖ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ 10 ਲੱਖ ਦਾ ਫੋਨ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਦੁਕਾਨਦਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਕੁਛ ਨੂੰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਪੈਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਗ ਰਹੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਫਰੌਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਗੀ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਟੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਮਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਖੂਨ ਚੂਸਿਆ ਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੈਂਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਹੀ ਰੁਪਈਆ ਪਿਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ 50 ਲੱਖ ਕਰੋੜ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਫਰਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਆਮ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਨਾਲ ਪੈਸੇ ਜੋੜਿਆ ਕਦੇ ਤੰਗ ਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ, ਨਾ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਤਾਂ ਦੱਸਿਓ।
Gujarat's Navsari, over 17,000 people have been moved to shelter camps after rising water levels in Purna River flooded the city.
रास्ता है जहां पर मैं खड़ी हुई हूं और जल प्रहार देखिए आप कितनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये तमाम लोगों के खेत हैं, ये कोई समुद्र नहीं है, तालाब नहीं है, बल्कि लोगों के खेत हैं।
The situation is no better in Maharashtra, where in Gadchiroli, educational institutes have been closed until 16th due to flood-like situation.
All right, let's bring you some more details on the monsoon mayhem that's going on in Gujarat. There's been a red alert in Gir, Somnath, Dang, Navsari and Valsad. These are the districts that have been badly affected. 18 NDRF and 21 SDRF teams have been deployed. 3 national highways and more than 50 state highways have been flooded. 4 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased has already been announced by the state government. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the heads of the US, UAE and Israel in the first ever I2U2 summit. The leaders welcomed India's interest in joining the Aim for Climate initiative. It was also decided that food parks will be established in India with funding from the UAE, while a renewable energy project will be established in Gujarat.
अपने देश की परस्पर स्ट्रेंथ्स, कैपिटल, एक्सपर्टाइज और मार्केट्स को मोबिलाइज करके हम अपने एजेंडा को गति दे सकते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि I2U2 से हम वैश्विक स्तर पर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी और इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए महत्वपूर्ण योगदान करेंगे।
The centre and opposition are at loggerheads over the unparliamentary words list. that was released today.
In a move which is expected to have far-reaching ramifications, the centre today released a list of unparliamentary words which will be expunged from the Parliamentary House proceedings.
अगर अनपार्लियामेंट्री शब्दावली बढ़ाई जा रही है तो सबके लिए बढ़ाई जा रही है। कांग्रेस क्यों परेशान है या कोई विपक्षी क्यों परेशान है?
The list includes words like nikamma, jumla jivi, anarchist and hypocrisy among others. The opposition is up in arms against the Modi government, accusing them of trying to silence dissent with this diktat.
Now we have a model where you cannot even use words like corrupt, incompetent, and drama, hypocrisy. They've all become unparliamentary. This is absolutely ridiculous and this has to be withdrawn immediately.
Interestingly, the Speaker has refuted all conspiracy claims, saying this practice is being followed since decades.
In another big jolt to the opposition in the presidential election race, Hemant Soren's JMM, which is an alliance with the Congress in Jharkhand, has decided to back the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. The party, in fact, has said that this is an opportunity for a tribal woman to become the country's president for the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the PSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 20.
Back on the right stand, and it's time for the real report. Ladies and gentlemen, on this edition of the Real Report, we turn the lens on China's debt trap diplomacy, where time and again we have shown you how the turmoil you see in Sri Lanka and Pakistan is the result of China's designs of economic imperialism. We have seen the crisis in the island nation of Sri Lanka, where after years of economic mismanagement, the nation's president fled the country amid the people's uprising and resigned as president. Now we have reported that he's running out of options after Singapore. But the role of the Chinese regime in pulling the rug from underneath the country is clear for everyone to see. Even in Pakistan now, we have seen how China's debt trap diplomacy has brought the nation to the brink of collapse, and the Chinese regime has now demanded military outposts on Pakistani soil to protect Chinese assets. However, this web of economic imperialism has spread to multiple nations across the world. Let's get you an overview of China's economic web. 42 nations owe debt bigger than 10% of their GDP. 74 lowest income nations owe 37% of their loans. Many debtor states hold unsustainable loans. Look at this. Maldives, GDP of 4.89 billion, Chinese loans $1.4 billion, 28.6% of its GDP. Sri Lanka, GDP $84.5 billion, Chinese loans $8.5 billion, 10% of its GDP, defaulted in May 2022. Pakistan, GDP of $346 billion, external debt of $130 billion, CPEC project is $65 billion, that's nearly 19% of its GDP. Nepal, $36.29 billion is its GDP, and Chinese loans $2.4 billion, 6% of its GDP. Zambia, $21.2 billion as a GDP, debt of $14.7 billion, of which $6.48 billion, nearly $6.5 billion is Chinese loans, 30% of its GDP. Laos, $18.83 billion is its GDP. Debt of $14.5 billion. Chinese loans $7 billion, 37% of its GDP. Djibouti, strategically placed, very small East African nation, and it has GDP of $3.37 billion. Chinese loans are $2.4 billion, 71% of its GDP. Djibouti, quite literally, is in the throes of China, is in Chinese control, an African nation in Chinese control, and also strategically placed. Look it up in the map. Now, we've seen the way the Chinese have treated their own people. We saw the visuals from the Henan province where hundreds of people have been cut off from their money due to the corruption of the Chinese regime. The head of the Henan People's Bank is on the run. Meanwhile, after unleashing COVID virus on the world, the Chinese regime brutalized its own people, dragging them into containment centers and holding them hostage in their homes without food or water. The end game of the Chinese regime is to take advantage of political corruption in multiple nations and then seize their national assets. The people of these nations have to recognize the Chinese threat and demand better from their leaders, as the funds will not empower their nations but turn them into Chinese colonies. In that scenario, the repression of the Chinese regime awaits the people of these nations as well.
Good evening, this is Brass Tax. I'm Zaka Jacob. Just a day after the unparliamentary list of words was released by the Parliament Secretariat, there is now a new controversy. A circular released by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat suggests that there should be no protests or havan or dharna inside the Parliament complex. Now, the opposition is naturally up in arms. The government side says there is nothing new in this particular provision. After all, this is something that's been followed for the last many decades. The question is the government becoming too clammed up as far as protest by the opposition is concerned? And is the opposition becoming too high-strung by words and deeds that the government now says, or the Parliament Secretariat now says, cannot be used in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha? Which side does the truth lie? That's going to be the big focus tonight, this Friday edition of Brass Tacks. But first, the story so far.
Just a day after the Parliament released a list of new words that have been termed unparliamentary, today a circular was released by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that banned holding demonstrations, dharnas, fast or religious ceremonies in the precincts of Parliament House. This bulletin was issued by Rajya Sabha Secretary General PC Modi and requested the parliamentarians to cooperate. Within no time, a political war of words erupted, with the Congress launching an all-out attack on the centre, questioning the move and calling it undemocratic. Other opposition parties soon joined the ranks, calling the circular an assault on the right to protest.
We declared that there will be no democracy in this country. Have we suspended our civil rights? Have we suspended the right of the opposition to raise issues that matter?
BJP, meanwhile, was quick to call out Congress and showed similar circulars that were issued in 2009 and 2014 under the UPA government.
The same routine notices have been issued by Parliament House Security Office year after year, session after session. This shows a bankruptcy of ideas, of real issues to bring to Parliament, and an attempt to hold Parliament to ransom and to divert, deviate and to demolish any kind of discussion that can take place on real issues.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla also waded into the controversy, stating that this practice has been there since 2009 and the opposition should check the facts before making such statements.
ये एक प्रक्रिया है और ये प्रक्रिया लंबे समय तक चल रही है और आप सबको जानकारी है कि 2009 से ये प्रक्रिया चल रही है, उसके पहले भी प्रक्रिया चल रही थी, उसके सबके सर्कुलर जारी कर दिए.
With the opposition first creating a furore over expunging of unparliamentary words yesterday, and now outraging over a ban on dharna and demonstrations inside the parliamentary premises, the big question remains: why oppose the move to uphold dignity of the parliament in the name of censoring?
Right, on the talking point this evening, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi of the BJP will be joining us, Amitabh Dubey, spokesperson of the Congress, Smita Prakash, editor ANI, Rashid Kidwai, author, and Dr. Shashi Panja, Bengal minister, joining us. Let me start with Amitabh Dubey, because this is very similar to the notifications that were issued in 2009 and 2014. So why are you barking up the wrong tree, as it were?
So Zaka, at one level, it's amusing that the kinds of words that many Indians would use to describe this government, Jumla Jivi, COVID spreader, Tanashahi, Notanki, are being considered unparliamentary. But on a more serious level, the issue is that these kinds of things, the ban on dharna and so on, they should be seen in the larger context as part of a very disturbing clampdown on dissent and free expression that's been happening in recent years. We've fallen in the World Freedom Index to 150. We're 119th on the Human Freedom Index, and a very respected global think tank now describes us as an electoral autocracy rather than an electoral democracy. Now, if you look at the proceedings of parliaments, there are many instances over the years of Congress leaders not being allowed to speak, having their mics switched off. From 2014 to 2021, there are many cases, TV cameras being switched off. You will recall that in December 2020, Shri Rahul Gandhi was prevented from speaking at the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Defense on the crisis in Eastern Ladakh, on the Chinese aggression. And the chairman of the committee, who was from the BJP, said, "Aapko bolne nahi denge," and wanted to have a discussion on ceremonial army uniforms.
No, but Mr. Dubey, the fact of the matter is, no matter how much of an opposition you have to this government and this party, the ruling party, seems to win election after election. And whether you like it or not, they are using that as validation of their policies, as validation of, whatever they believe in, whatever the prescribed policies of this government are.
Zaka, the role of parliament is not to enable a brute majority to function untrammeled. The role of parliament is to create an institution where a structured discussion and debate happens. There are very clear rules about this. Whoever has a majority, they have to stick to the institutional rules which are put in there by the Constitution of India. What we've seen in the last few years is bills being rammed through by brute majority with no discussion, no reference to a standing committee. The percentage of bills that are being discussed in committee has gone down from 60-70% during the UPA to around 20% under this government.
Okay.
And, Parliament is not a Delhi ki Sultanate forum to applaud what the Sultan says. You have to have deliberation, you have to have discussion. And whenever you actually allow a high quality of the debate to happen, you see what a high quality of debate is there from all sides of the
Let me ask
spectrum.
Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi of the BJP. He's now joining us. Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi, कांग्रेस का मानना ये है कि आप लोगों ने मतलब अनपार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड्स में काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें डाल दिए, बट बियॉन्ड दैट न अभी धरना नहीं हो सकता, हवन नहीं हो सकता, कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता इन पार्लियामेंट. You're basically, the opposition is reduced to, talking heads and nodding heads, everything in agreement with the government. बताइए.
Now it is a very well-known established fact that this, the book of unparliamentary languages or words, it has been issued since 1954. And it uses to come up after a certain gap of years. From 2010 onwards, it comes every year. It is nothing but a compilation of data in which all the state assemblies and the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha and even the Commonwealth parliaments, whosoever have suggested that at one point of the time or the other point of time, it has got as unparliamentary. I would like to give an example. Bankruptcy was unparliamentary, but the insolvency and bankruptcy code had come. It is illogical that you are saying that it has been banned. ये तो 2009 में communal ban कर दिया था. Communal violence पे 2020 में दिल्ली की communal violence पे discussion हुआ. It means Congress, which has been totally out of any issue, तो कभी शेरों के मुंह में नजर आता है, आक्रामकता उनको ज्यादा नजर आती है और उनके बयानों में व्यर्थ की आक्रामकता ज्यादा नजर आने लगती है. Abhi, my friend from Congress party, Mr. Amitabh Dubey, was saying that Rahul Gandhi ji was prevented in the Standing Committee of Parliament, though these things which were discussed in the Standing Committee of Defence should not be divulged outside. But I am the member of the Defence Committee. And I am saying what exactly happened. When Rahul Gandhi ji has raised the issues, he was allowed, then he keep on asking questions. Then the chairman said, राहुल गांधी जी आप वैसे तो आते नहीं है मीटिंग में, जब भी आते हैं तो कुछ प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर देते हैं, क्योंकि प्रीवियसली दैट अराउंड 2 years he had not attended the meetings. Okay. When the issue was raised in the parliament, and then the issue was raised, and second thing he said, कि ये जो एजेंडा होता है, it is decided the meeting in which your members were also present. If you want to alter the agenda, you go through the process. In the meeting, for this meeting, the agenda is already circulated. You cannot come in the meeting and say the agenda should be changed. So, what I am trying to say, Congress is in a habit of unnecessary creating an issue out of a non-issue, so is reflecting in the issue of this unparliamentary.
Okay.
And as far as this is concerned,
let
it's established fact hai.
Sudhanshu, with your permission, let me
in every parliament session.
Fair enough. Let me go across to Smita Prakash. What the BJP is saying is that this list of unparliamentary words has been a work in progress since 1959. There's nothing new about it. Yes, you could quibble about the fact that words like, Tana Shahi and Jumla Jivi and all that have been included this time around. That's a matter of debate. But the real issue is the opposition is saying that anything that is critical of this government is being put in the unparliamentary words list. Therefore, it can't be brought up in parliament. So basically, all the MPs are just going to nod their heads for whatever good this government has done.
Well, good or bad is a subjective thing that you will see, right? I mean, the opposition doesn't see it as good. So there is this whole narrative that democracy is dead, it is being stifled in the country, that there are no press interactions that the party has and that the leadership has. This is the narrative that the opposition, especially the Congress, has been peddling. Now, for this narrative, it needs constant refueling. Therefore, those who wish to peddle this narrative will pick on anything, whether it is something like the trivia about the teeth of the lions, the frown, the tail, the mustache of the lion, or else this latest brouhaha over the words. Now, you yourself have said, and I think Sudhanshu ji also gave a whole list as to whether this is something new and it's been there for a long time. I think even the Congress now today has not picked it up, nor has the opposition, about the words so much. Their problem now is about the dharna aspect which you said, that the parliament's new directive. So day before was the lion, yesterday was the words, and today it is about dharna. So all this is the same narrative, that this is all against democracy. Day before yesterday, it was that we were not invited for that ceremony. Yesterday was that words are being taken away. Today it is that we are not being allowed to have a dharna demonstrations in the presence of the parliament. Now, it was the directive that today, which was brought out, has been brought out in 2009 also. So I can well understand the opposition getting angered over this also, but there are places, and just half a kilometer away from the parliament is the place where dharna is always allowed to happen. Now, you can do it out there, or you can do it under the Mahatma Gandhi statue and then oppose the and of course this is not the BJP, mind you. This entire area is governed by the speaker and the house. So they are the ones who will take action. So they will be taken out, hauled away. It makes good television, it makes good publicity, and the narrative that democracy is being stifled.
No, but I want to ask Rashid Kidwai, the fact of the matter is that for a number of years now, the place for protest has been Jantar Mantar. Why should the opposition oppose the fact that the government is not allowing them to protest, whether it's in parliament, whether it's in other parts of Delhi? Because the designated place for protest is in Jantar Mantar. That's number one. Number two, the point that Smita Prakash is making is, one day it's about how big the mouth of the lions is. The next day it's about unparliamentary words. The third day it's about dharna and havan. The fact is, the opposition is simply running out of issues to corner this government on.
Not really, Zaka. Zaka, I think there is a total, utter, trust deficit that exists between the ruling party and the opposition. The ruling party, somehow there is a perception as if you see the parliament, just because they're a ruling party or ruling coalition, the entire parliament belongs to them. A parliament is a forum that's available to each and every MP, and they're entitled to do whatever good, bad, ugly, they're entitled to do so, and it's being done for all the time when the BJP was in opposition. So now there is because of this, the political differences have become from Matbhed to Manbhed. So there is a lot of bitterness that is there. The opposition feels, it may sound petty, but opposition thinks that, as you know, you have narrated all the incidents that, see, they are not being called when there is something about, Parliament House building, just because the opposition has been opposing Central Vista project, they are not invited for this kind of...
No, Rashid, one second. They were invited in December when the Bhumi Pujan of the Central Secretariat and the new Parliament building was happening. 15 opposition parties, including TMC and Congress, decided to boycott. What can you do about that?
That is what I'm saying. You look at, this is exactly the thing. Just because, you see, you called me in December and I didn't show up or I boycotted. So in March and in May and in July, you will keep boycotting me and you will not invite. I mean, this is school-going children kind of behavior.
Okay. Dr. Trivedi, please respond. Just because they boycotted in December, ये नहीं मानना कि मतलब वो जुलाई में नहीं आएंगे. Please respond, then I go to Dr. Shashi Panja after that, please. Yes.
Then a second thing. I would like to say there are two major events in any building or any construction. One is a Bhumi Pujan, another is a Greh Pravesh.
Yeah.
So Bhumi Pujan is there when it will be the formal inauguration. Everybody will be. अब ये आप कहें कि साहब वो एक अशोक स्तंभ लगा था, फिर आप कहें जी वो एक दूसरा नया द्वार खड़ा हुआ था, वहां पे नहीं बुलाया गया. And as far as the childish behavior and other is concerned, Rashid ji, I would like to remind, when the Farmers Act have come, entire session of Parliament was not allowed. On which issue? We were saying have discussion. They said no discussion. It is to be withdrawn immediately. When the Prime Minister announced the withdrawal, then the Parliament was installed. Then why it is being withdrawn without discussion? गजब है साहब. हम लोगों ने कहा, आप ही कह रहे थे कि बगैर डिस्कशन के विड्रॉ होना चाहिए, कोई डिस्कशन नहीं. अब जो हमने भी कहा विड्रॉ होना चाहिए, तो अब आप कह रहे नहीं अब डिस्कशन होना चाहिए. दिस शोज कि आपको प्रॉब्लम क्या है. जिसे हिंदी भाषी क्षेत्रों में कहावत होती है कि पानी पीना नहीं है, गिराना है. आप पी ना पाओ तो ढरका दो. You do not want to drink the water, you want to split the water on the table on one pretext or the other.
Okay, let me go to Dr. Shashi Panja. The fact of the matter is, Dr. Panja, that whether it is for the inauguration, I mean the national emblem that was atop the new Parliament building, where you had the Urban Development Minister, you had the leaders of the presiding officers of the two houses, Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. That is a separate matter. The question that's being asked is, this was a list of unparliamentary words that was done in 2009. It was updated in 2013-14, and now it's further continuing to be updated by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. Why should the opposition suddenly have a problem with what is seen as a routine updation of that list of unparliamentary words?
Zaka, finally the bulldozer has arrived in Parliament House complex. It was the prerogative of the speakers of both houses. Well, there were rules of procedure. There is Rule 380. It was his prerogative, or his or her, to expunge if anything was objectionable. You see, even the powers of the speaker somehow, or the prudence, could not be relied upon by as per the current circular. So there are certain words. Tell me, Zaka, are they very malignant? Aren't they very innocuous? Say something like ashamed, foolish, or something like, say, corrupt, childishness. Is it very malignant? And imagine a word like sexual harassment, which is so very important. Even that is banned in Parliament. Now that cannot be used. And let us get a very clarity on it. Because here there is a compilation that these are unparliamentary. And we heard Speaker of the Lok Sabha himself saying, "नहीं ये तो निकाले हैं, आपको जो कहना आप कहिए, मैं तो इसको expunge करूँगे, याद रखूँगा, ये तो मुझे तय करना है." So there is another confusion about it. And of course, looking at the patronizing attitude of the speakers who are representing BJP, I mean, we have allowed you this, so why not? Why are you grumbling today? Is this issue? Yesterday that was that issue. Why do you come up with so many controversies?
Okay.
And Zaka, just one final point. In the monsoon sessions, due to some kind of protests within the House, certain MPs were suspended and maybe later on expelled or whatever.
Okay.
So they went outside. So now you are getting rid of those presents. You cannot go and protest outside near Mahatma Gandhi's statue. So where do you go? You go right outside Jantar Mantar. I mean, is this the solution? What are we trying to shy away from?
Okay.
There are so many issues in the country
Dr.
which have to be
Trivedi,
discussed.
Words like ashamed, foolish, arrogant, sexual harassment, ये सब तो निजी वर्ड्स है, इसको बैन करने में क्या मतलब है डॉक्टर त्रिवेदी, बताइए.
That's what I am saying. What Dr. Shashi Pandya was saying, it's not confusion, man. It is deceitful act. Because it's not banned by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It's not banned, number one. It is being just compilation of data by not Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It's by all the 29 state assemblies. अब मैं बोलता हूं ये घड़ियाली आंसू छत्तीसगढ़ के ने किया है. अब आप ये बताइए अपमान वर्ड. It is been by Punjab assembly. अब if you will not say अपमान, अगर आप ये कहेंगे दुर्व्यवहार,
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि
Dr. Panja, please, let him finish. After that, you can ask him a question. Valid, absolutely valid. Your question is valid. But after he finishes, Dr. Trivedi, khatam kijiye, please.
The question is that this has been a reference of various words which is being expunged by persons, by the speakers of the Peethasin Adhikari or the chairpersons of the various state assemblies. One more thing, जो भी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं सबको पता है, if anybody speaks in the house, मैं भी बोलता हूँ, next day my speech comes to me and it is asked that if you want any alteration, I want with due humility, madam, from your party or anybody else's party. ये सारे विधानसभाओं से जब हटाए गए लोकसभा से, how many MPs or MLAs have protested?
Okay.
Give me the list.
Let me ask. Okay, Dr. Panja, what is the question that you have for the ruling party, the ruling dispensation? You are saying that these words are part of Tanashahi, this, that, and all that. But fact is that these words have been updated from 2009. What's new about it?
You see, there are parliamentary procedures which says that any person who's speaking within parliament, you should not be. You should not personally attack somebody. There should be not defamatory statements, indecent, undignified. It's there. The rules were there. Okay. Now tell me why sexual harassment cannot be mentioned. You tell me, Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, these words were done or compiled after due consultation with all state legislatures. I myself belong to the West Bengal state legislature. So it is not, you are scared. What we are trying to say is that you are not going to allow anything. And this is also unparliamentary. Speaking truth is going to be unparliamentary. I mean, how there are so many issues that...
Dr. Trivedi, jawab dijiye.
Speaking.
Yeah, let Dr. Trivedi respond. Yeah.
Madam, don't try to mislead the people. Again, I am saying, Adivasi word has been banned by Rajasthan. It doesn't mean the tribal word.
One at a time, Dr. Panja, please. Let Dr. Trivedi finish. Please, I request you. Dr. Trivedi, yeah. One at a time.
I am just saying, I am saying that these are the words which has been expunged or one time or the other by any of the state assembly, like Adivasi word. Now the tribal act is there. And the Adivasi word has been expunged by Rajasthan Assembly. It doesn't mean that it cannot be used. I have used, during the Congress time, the bankrupt word was banned, but the bankruptcy court came in our time. The communal word was banned, but communal violence discussion happened in time. It means, that's why I'm saying, please do not mislead the country that this is a ban and these words cannot be used. Otherwise, it is having a book of more than 1200 pages. And if one page has even 50 or 100 words, it is around 12,000 words. Then 12,000 words are not used. It is just a reference and compilation of data and it comes in the reference. For example, I would like to say, a Samvedansheel word.
No, he cannot go on and
insensitivity has also been banned. But it comes in context. Like if you say the government is insensitive, it will not be expunged. But if you say that the chair is insensitive, it may be expunged. So it always comes in the context. So that's why the reference point is there, and from all 29 assemblies as well as 2 houses as well as the Commonwealth countries, just a compilation of data.
So
no ban,
Amitabh Dubey, the
Mr.
fact
Jacobs,
is that this has come from state assemblies, this has come from different quarters. It's not just the Lok Sabha Secretariat or the Rajya Sabha Secretariat coming up with these words. And the fact is also, like Dr. Trivedi pointed out, a word like insensitive, for example, it's not banned. But if you say the chair is being insensitive, that may be banned, that may be expunged. But if you say the government is being insensitive, that may not necessarily be expunged.
Zaka, there's been a disturbing tendency in recent years. It is true that speakers have some leeway in interpreting whether a word has been used in an unparliamentary way or not. But in recent years, there has been a tendency to strike off words regardless of context. And that, in my view, is a reduction of the space for free expression in Parliament. In many of the examples that some of the panelists have given, I feel there's a bit of a trivializing this issue into a Congress versus BJP issue. When you talk about the national emblem, it's not a bunch of people just acting up. There are serious issues to do with separation of powers. Parliament doesn't belong to Congress or BJP. Parliament belongs to the people of India, and the Constitution says the powers have to be separated. So when the Prime Minister takes over a ritual ceremony with the Speaker perhaps sitting behind him, it does raise questions. Just as under Prime Minister Modi, the Gujarat Vidhan Sabha was reduced to becoming a figurehead, the concern is that bit by bit, the Indian Parliament is losing its autonomy and losing its space as a forum of deliberation.
The point
Indian
that's being
people.
asked
And
is,
that is the concern.
today there's this circular about no havans, no dharnas, no protests. But just 3 days back, we had a havan with the Prime Minister leading the ceremony for the new emblem on top the new Parliament complex. So, I mean, this can't be like 3 days ago you had a havan and now there's a circular saying no more havan.
Yeah, it does seem a little odd. On the words which the TMC spokesperson was talking about, I think this banning, expunging, some politicians are either unaware or deliberately quibbling. The Speaker has clarified that expunging will happen only when used in conjunction with other expressions that may be objectionable, and that's the discretion of the Speaker. Another point I want to make is that, what Rashid had said, I rarely disagree with him, but here he said that good, bad, ugly, everything should be allowed in Parliament. Now, what we have been witnessing, I agree about the religion aspect, about the puja aspect that you mentioned, but that is the tradition that has happened. Even in the Constitution, you will see, if you pick up the book, you will see that there are symbols of a particular religion. Similarly, inauguration, whether you want to see that as a religious ceremony or as a cultural ceremony, that also can have an interpretation. Now, back to what Rashid was saying about good, bad and ugly, our elected representatives, they have a number of privileges, Zaka. That's been bestowed to them by the Constitution, and with that comes responsibility to conduct themselves with decorum. And increasingly we have seen, that what we are seeing in Parliament and in state legislatures, I might say, that there is nothing called decorum anymore. They jump on tables, they pull each other down, they shove each other, they move menacingly towards the chair. So that is the reason I feel that, there needs to be some kind of an understanding, maybe an all-party meeting to say that we need to conduct ourselves, because of a few bad apples. I think today, if anybody goes to say we are member of Parliament, the question most kids will ask is, how many times did you jump on the table? So good, bad and ugly, one is only saying bad and ugly these days.
Rashid, I'll give you the final word. The fact of the matter is that parliamentarians themselves are to blame. You look at, I think it was 2 sessions ago, where you had members of Parliament climbing on top of the table, throwing the rule book at the Speaker. I think about a dozen odd MPs had to be suspended, including from the TMC. The question is, if parliamentarians are going to behave like, rank thugs out on the street, then obviously you can't blame the Lok Sabha Secretariat or the Rajya Sabha Secretariat for saying that these words are unparliamentary and will not be recorded.
Zaka, if you look at globally, whether it's Indian Parliament, Tamil Nadu Assembly, Parliament in Korea, in Italy, many places in Japan, we get this kind of, glimpses of unruly behavior. We may object to it, but it's been part and parcel. The problem is that some of us start thinking that, there was no past or before 2014, 15 Lok Sabha were constituted. There were 15 days standoff when Sukram, the telecom scam had happened. The BJP did protest and protest in a way protest should, take place. So, and a lot of times these things were there, but today the position is made to look as if, whatever they do is unreasonable, undemocratic, and perhaps sometimes even anti-national. This kind of, narrative is slightly disturbing.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Rashid Kidwai, Smita Prakash, Dr. Trivedi, Dr. Panja, and of course, Amitabh Dubey from the Congress. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see how this plays out in the Parliament session that's going to begin from Monday. Meanwhile, the government has now begun the process of regulation of digital media. Now, the government will start with registration of digital media. Also, the INB ministry will now regulate and monitor all digital media. All digital media will have to now be registered, just like newspapers and television channels. They have to have the registration by the ROC, or the Registrar of Companies. Let me go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who has more details. So, one would say, you know, digital is like this unfillable bucket, a bottomless bucket. You have tens of thousands of digital media websites and so on. How does the government plan to regulate them?
So that's the thing. The reason, basically, very quickly, Zaka, why the government wants to do it, because their complaint is that there are several digital platforms which either under subterfuge or they take convenience, of the fact that they're not registered to go and put stuff on that social media or on their platform, which is unchecked, which is often not verified. And, they cannot be held accountable. I think accountability is the mantra over here. So here's the thing, what the government plans to do is that just like a newspaper or a television channel has to be registered, your digital platform will also now have to be registered. Registration also essentially means that it can come under scrutiny, monitoring, and therefore has to show a certain amount of accountability. Before this come back to you, one quick example which a government source told me was that, for example, if there's one newspaper or a television channel A, it also has a .com or a digital platform. Very often the content on the digital platform escapes scrutiny or accountability because they are not registered. Whereas a television channel or a newspaper is registered and therefore can be monitored, and the INB ministry can step into it. And that's precisely the only reason why the INB ministry is now going to, through this bill, ensure that accountability.
Okay, Pallavi, we'll leave it to that. We'll see how this plays out. Digital media now being brought under the INB ministry. They will have to have some form of regulation and oversight. Meanwhile, talking about oversight, the other big story that we're tracking, the Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had to face the anger of people in Bagalkot in North Karnataka after he visited victims at hospitals who had sustained injuries because of the recent communal clashes. In a video that's now gone viral, a kin of the victim can be seen as throwing 2 lakh rupees compensation that was given by the CLP leader at his convoy, refusing to accept it. The big question is, will the Netas understand that this era of parachute politics and going to people just ahead of polls is completely over?
ಇದು ಮಾನವೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದು ನಾವು ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ
Okay, let me go across to Mohan Krishna, Karnataka BJP leader. Nagaraju Yadav is a Karnataka Congress spokesperson. Mr. Yadav, is the message very clear from the voter of Karnataka that you cannot take him or her for a ride? They don't need money. What they need is accountability from their leaders. A woman throwing back 2 lakh rupees at Congress leader and former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, that is something that you should take note of.
See, it is not that Congress, the CLP leader has done something wrong. He has done his duty as a public representative. When the incident has happened, he has gone to the victim's place where the two sides of the group's hospital, the persons who are injured have been in hospital, have been attended by Siddaramaiah Saab, and spoke to those people and gave his moral support, saying that the law and order will take its course of action and he wants to stand with the people. But here the issue comes here, why does these things happen when the communal forces come to power? This is what they meant to be spoken. It is not the self-goal of Siddaramaiah what is done. Siddaramaiah is doing his duties, but he is unhappy with the administration
please explain to our viewers. One second.
Yeah.
Mr. Yadav, please explain to our viewers. Forget about communal forces in power or otherwise or whatever. why should a woman who needs this help throw back 2 lakh rupees at Mr. Siddaramaiah's face? Obviously, she's feeling let down. Obviously, she's feeling like the politicians have taken her for a ride.
Of course, what you are saying is right. She feels the government has let them down. She is not happy with 2 lakhs rupees. She is not happy with Siddaramaiah coming convinced. She is not convinced only because the reason she wants justice. She is not able to get justice from the communal forces of the BJP government. That's why she is so upset and saying that this 2 lakhs is not a remedy for me. I want justice.
But
you are living like Hindus and Muslims are living like
throwing not at the government
sisters.
representative. She
Definitely
is throwing at the former chief minister of your party. Anyway, I want to go across to Mohan Krishna and ask him this very simple
you are
question.
mistaken. The anger,
That, sir, it's not just Mr. Siddaramaiah. We also have videos of the Bagalkote MLA who is partying in Goa, even as a bulk of the district, Bagalkote, is underwater because of floods.
Yeah.
Mr. Krishna.
I know. See, this is the frustration.
Mr. Krishna, Mr. Mohan Krishna, yes. That question is to Mr. Mohan Krishna, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Zaka.
Yes.
This is the resentment of the people, whichever party, with whomever they belong to. But the irony is very simple. Look at the Siddaramaiah's fate today. He is neither a socialist nor a congressman. He tried to be a socialist. He did not succeed. He tried to be a congressman now. He is not getting succeeded. I want uninterrupted 1 minute time. I will explain you the things. Look, Mr. Siddaramaiah has offered help. Look at the audacity of his way in which he has gone to help them. What is the justice that lady was asking is $1 million question. The question is that justice. What is the justice? You have instigated Mr. Siddaramaiah. Under his belt, 21 Hindus have been killed in Karnataka when he was the chief minister. He is a Hindu antagonist, and today he is going and appeasing. This appeasement politics of Siddaramaiah has boomeranged on him today.
No, but Mr. Krishna, this is something that the government and the government agencies should have done. It's not the job of Mr. Siddaramaiah to be going to people who've been flood affected and giving them money. It's not his job. It's a job of the government.
Let me tell you, Zaka, it is not the flood affected area. I'm sorry for you. This was a communal tension which has happened between two groups there.
Yes.
For them, he went and for help. But their contention today, that lady was screaming only one thing. You stop this. You stop this instigation. You stop this. Give me justice. As a MLA of that constituency, he's a MLA of that constituency, Badami constituency.
Sir,
the Kerur village.
Sir, can I ask you a simple question? What is the justification that the people of Bagalkote, whose MLA is partying in Goa, and we are showing those pictures, he's not a Congress MLA, he's a BJP MLA. What is the justification that he is partying in a swimming pool in Goa while his district is under flood water?
Zaka,
what is the justification, sir?
Categorically, I am telling the resentment which people have showed to Siddaramaiah. If Mr. Sidhu Savadi, MLA of that place, Terdal, is going to be shown the place if he has done a mistake, and we are not going to come in between. This is not a government-sponsored program.
Okay.
He has gone on his own with his people. For that, people will give the verdict.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Nagaraju Yadav. The fact is that Rahul Gandhi, no less, had said we should have unity between the DK Shiv Kumar faction, the Siddaramaiah faction. Today, you have a situation, Mr. Yadav, where Siddaramaiah supporters are celebrating his birthday for a month long. DK Shiv Kumar's supporters are celebrating his birthday for a month long. There is simply no meeting of common interest between DK Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah, irrespective of what Rahul Gandhi says.
No, that is not the truth actually. Siddaramaiah was the former chief minister of the state who has given a fantastic program to the Karnataka state, which is given a stable government for 5 years after Devaraj Aras is the only chief minister who has given 5 years of stable administration in Karnataka government. He is a man who kept up the promises of whatever given in the manifesto of 165 promises was kept up completely.
Sir, then why are your party members who owe allegiance to DK Shivkumar not accepting that?
Let me complete. No, please, I want 36. No, let me complete it, sir. I am coming to that point. Why is these people are celebrating? It is not the program conducted under the forum of a party. It is conducted by the people who really loved him so much here, and they are happy to celebrate his birthday because 75th year is a landmark of anybody's life, and it should not be looked at in a political angle. It should not be looked
Mr.
at
Yadav, 75th year is as much a landmark as 60th year is. But your leader, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, said, I am not saying this. Mr. Rahul Gandhi said that we should bury our differences. Most important priority should be to displace the BJP from power.
No, that is very
But
thing.
Mr.
See,
Siddaramaiah at 75 and Mr.
let me
DK
tell you.
Shivkumar at 60 and their supporters don't seem to be able to come to the same page on this.
See, no. Please do not look at political angle into it. Rahul Gandhi says in the interest of the state, and the two leaders are really veterans of Karnataka state. He is definitely sure that both have to go together, and definitely they are going together with the advice of this Rahul Gandhi. No
Mohan
doubt
Krishna,
about it.
final
People
word,
are
30 seconds, I have to
BJP
wrap
people are
up.
just
Mohan
trying to
Krishna
find a
for the
fault.
final word.
No.
Thank you,
I have to finish it up
sir.
now.
Thank you,
Ultimately,
Mr. Yadav.
Siddaramaiah has done his job. The government is
Mohan Krishna, 30 seconds. Thank you. Yeah.
Zaka, it is very evident from two things today. The resentment of the people in his own constituency, the former chief minister got it today. That's one thing. Second thing, the infighting of the Congress leaders today, Mr. DK Shivkumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah, the former chief minister, is openly available to all the people in the country and to the world.
Okay.
What this shows exactly is the lack of leadership at the top.
Okay.
Today, we at the BJP, we have a clear-cut leadership policy and we follow very strictly, and if any mistakes are there, we are ready to apologize with the people.
Okay.
And we go with the sentiments of the people.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up. I'm completely out of time. Mr. Mohan Krishna, Mr. Yadav, thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you through the course of the next year or so before Karnataka goes to the polls in the next 6 to 8 months. But I want to talk about a country that has been through hell and back, Sri Lanka, and the Prime Minister there, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's now the interim president. He's been sworn in as the interim head of the island nation. Speculation is looming large over who will be the next Sri Lankan Prime Minister. The Parliament Speaker has said that the nominations for the presidential post will be called on the 19th of July and that elections for the next president will happen on the 20th. The main contenders are Ranil Wickremesinghe, opposition leader Sajith Premadasa. However, after taking over as the interim president, Ranil Wickremesinghe has issued two decisions. Number one, he has said that he is prohibiting the use of the term excellency to introduce the president, and he's also appointed top army officials in order to maintain law and order across the country. Meanwhile, the Sri Lankan Parliament will convene tomorrow to elect a consensus candidate to be the next Prime Minister. I want to go across to somebody who could likely become the next consensus candidate to be Prime Minister of the Sri Lankan Parliament. Sajith Premadasa is the leader of the SJP, the Opposition Alliance. Thank you very much, Mr. Premadasa, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. One thing is official, that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has resigned. He is no longer the president of Sri Lanka. What is expected to happen next? Ranil Wickremesinghe has been sworn in as interim president. There's likely to be a president and a prime minister for the next 30 days. Are you one of the leading contenders, sir, to be the next prime minister of Sri Lanka?
Well, one has to understand the provisions of Sri Lanka's constitution, which prescribes that the process which will commence tomorrow after a special sitting of Parliament, that is for the selection of the President, which will happen next Wednesday after nominations are taken on Tuesday. So it's only after the President is appointed will we have the position of a formal Prime Minister and a government. Right now you have an acting president who is mandated with appointing an acting prime minister who should be a member of the present cabinet.
But Mr.
That's what the
Premadasa, why
Constitution
do you
prescribes.
believe that you have the requisite support of members of parliament to be the next president of Sri Lanka? After all, you represent an opposition alliance, and in the current parliament in Sri Lanka, the SLPP, which is the ruling party of the Rajapaksas, has more than a 2/3 majority. So why do you believe that you have the support and that you will be elected as the next prime minister?
The next president of Sri Lanka will be chosen from the 225 members of parliament who were chosen in August 2020 under the leadership of the president who just fled the country. The president was elected in November 2019. He got 6.9 million votes. His party got 6.8 million votes in the ensuing general election in 2020. So the present composition of parliament is what you may call a Rajapaksa ideology dominated parliament.
Okay.
That's the composition of the present parliament. We, the opposition, are a small part of that in terms of composition. But still, we are the legitimate alternative government, and we are following constitutional procedures, which is the only methodology of expressing our ideas, our views, and our forward path for the country.
Okay, but
in
Mr.
reality, what should happen
I want to ask you
is-
one thing. How soon do you see this happening? Because some are saying that it cannot happen before February of 2023. And what is the confidence that you have that even after the elections that are going to take place, that your party or your alliance, the SJP, would emerge as the front runner as and when those elections happen?
Our party is SJB, and we have an alliance, SJB alliance. This is the main opposition party, and right now what you have is a skewed representation. Parliamentary representation is lopsided. It does not reflect the aspirations of the people of the country, because today the Rajapaksa ideology is a failed ideology.
Okay.
We have a failed bankrupt state and country because of the Rajapaksa ideology. So the majority that was attained in 2020 will be deciding on the future presidency.
All right.
That's the
Mr.
course of action
Sajid
that's going to take
Premadasa,
place.
likely the next Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Thank you for your time. We'll take a quick break here on the program. On the other side, all the information relating to the Prime Minister's visit to Bundelkhand tomorrow, where he will be inaugurating almost 300 kilometers of the Bundelkhand Expressway. We'll have details of that and more right on the other side. Fears around the BA.5 variant, a fourth dose of vaccine is likely to be rolled out in the US.
You could soon have access to a fourth kind of COVID-19 vaccine. A version from Novavax now has FDA emergency use authorization. The CDC is expected to recommend it as soon as this month.
It's great that we have additional options, especially for something that's slightly different.
This vaccine, unlike the other three, uses protein fragments to teach the body how to fight COVID. The latest variants were not around when Novavax developed its vaccine. But the company says it appears to have a broad immune system response to the BA.5 Omicron offshoot. And that's good news because it's the dominant variant right now and the most contagious one yet.
As incessant rain continues to lash Telangana, the state government there has decided to extend the holidays for all educational institutions till the 16th of July. The heavy downpour has cut off many villages from the mainland, and of course hundreds of people are being shifted into relief camps.
The NDRF rescued 10 workers of GR Infrastructure who were trapped in the Vaitarana River in Maharashtra's Palghar. The NDRF team received a requisition from the Palghar Tehsildar, upon which the rescue operation began. Meanwhile, a team of the Chandrapur District Police rescued 22 truck drivers who were stuck on the Gachandur-Dhanora highway in Maharashtra. The highway was inundated because of rising water levels in the Wardha River. The flood situation across the country, particularly in Gujarat and Maharashtra, is becoming more and more serious.
The monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc across India, leaving several cities and states inundated. In Gujarat's Navsari, over 17,000 people have been moved to shelter camps after rising water levels in Purna River flooded the city.
रास्ता है जहां पर मैं खड़ी हुई हूं और जल प्रवाह देखिए आप कितनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये तमाम लोगों के खेत हैं, ये कोई समुद्र नहीं है, तालाब नहीं है, बल्कि लोगों के खेत हैं।
The situation is no better in Maharashtra, where in Gadchiroli, educational institutes have been closed until 16th due to flood-like situation.
All right, let's bring you some more details on the monsoon mayhem that's going on in Gujarat. There's been a red alert in Gir, Somnath, Dang, Navsari and Valsad. These are the districts that have been badly affected. 18 NDRF and 21 SDRF teams have been deployed. 3 national highways and more than 50 state highways have been flooded. 4 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased has already been announced by the state government. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the heads of the US, UAE and Israel in the first ever I2U2 summit. The leaders welcomed India's interest in joining the Aim for Climate initiative. It was also decided that food parks will be established in India with funding from the UAE, while a renewable energy project will be established in Gujarat.
अपने देश की परस्पर स्ट्रेंथ्स, कैपिटल, एक्सपर्टाइज और मार्केट्स को मोबिलाइज करके हम अपने एजेंडा को गति दे सकते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि I2U2 से हम वैश्विक स्तर पर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी और इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए महत्वपूर्ण योगदान करेंगे।
The centre and opposition are at The wall of a godown that was under construction in Outer Delhi's Alipur area collapsed in the afternoon today.
5 people lost their lives while 2 more are critically injured after a wall of the under construction warehouse was collapsed in Delhi's Alipur. The area of the godown is about 500 square yards and the initial inquiry suggests that the construction was unauthorized.
अभी तक यहाँ पर 6 लोगों को निकाला जा चुका है जिनकी हालत काफी नाजुक है। अभी तक मौत की पुष्टि उनकी नहीं की गई है। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर अभी भी सर्चिंग ऑपरेशन जारी है और यहाँ पर लोगों ने बताया कि काफी बड़ा यहाँ पर ये गोदाम बनाया जा रहा था।
13 injured have been sent to the hospital. 4 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed anguish over the incident and said his thoughts are with those who lost their loved ones.
Heavy downpour continues in Gujarat. It's brought life to a standstill. The IMD is predicting red alerts for districts in southern Gujarat as well as in Saurashtra. Waterlogging has also been reported from several cities. Around 3,000 people have been shifted to relief camps so far.
मैं घर के अंदर की तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करती हूँ कि किस तरीके से ये देखिए, ये कहीं इनके पानी के मटके जो है वो पानी में बह गए, क्योंकि 5 बजे जब पानी आया डैम का, एकाएक ये लोग सो रहे थे, इन्हें पता नहीं चला कि क्या करें। कुछ लोग भाग गए, कुछ लोगों ने अपने जो पीछे घर हैं, जो थोड़े से ऊपर लेवल पर हैं, जहां पर लोग रह सकते हैं, या छतों पे चढ़ गए। ये देखिए आप घर के अंदर की तस्वीर देखिए कि किस तरीके से पूरा का पूरा घर जो है वो जलमग्न है, सिर्फ पानी पानी नजर आ रहा है। ये सौराष्ट्र के गिर सोमनाथ के गाँव की तस्वीर आप देखिए।
Meanwhile, a total of 14 NDRF teams and 6 SDRF teams have been deployed for the heavy rainfall that's happening in Maharashtra. The death toll in the state has now reached 99 and over 8,000 people have been moved to safer places. The IMD has issued an orange alert in the districts of Palghar, Pune and Satara, while an yellow alert has been issued for Mumbai. Heavy rainfall continues to batter Karnataka's Belagavi, which is in the northern part of the state, leading to waterlogging in many areas. Rainwater has also entered some houses, causing inconvenience. The water level in the Krishna River and its tributaries continues to rise because of the heavy downpour. The Bundelkhand Expressway will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow, and it is going to be a state-of-the-art infrastructure project for all of Uttar Pradesh.
If you start from Delhi, take the Yamuna Expressway to Agra and then the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. This is the point. If you travel about 300 kilometers from Delhi, where you hit this interchange from where the new Bundelkhand Expressway starts. This project is being inaugurated by the Prime Minister on the July the 16th.
इससे बहुत विकास होगा। हम लोग अपना माल भी और कहीं ले जाके बेच सकते हैं इससे।
सड़क का बनने से सर एक तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो चीज इसमें फायदा होगा टूरिज्म में।
Jalon is the district where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving on July the 16th to inaugurate this expressway. A huge tent has been set up. A huge public meeting will happen a bit far from here where the Prime Minister will be addressing the people.
Amid the attack from the BJP over inviting Pakistan journalist and alleged ISI spy Nusrat Mirza, former Vice President Hamid Ansari has issued a fresh clarification claiming that he never met the Pakistani journalist in question. The defense comes after the BJP cited a photograph from 2009 which shows Hamid Ansari and Mirza sharing the dais at a conference on terrorism. The Pakistani journalist had claimed that he passed on sensitive information to the ISI while he collected while being on trip to India. After India reported its first monkeypox case from Kerala, the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has released guidelines for the management of the disease. As per the guidelines, passengers should avoid close contact with those who appear to be sick. They should also avoid any contact with dead and wild animals. Chinese workers face the economic pains from zero COVID as the country reports its worst quarterly performance in 2 years.
China's zero COVID policy has inflicted devastating economic pain across the country. The policy has brought the cities to a grinding halt. There are people who haven't been able to access their own savings since April.
Was that your life's savings?
Yeah, for sure. I worked almost 10 years and that's all I have with my family. I'm losing my weight, I'm losing my, my mind.
Just in June, massive protests broke out at the government building for 5 straight days, for more than 12 hours a day, only to be quashed by the cops violently. Local authorities later promised to start giving small payments to some such depositors. But still, there is no clear policy with people left in lurch.
North Korea today slammed Ukraine for severing diplomatic ties between the two countries after Pyongyang said it formally recognized the two self-proclaimed pro-Russian republics in the east of the country. This came after Ukraine had cut off its official relationship with Pyongyang in response to that country recognizing the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic. Now, Kaliningrad is a transit deal. It's a setback to Lithuania. It's a ruling in favor of Russia. Now, no Russian goods can be stopped from reaching Kaliningrad. The EU, in fact, Lithuania had stopped Russia from sending any sanctioned goods via rail to Kaliningrad. The rail link to Russia via Lithuania is now going to be well and truly functional. Russia is welcoming the decision. It says it is working on the fine print of getting in these goods from Lithuania. Britain's Met Office is forecasting a national emergency on Friday, issuing a red extreme heat warning for parts of England Monday and Tuesday next week, when the temperatures could reach record highs. A Delhi court granted bail to Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair, who was arrested for allegedly hurting religious sentiments as well as promoting enmity through a tweet that happened in 2018. While dictating the order today, the judge observed that a democracy can neither work nor prosper unless people go out and share their views. Zubair is currently facing a total of 7 cases and has been granted bail in 2. He will remain in judicial custody till he gets bail in the other cases. BJP MP from Nizamabad, Arvind Dharmapuri, has alleged that he and his workers were attacked by TRS goons. In a Facebook post, he has claimed that the TRS workers attacked him when he was helping those who were stuck in floods. He accused the TRS government of conspiring to attack him and BJP party workers. Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen has finally reacted to all the reports of her dating businessman Lalit Modi. She shared a photograph of herself with her 2 daughters, Alicia and Renee, and said that she's not married and there are no rings. Her post comes after Lalit Modi said that he's dating Sushmita Sen back in Thursday. In a video that is winning over the internet, former India skipper and in fact stars MS Dhoni and Suresh Raina was spotted enjoying the second ODI at Lord's. The CSK Twitter handle has shared the video where the 2 of them step out of their car and into Lord's with a backing track to go with it. India's badminton star PV Siddu has stormed into the semi-final of the ongoing Singapore Open. A battle against her Chinese rival Han Yue has lasted for more than an hour and helped her book a berth in the semi-final. That's a wrap. In a moment, Maria Shakil will join you with News Epicenter.
That there will be no democracy in this country? Have we suspended our civil rights? Have we suspended the right of the opposition to raise issues that matter? You can't wash away the fact that this is what describes you. This is the legacy you will leave behind after 2024.
The order that has been issued is an order that is regularly issued by the ruling dispensation whenever there is a parliament session that takes place. And I have in front of me a copy of identical, I'm not saying similar, identical order issued in February of 2009 by the Congress government. Is this not hypocrisy?
ये एक प्रक्रिया है और ये प्रक्रिया लंबे समय तक चल रही है और आप सबको जानकारी है कि 2009 से ये प्रक्रिया चल रही है, उसके पहले भी प्रक्रिया चल रही थी।
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. Right ahead of the Parliament's monsoon session, the clash between the opposition and the Treasury benches has taken another turn. Just a day after the release of a list of new words that have been termed unparliamentary, another political war of words has erupted over a new circular, which states that demonstrations, dharnas, strikes, fasts, and even religious ceremonies cannot be conducted in the Parliament complex, the site that time and again has been used by the opposition to take on the government. The Congress Party's Jairam Ramesh has responded to the new rule with a jibe saying, and I quote him, Dharna mana hai, as the opposition claims this is yet another tactic by the BJP government to muzzle them after creating a red list of unparliamentary words. Countering the criticism, the BJP cited similar circulars that were released in 2009 and 2014. That was the UPA government. The 2009 order states, that is on your television screens, members are requested not to use the premises of the Parliament for any demonstrations, dharna, strike, fast, or for the purpose of performing any religious ceremony. This was repeated word by word in another order issued in 2021. So it's the same. The only minor difference in the 2022 order, the new one, is the usage of the word cannot instead of requested. However, this has presented another flashpoint ahead of the monsoon session. The question remains, is this a genuine point of protest or a manufactured controversy? Moreover, how does the government plan to find a way out, as it is its duty to ensure that the House functions smoothly? Joining me on the show R.P. Singh, spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Amiben Yagnik is Member of Parliament of the Congress. Shaukat Roy, Member of Parliament of the TMC. Neerja Chaudhary, Senior Journalist. Arti Agarwal is author and researcher. Amiben Yagnik, similar circulars were issued during UPA, same words. So, did the Congress then impose emergency or suspend rights of MPs, as you are saying has been done now?
If you see the past history, there have been disruptions, there have been some kind of demonstrations, but never any action has been taken. The circular has been telling everybody in the past that yes, there should not be these kind of movements in the parliament or in the precincts of the house. Here, the fact is that this cannot be done, and coupled with the fact that there was a Suchi released yesterday with a lot of words that cannot be used and should not be used because they are amount to unparliamentary use.
Amiben Yagnik,
so
2009,
to practically
February 3rd, 2014. You want me to read it? Similar words. Members are requested not to use the premises of the house for any demonstrations, dharna, strike, fast, or for the purpose of performing any religious ceremony or the like. Members cannot use the premises of a house for any demonstration, dharna, strike, fast, or for the purpose of performing any religious ceremony. Kind cooperation of members is solicited. What is the difference between what has been issued now and what was done in 2009, 2014, and your government is
the difference? The difference is the attitude in which it has been worded. Secondly, the series of events that have been taking place from the last suspension of the parliamentarians, just because they would like to raise their voice and to make themselves heard on particular bills and to be a part of the debate, from suspension to staying near the Mahatma Gandhi statue and showing their protest that this cannot be done. They should be told about the reason why they were suspended. From that to raising a voice, to take the voice of the people to the parliament, to debate on that, to deliberate on that, to this circular. So you couple
so you're talking about largely
the
mistrust that is there between the treasury benches and opposition. I'll bring in R.P. Singh in just a bit, but before that, Shaukat Roy, you are a veteran parliamentarian. Gandhi statue in parliament premises is the designated place for protests. All parties have been protesting there for decades. Then why this hue and cry over this circular?
Because it betrays the mindset of the government that they want to throttle the protests of the opposition. You tell me, if a member is suspended for some reason, like many opposition members were suspended during the last Rajya Sabha session. Throughout the session, they sat in dharna in front of Gandhiji's statue. There was no disruption inside parliament at all. Now they want to stop that. Now we must lodge our protest. We know that in the past such circulars have been issued and they have not been obeyed. This time also the government will not be stopped dharnas in front of Gandhiji's statue. But the important thing is, why should the government do it? And you must remember that this instruction is followed by, is preceded by first Modi inaugurating a Ashok Stamp with the lions with his canine teeth beard.
Angry lion, roaring lion.
Expression, angry lion, roaring lion from Gir, Modi's own state. And then unparliamentary words where even Nikamma is considered to be unparliamentary, even Rashtradohi is considered unparliamentary, and then all the words that we use to describe an incompetent government cannot be used because incompetent is supposed to be an unparliamentary. So these are actions taken in tandem, betraying the mindset of the government.
So you're talking about the
that
mindset.
It has got an authoritarian mindset. I am talking about the mindset, about the authoritarian
R.P.
mindset.
Singh, this is about...
which is betrayed through series of actions.
Okay, series of actions being spoken about by Shaukat Roy. He also says that yes, similar circulars have been issued in the past. So there is nothing new about it. Fine. What is evident here, RP Singh, is that there is a massive trust deficit between Treasury benches and opposition. And given the brute majority that you enjoy, shouldn't you display that magnanimity and reach out to opposition to clear the air?
Maria, Punjabi mein, there's a saying in Punjabi which is called as Aata Gundi Hildi Kyon Hai? I am shocked. दांत शेर का कैनाइन बड़ा हो गया. ये मेरे पास 3 बार का अनपार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशंस की बुक है मेरे पास 2009, 10 and 21. इसमें एक वर्ड है भैंस के आके बीन बजाना. Something like that's happening. So no one can help them. They want to manufacture this every day and on. You just read out the circular of 2009 and 2021. It's the same circle, cut, copy, paste. But they have to manufacture because they are not left with issues. I mean, they have no other issues to discuss. I mean, there are many more issues which can be discussed, the national security and other concerns which can be of the people at large. But they want to discuss those issues. They will discuss or bring issues which are non-issues. Just now, such a learned man from the TMC, he's talking about canine has gone by 1 inch longer than the earlier canine of the loin of the emblem. What are you doing, sir? People are laughing at you. Please, for God's sake, people elect you. It's people's money which you spend. Not only on TV channels. I never interrupted you, sir. Please, you are such a seasoned and senior person, sir. Sir, people elect you, they spend money on you, it's people's money which is public money which is spent on parliament. Not for all such stupidities. I'm sorry to use this unparliamentary word, but not for such things which are happening. So let's think and draft better ways to corner the government. We'll appreciate that. Behave like a good opposition. Behave like a strong opposition.
Okay,
come with good ideas. When we were just a 2-member parliament, even then we used to work hard.
No. My question is, it's not about the number, but I'm going to talk about the number in your context. You have the number. You have the numerical strength. Then why are you not able to give that confidence to opposition parties that yes, they can come and raise concerns? Instead, it is becoming about the roaring lion, or now we are seeing this about similar circulars that have been issued in the past, again gaining importance before the monsoon session, again the similar list of unparliamentary words, because the impression that is being generated by opposition parties, and perhaps you may have given reasons as well, that there is some kind of authoritarian regime. You have to respond to that charge of authoritarianism.
I don't know what makes them think there's a authoritarian regime. I mean, they have all the right to debate in the parliament. The leader of the opposition goes and hugs the prime minister and then winks and then goes back. I mean, imagine, there's another gentleman who climbs up the table of the speaker, next to the speaker, and does a bhangra dance. You're talking about authoritarian regime?
Okay, Amiben Yagnik.
Someone who tears the paper and throw it on the...
How appropriate were the members of parliament when they jumped on the table and then they did what they did? And of course, it led to suspension. And at the same time, is the opposition really bereft of issues impacting people? There are issues. It is about inflation, rising prices. Why are that not important than issues like unparliamentary words and, of course, what has been said today and done by you all? It is more of a much ado about nothing.
But firstly, when all of them were suspended because they wanted to be heard, they raised their voices. Every party said that they wanted to come in, they wanted to speak, they wanted to debate, but the opposition, the ruling dispensation would not hear them, would not let the chairman also listen to all of us, and that is how it led to this kind of a ruckus, because they are here as representatives of the people of this country, and they would like to take the issues of the people of the country to the parliament to discuss and to come to a solution so that the people benefit from the bills that get passed. That was the reason people shouted, raised their voice, tried to attract attention of the honorable chairperson, and still they were not heard. And so that was a ruckus. Well, they were suspended. No reason was given because the action was in the earlier session. The result followed in the next following session. We may not go into the nitty-gritties, but not an authoritarian regime. Let us say intolerant of certain words. Now, these words are asked by the common people on the street that why there is so much untruth everywhere. So when you say asatya, you can't stand it because you don't have reason, you don't have answer, you don't have solutions, and you are running away from all the issues, whether it is inflation, whether it is economy, whether it is unrest in the country, whether it is the unemployment ratio, whether it is gender justice,
that is
gender
not
gap,
being raised
hunger
by you
index.
all before the session. Every day in the morning, the kind of agenda setting that is being done by the opposition parties. Yesterday, it was about these unparliamentary words, a list of which has been issued for years after years since 1959. And today, it is about the circular which has been going on since 2009. So, if anything, questions will be asked that are you actually raising issues which concerns the common man? आम आदमी का आवाज आप कहाँ उठा रही हैं?
Because you can't raise issues, you do not want to hear the opposition, you do not want to hear the common people's plight, you create all these ruckus and you want to debate on that and you want to divert the issues. This is the reason. Why can't the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister come and say that, okay, I am taking up the issues of the opposition. Let us have a debate on that. I will answer to all the questions. Has the Honorable Prime Minister come and given any answer in the Parliament, in the House? Has talked about unemployment?
Here is a member of Parliament raising questions.
Where do we stand? Where do we stand on the World Global Index?
Here is a member of Parliament asking questions. Please go ahead, RP Singh.
I'm sorry, I will again use the unparliamentary word. I'm sorry, they'll forgive me for this. Ma'am, I'll send you some Brahmi medicine which will help you to enhance your memory.
Maria, I am not here to listen to this. Either you take the questions and the answers. Please, I do not want personal comments.
Yes,
I don't want to hear any parliament.
RP Singh, those are avoidable comments, please. No personal comments on my show.
No, please, I do not want to hear that.
Yes, he is withdrawn.
Okay, I withdraw my words.
Please withdraw your words.
Okay, I withdraw my words.
I am very much against that. Please, I don't make comments on other panelists.
I withdraw them. I withdraw my words and rephrase them. Ma'am, I'm sorry, you must go through the logs of the Parliament. Prime Minister has always answered each and every question. But issue is this a question that how long is the tooth of the loin of the emblem? Is that a question? Is that a question which is led to the nation today? No. You're talking about the book or the dictionary of expression of unparliamentary words which has been done since 1954, not new, 66, 84, 2009, 2010, 2011, I mean again and again has been brought out by various governments. And now today the same circular cut copy paste of what can be done, what has to be done, what conduct of the parliamentarians.
Let me bring in Neerja Chaudhary and Aarti Agarwal now. Neerja Chaudhary, stage is set for what will be a stormy monsoon session, but unfortunately it's not the issues of people but more to do with conduct, decorum, which is making news.
I think the issues will also come up, Maria. I don't believe that the issues will not come up. There is Agnipat, there is prices, there is developments in Maharashtra, there are whole, this regulation of digital media, a law is supposed to come. So there are many serious issues that are foreign policy, China, all this will come up, I'm sure about that. But the issues that have been raised on the eve of the House's meeting are both very important. Now, it has been said that there was a book like this with unparliamentary words earlier. Of course there was. And the Congress party also had this circular about not protesting in parliament. Now, I would say it's the same mindset. That is why the Congress party is out of power today. If parliamentarians cannot speak up, tomorrow it's going to be our free speech. And if the speaker has the power to expunge anything that he thinks is unparliamentary. To me, that's good enough. If it's character assassination, or if there is something that goes against the national interest and security of the country, somebody gets up in the House and calls for secession, yes, the Speaker has the right to do it. But to talk about corruption, even if that word existed and was expunged earlier, which it was, should it continue like that? You know, suppose if the Rajiv Gandhi might have been continued in power if corruption could not be used in Parliament. With this whole Beaufort saga, which shunted him out of power, Indira Gandhi would not have been out of power if Tanashahi and dictatorship could not be used in the House. And I take you talk about Sharmnak and being ashamed. When the Nirbhaya took place.
Yes. If you can't use the word sexual harassment, then how do you talk about crimes against women?
I would have felt a sense of shame that should happen in our country and should not happen. As a result of that halla and gulla that took place in Parliament, you had Justice J.S. Verma and you had reform in rape law. So let's not, if we can't use words like this, now we are talking about MPs' rights. I remember, and RP may remember this also, during the emergency in 76, I remember, when I was in Himmat Weekly, what we were writing was being crossed out by the censor. Inside Parliament, there were parliamentarians who were warning Indira Gandhi, if you go on this path, there is going to be a one-party totalitarian state. They were raising their voice and they were allowed to raise their voice. And that is the way it should be in a democracy. If we don't safeguard this right, and RP, you have been a fighter for these rights in the past. Where are we headed? You know, it's not a very small thing. Kitab bhi rahi hai, circular bhi raha hai. But is that the way we go? And particularly when the Prime Minister he goes abroad in India, is talking about India being a proud democracy, and so it should be and is. And we have to safeguard it. So to do this kind of thing because you have an opposition who will stall, and I'm not one of those who believes that the opposition should stall Parliament. They should get up there and make their points, have the cut and thrust of the debate, very sharply hold the government to account.
Government of the day accountable, yes.
But instead of stalling, day after day after day.
Yes, RP Singh, quickly, and then I bring in Aarti Agarwal.
Neerja is a very learned person and very dear friend, and I assure you, Neerja, let time come, I'll prove myself again that I am not going to come down on this. I stand by the freedom of expression and press. But again, these are words which have been expunged and are being reused. I mean, I'll give you in 2000. I have a book which says in 2010 the word Dalal was expunged and it was again used in 2011 and again in 2020. I mean, it's being reused. I mean, it's just expansion. And then in what context, what word has been used? I just said, bhans ke aage been bajana is a word which can be unparliamentary, but it can be used in certain context. So in today's context, it's right word. That मैं भैंस के आगे बीन बजा रहा हूँ, nothing else. And again, they have all the right to use whatever word they want to use. They can protest, they can do whatever they want to do.
Aarti Agarwal, you know, Neerja, what I said, and I asked that question to RP Singh right in the beginning of the show, that there is trust deficit between the Treasury benches and the opposition, and that trust deficit is only making every circular or every list about the form that is taking, the nature of discussion and debate is taking this twist. Aarti Agarwal, come in on this. You heard various sides. The opposition is fuming, and they say that if anything, there is a pattern to the manner in which the government has been trying to really throttle any criticism of it. And that is the reason they are worried about it.
So, Maria, I agree with everybody having the freedom of speech, especially parliamentarians having the freedom of speech for criticism. But the kind of behavior we see in the parliament, I feel ashamed as an Indian to see the kind of behavior, the kind of ethics these people bring to the parliament. It's supposed to be the temple of democracy. The way they behave, it is so raucous. It is so, it's like rowdies, it's like gundas over there. That's how they behave. And I'm ashamed to call these people my parliamentarians. That is not freedom of speech, using abusive behavior. See, I listened to parliament sessions many times, and I'm not able to make sense of the criticism. They need to criticize on intellectual and logical points, but all they do is hullabol over there, right? Just creating a ruckus. That is not freedom of speech. Just creating a ruckus and making your whole country feel ashamed of electing you as parliamentarians is not freedom of speech. The second thing about the whole, the protest outside the parliament thing, in principle, I think it is a bit of an overreach. But if you see the history, I'm not talking about the 25-year history. Just see the kind of riots we've had in the last 3 years in this country. Has there been a single riot? Has there been a single protest which has not been violent? It has not been destruction of public property. Has there been a single protest where people have not come out with weapons in the open? When we have seen that in the last 3 years, protests have become violent. People have been aggressive. There is nothing like a peaceful protest.
No, but Aarti, we are not talking about that. We are talking about what is happening inside Parliament. We are talking about this circular and the list of unparliamentary words that have come out yesterday. Let's start wrapping the debate, and I'm going to begin with Saugata Roy. Saugata Roy, the question is also that yes, there seems to be a problem here on both the sides, but I'm trying to understand, sir, it's not the duty of the government to ensure that there is a strong opposition. The opposition also is a divided house. Do you think that is also making opposition perhaps have less voice, or the voice doesn't have enough heft? Because what we saw in the last session, the TMC and the Congress were not getting along. The TMC and the Aam Aadmi Party were not getting along. So that absence of opposition unity is also making it project as a weak opposition.
No, this argument that you are making is a weak, bogus argument. That the opposition is divided, that's why government can act in an authoritarian manner. There may be differences between TMC and Congress outside, or Aam Aadmi Party and Congress outside. But within the parliament, they act as an opposition together. It's an long established practice that there is a floor coordination and floor unity. So what you are saying has no traction. And secondly, I do not think it's the government's duty to have a strong opposition. Opposition will have to grow strong by itself. This opposition wants a Virodhi Mukt Bharat. They want an India in which there will be no opposition. That's why slowly, they are stifling the voice. You belong to the media. Now think of it, 2 years for COVID, we did not allow the media into the central hall. And even we banned the media from the parliament galleries. Now COVID is almost over. Is there any word of resuming journalist entry into central hall or into the parliament galleries? The government slowly wants to take away the democratic rights of different sections of people, and it's naturally targeting the opposition. And its mindset is set by Modi, who has brought the Gir lion to top of the parliament. You know, the next new parliament building will have no central hall, so that members can talk with each other. They are trying a system in which open dissent and open discussion will not happen. This is something we have to protest.
Okay.
That's why we are protesting against the gag order of the government, who want to stop use of the word like Jumla Jibi, corrupt, dictatorial, Tanasha, Binash Purush, Khun ki kheti, etc., etc. And also words like ashamed, abused, betrayed, corrupt, hypocrisy.
All right.
And then they follow it up with a ban on any demonstration inside the parliament.
All right.
What will a person who suspended from parliament do? Where will he lodge the protest?
Okay, we'll see how the monsoon session of parliament
so that the government is on the
plays
wrong
out.
foot.
Saugata Roy, thank you so much for your time. Dr. Ami-Ben Yagnik, RP Singh, Neeta Chaudhary and Aarti Agarwal. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be a special interview with Mithali Raj and Taapsee Pannu.
in Gir, Somnath, Dang, Navsari and Valsad. These are the districts that have been badly affected. 18 NDRF and 21 SDRF teams have been deployed. 3 national highways and more than 50 state highways have been flooded. 4 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased has already been announced by the state government. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the heads of the US, UAE and Israel in the first ever I2U2 summit. The leaders welcomed India's interest in joining the Aim for Climate initiative. It was also decided that food parks will be established in India with funding from the UAE, while a renewable energy project will be established in Gujarat.
अपने देश की परस्पर स्ट्रेंथ्स, कैपिटल, एक्सपर्टाइज और मार्केट्स को मोबिलाइज करके हम अपने एजेंडा को गति दे सकते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आईटी U2 से हम वैश्विक स्तर पर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी और इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए महत्वपूर्ण योगदान करेंगे।
The centre and opposition are at loggerheads over the unparliamentary words list that was released today.
In a move which is expected to have far-reaching ramifications, the centre today released a list of unparliamentary words which will be expunged from the Parliamentary House proceedings.
अगर अनपार्लियामेंट्री शब्दावली बढ़ाई जा रही है तो सबके लिए बढ़ाई जा रही है। कांग्रेस क्यों परेशान है या कोई विपक्षी क्यों परेशान है?
The list includes words like nikamma, jumla-jivi, anarchist and hypocrisy among others. The opposition is up in arms against the Modi government, accusing them of trying to silence dissent with this diktat.
Now we have a model where you cannot even use words like corrupt, incompetent and drama, hypocrisy. They've all become unparliamentary. This is absolutely ridiculous and this has to be withdrawn immediately.
Interestingly, the Speaker has refuted all conspiracy claims, saying this practice is being followed since decades.
In another big jolt to the opposition in the presidential election race, Hemant Soren's JMM, which is an alliance with the Congress in Jharkhand, has decided to back the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. The party, in fact, has said that this is an opportunity for a tribal woman to become the country's president for the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the PSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, the Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His 2-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways. She's done it all, but in the past few days, Mamata has shown her love for food, enjoying the puchka yesterday. Today, Didi can be seen trying her hands at making the momos. Former IPL top boss Lalit Modi has announced that he's dating Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen. In a post on Twitter, Lalit Modi called Sen his better half, saying that he's over the moon, terming their relationship as a new beginning and a new life. In a second post, Lalit Modi expressed hope that the two married someday. Reliance Industries Limited and the Athletics Federation of India have announced a long-term partnership to enable the holistic growth of athletics in India. Nita Ambani, IOC member and director Reliance Industries Limited, has said that this initiative aims to accelerate the growth of Indian athletics by providing opportunities and world-class facilities to our young talents with a special focus on girl children. Rishi Sunak continues to lead the race to become the next UK Prime Minister after securing 101 votes. That's the highest for any candidate in the second round of voting by Conservative MPs. Apart from Sunak, 4 others have made it to the next round. That includes Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Kemi Badenoch and Tom Tugendhat. Khalistani social media handles have released a video of defacing a Gandhi statue at a Hindu temple in Toronto. Toronto police are saying that they are investigating the incident on the basis of hate crime. Both the Indian consulate as well as the High Commission in Ottawa have condemned the incident and called for a quick action. Amid growing fears around the BA.5 variant, a 4th dose of vaccine is likely to be rolled out in the US.
You could soon have access to a 4th kind of COVID-19 vaccine.
Hello everyone. I am in conversation with 2 phenomenal women. One is an iconic sportswoman and the other one, super talented movie star who's playing that inspiration in her biopic. Taapsee Pannu and Mithali Raj, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And let me talk about the several firsts which you had tweeted as well. Mithali Raj is the youngest ODI captain of an Indian cricket team, the only Indian cricketer to captain in the team in 4 World Cups and reach the finals twice. She is the youngest cricketer to score 200 in a test match and the highest scoring Indian cricketer in the debut international match. That's a snapshot of her career and all that she has achieved. So, Taapsee, let me begin with you.
I gave good summary.
That's the tweet that you had put out.
Yes, I did. I wanted to write more. I said, "Waki promotion ke time I'll say."
Shabash Mithu is the 3rd sports-based film that you are doing. You have done Rashmi Rocket and also Saan Ki Aankh in the past. What pulls Taapsee Pannu in a sports film? Because endurance is almost like the first quality you need for playing the role such as hers.
And also sportsman spirit, I think. That spirit of not giving up, fighting it till the end and having that perseverance of sorts. So I think all this, I've identified more with sports than with movies while I was growing up. I've seen more sports, followed more sports stars. So it coincidentally so happened that I became an actor, but sports has been something that I've grown up with more. So it, I think, became an automatic pull attraction towards these characters when these scripts started coming to me.
Yes, Mithali, I'm going to ask you as well. I am looking at your tweet or your promotional, whatever you may say it. One game, one nation, one ambition, my dream, grateful to the team and excited to share my story with you all. You shared your story. She plays your story. Yeah. What was your first reaction to the trailer?
Well, I was quite impressed looking at the trailer. One is because looking at her bat, because there was no cheating done there. She actually batted, and that was one thing which I was a little skeptical when I was told that she's going to play my role. Acting, of course, she will do, but then what about enacting my batting, the style, you know, the small details that I have as a batter, and my personality, the way I walk onto the ground, my emotions, because I'm not someone who is very expressive with my emotions on the ground. So these were things which was playing in my mind, but I think all that took a backseat when I saw the trailer. I was quite impressed, yeah.
You had said that you would have wanted Priyanka Chopra to play that role.
Well, because she obviously played Mary Kom, so and someone I felt that of my height and my complexion, but here
No, but she's a phenomenal
Mithali
actress,
is
yeah.
this Mithali is a little taller.
Is height the only issue here then?
No, I think the height was probably something which will stand out, because I am 5'3" and you're what,
5'7",
5'7", quite a difference there.
And what was the nature of preparation like? Because, running between the wicket, and as she said, how she arrives there and then she bats. There is
the lazy
there's
walk.
a style, the style statement.
And then the talk with the eyes.
Did you watch her videos of the game?
Yeah, I only had that because she was busy. She was an active player at that time. She was either in a bubble or playing a tournament or prepping up for World Cup. So I didn't have physical access to her. So I only had her very close friend and a coach, Nushin, who coaches Railways, Indian Railways right now. So she was there to help me see Mithali through her eyes, because I think sometimes it's a nice thing to have a third person perspective, because sometimes a third person sees you grow and change better than you can tell yourself how you would have changed over years, right? So she was there. So preparation obviously included cricket, which was equally tough as portraying Mithali as a person, because we are very different personalities. As individuals, we might be called these strong ideology women of sorts, but the fact is we have different the way we speak, the way we walk, the way we express. I'm very expressive, I'm very dramatic compared to her. So I had to tone down everything, from the walking pace to the talking pace. Everything had to be controlled. More had to be done with the eyes than with my dialogues. And the first reaction, for example, when my mom saw the film, by interval she's like, "Tu zyada baat nahi kar rahi film mein." So I had to tell her it's not my biopic, it's her biopic, and she speaks less.
And Mithali Raj is a legend. The letter that the Prime Minister wrote to you, and you shared that letter on Twitter, and lots of celebrities, influencers commented on it. It's almost a reflection of what India thinks about you at large, that your success is beyond statistics and records. You are a trendsetter, an athlete who has broken many a glass ceiling, and a phenomenal source of motivation for others. Hundreds of young cricketers across men's cricket and women's cricket have found in you their inspiration and role model. What makes Mithali Raj a legend? And how do you see your own career and your own journey?
Well, I don't know what makes me a legend, but I think the journey was in a way tough, from where I started to where I see women's cricket today. Fortunate and grateful to see the transition in women's cricket from the times where there was absolutely no money, no resources. We were in obscurity despite some very good performance by the team, and then you see coming under BCCI in 2006-07, a lot of things have changed for betterment of women's cricket and women cricketers. One of the biggest and significant move was in 2016. We were given central contracts. So I think now things have started to roll post 2017 World Cup. Just not in India, but world over in terms of women's cricket. A lot of things have been happening to promote it globally, to brand the sport. The players in themselves are, they are big brands. So a lot of things are happening at a faster pace now. And I'm just happy to see all this while I was playing in my career.
And Mithali, you spoke about equality. Taapsee has been batting for pay parity for women in cinema. Is that really a point of convergence as well?
I think that's probably the one connect that I found with her even before I met her, because my awakening was when I read her statement to that that statement, that question that was asked to her, which everybody now knows about, who's your favorite male cricketer? And when I read that answer as the headline, and then I researched on who this person is who said, because it just suddenly, that line spoke to me, even though I'm not in the same field, because I've been answering that question over a decade now. And then I saw who she was, and I was guilty of the fact that I myself didn't know about our women's cricket team. So because of that statement, I got to know about her, and then because of her, I got to know about the team and what they have done, and there onwards was my correcting the wrong, and I think I kind of manifested it probably that I got it eventually in my lap, the film.
And that famous quote, a nation that loves cricket should also support the women's team, because you're not just men's cricket loving nation, the cricket should matter and not the gender. Where did women not get their due? Perhaps in the past, things have changed at present, but where do you think the story did not unfold the way it should have been, or do you think it was almost a reflection of how the society has been in general, their approach towards gender and women?
I think it's a mix of both, I would say, because the matches, if it is not televised on television, people would not get to see the Indian team play or women play, and naturally the perception to look at women playing cricket is not made unless they see it on television. And I feel that, you know, visibility is so important in today's world, and also the perception of people in general to see sport for women as a career. That has changed in the recent past, but that was a big challenge in the 90s when I started playing, that sport was only meant for men, and we had a lot of role models in terms of men athletes, but very few that we had as role models in terms of women athletes. Like I remember PT Usha, Malleshwari.
Yes.
So they were the just few, you know, at that point of time, that as a young girl, if I want to get inspired watching them, there were just few, but now you have so many from different sport as your role model, whether it is cricket, badminton, tennis, boxing. You have every sport, you have a women athlete as a role model. So for a young girl to take it up, they have an inspiration to look at. So things have changed, but I think in a nutshell, it is the way the society has seen women taking up sport.
And that famous quote that I just read is Taapsee's. Taapsee, tell us about the film now, and how did you get the role, and when did it all begin?
It actually began 2018, I think, 19, when I was approached by Viacom that we want to do this biopic. We don't have a script right now, we have her, yes, and we have research material. Are you ready to invest the time and effort that will be required to portray her on screen? And instantly that bulb in my head was like, oh, I know her, I know women's cricket because of her. So it is a no-brainer that I'll say instant yes, but then that commitment that was needed with it was something that I didn't preempt how much effort it's going to take out of me while I'm doing other films. So every day trying to learn how to bat, how to play cricket for someone who's never even picked a bat before in life. The only motivation was that this will not happen again. This is probably the first and the last time that her story is being told on screen. It is not going to happen again. She is, for me, is the first lady in women's cricket in India, where for me at least
The
she
first
was
lady in blue.
So it will not happen again. So for that sake, I need to give my more than 100%. A first movie made on women's cricket in India will not happen again. It'll already be, there'll be second, third, fourth, but first will not happen. So this will be one of its kind, and it'll be there for posterity. So it better be good, and you better do your best.
And Taapsee, when you said the cricket should matter and not the gender, what made you realize, because you've not played cricket in your life, right? Yeah. What made you realize that gender made cricket different? Because she is a woman, it's not televised live. It wasn't televised live.
It wasn't televised for almost a decade while she was playing. So for me, I had no research material.
Yeah.
To
so
see.
When they asked for the videos of my, you know, the years, you know, when I made my debut, the debut game and all, I said I
all
don't
those
have
records.
Yeah,
when
I
she
don't
made
have
in her
any
debut.
videos about all those innings. So they had to actually speak to my teammates to get a bit of information about those matches. Even the 2005 World Cup, where the semi-finals I rated very high. I don't have a video of that innings.
Huge disappointment because of that? Or do you think in the last few years when you look at women, what they have achieved, and you have been part of the story, the change or the shift that we are seeing of women getting their place under the sun, disappointment that your story should have been chronicled as well?
Well, I'm not disappointed because I see this as a journey, like how it was for men's cricket post the 1983 World Cup. So until then, you probably even they don't have that many videos about their innings. So maybe it is similar to that. And women's cricket now has come to a point where henceforth there will be a lot of videos about the current players, like Shefali, who made a debut, so she can probably boast about her debut game and watch her play. But I think sometimes having those things spoken by your ex-teammates, and I enjoy that. There, those talks, and yeah.
And what was your first impression of each other? That first meeting, and perhaps the only meeting that you had before the film work began?
I think we met in Bangalore, and I was quiet. I was just trying to understand and observe her, and she was just talking, and I called up my friend. I said, "Yeah, we are just in two different people altogether."
I was reading about some preparations. You undertook lessons in cricket for 6 months under 4 coaches.
Yeah, so we started off.
And there was a physiotherapist also, Akanksha.
Yeah. She's with the Indian team, yes. So I started off in Jan. We were supposed to start shooting by March. We started off by April, but then the lockdown happened. So I had shot for only 3-4 days, and then lockdown happened. And then we had to resume again. So I had to brush up my skills again after the second lockdown got over, and by the time we started shooting. So overall, if you see, from Jan to the time I started shooting cricket, 5-6 months, yeah.
And which is one point in the film that you see as the defining image? And of course, we have seen the posters are very soothing. It's almost like baby Mittu to the grown-up Mittu, and it shows how perhaps from her birth itself, Mithali wanted to be a cricketer. What was one moment you realized that you have done your best, and this will be the proper one, or that will make the person on whom the film has been made, she'll be satisfied with it, and then only you can tell the world that this is the biopic?
Yeah, I honestly don't watch monitors when I want to give a take. So I only feel it and feel, okay, have I given it all or no? I leave it up to the director. So I didn't know until actually she saw the film or until she saw the trailer. So the only person who I asked how the trailer was, I usually don't ask people. I wait for everyone to tell me if they genuinely liked it. I don't even ask them. So the only person I asked after the trailer release was how the trailer was her. And her response kind of made it for me. And then even after the film, I don't think I asked anyone else. My friends and family was there. I just asked her, are you happy? And she said she's very happy. So I think that is...
Okay, tell me about this conversation. What did she ask you, and what was your response like?
She asked me, she said, did you like the trailer? What do you think? So I told her, yeah, I'm very impressed the way you've batted.
I'll tell
Your
you,
primary concern is I'm an athlete, so acting is, judging a person through acting is not my domain. But yeah, I can only look at her as a cricketer. Did she bat well? Did she look like, like how I used to bat in the initial years? Yeah.
When we look at these biopics on female heroes, do you think there is need to be told? These stories must be told, and more such stories of sportswomen?
Definitely, because the journey of a woman athlete in our country is very different, and people should know the challenges that a woman faces, the hard decisions that she makes, and how difficult it becomes if they don't get the right kind of support at home or in and around them. How difficult it can be to pursue their passion if they want to be athletes or get into a sport. So I think it's very important, and also young children will understand from where a woman athlete has come, their journey to where they are.
And what makes Taapsee Pannu almost like the go-to actor for sports-based films?
I just love sports, and I love sports stars. I have looked up to them as real heroes more than the heroes in my profession. they don't get a second take. So, so yeah, so that's that makes them, I'm always slightly on the back foot and intimidated around their presence. That's why you won't see me talk as much when she's around. Yeah, so I've always been that sports admirer, and hence I think when I take it up, I almost forget I'm an actor, which is what is happening to me last 2 years.
And besides the love for sports, again, as I said, you have almost become like the go-to actor. Do you think you're able to bring out that sincerity, that endurance, that hard work that a legend like Mithali has had in her entire career? I mean, that's what defines her.
All I know is they'll tell me by 15th of July if I have done that justice at
But
home.
I think if that is not there, probably she would not be able to emulate the style or the skill that is required to portray an athlete, whether it is hockey or running or cricket. They're all skillful sport. So she has to be hardworking and sincere to sort of understand to the nuances of that sport, to emulate that and get it very closer on the screen.
And Mithali, this is also coming at a time when you have announced that you're out of sports, out of cricket, and that you'll be starting your next inning. Why did you take that call?
World Cup was my goal, and I was preparing for it, but I didn't have a plan after the World Cup, and I clearly knew that after every edition of the World Cup, the team, the management looks into building the team for the next edition. So there is no point in playing for just a couple of series or a year, because I know I don't see myself playing in the next ODI World Cup edition, and I wanted the management to build a stronger team for the next edition, and that is why I thought this is the right time to take that call.
And when you say next inning, everybody wants to know, what is it? Will you be unveiling it in some way, like a Shabash Mithu?
We'll know that in part 2.
Well, let's see. There are few things lined up, and but I know for sure I want to be connected to the sport. So whatever excites me, I'll take it up.
You kept on working on your skill sets, just as acting, sports, or any profession. It's about bettering yourself. It's about just ensuring that what you have done, you come across as far better. Do you think that has been delivered with all honesty by Taapsee in this film?
Yes, because as you rightly said, I was not the player that I was at 16, when I retired. You try and keep up to the ever-changing standards of world cricket, and the way it's been shown in the movie from the time that I started playing cricket to where it was in the World Cup. So I think you can see the difference of the way she's batted.
Mithali, in cinema, women are always very mindful of their age. They keep thinking about it a lot. Did that happen with you as well as a cricketer? 20s is all right, perhaps in 30s.
Even if that thought didn't cross my mind, people would remind me.
I think her colleagues keep reminding her more than I keep telling her.
People remind me, and media, journalists, they start with the article only. Mithali Raj, 37-year-old, 34-year-old. So when you start the article like that, eventually when I'm reading it, you're reminding me that I am so-and-so year old.
So that doesn't happen with men. They're not reminded as much.
Yeah.
Let me start wrapping this discussion, and I'm going to begin with you, Taapsee. Would you have wanted to meet Mithali more to understand her better, or do you think looking at it from a third-person perspective, someone who has watched her closely, makes it more genuine?
I think by just being greedy of the fact that I would want to leave no stone unturned, I would have liked to meet her more, for sure. But having said that, I still believe that a third-person account of someone can sometimes give you the edge more than she telling me, oh, I used to be like that, or a third-person account sometimes helps you draw the differences better. But yeah, I mean, would have been a little greedy of me to make sure that I give whatever I can. I would have loved to meet her more.
What about you?
I think the perspective of a third person is always very different to what you think of yourself. And since I didn't have the videos of my initial years, so I wouldn't know how I batted. So if that comes from a third person, like here, Nushin, who's coached her, who's my very dear friend, she has actually done a very good job, I would say, because she was with me all through. So she understands, you know, how I talk, what I think. So she was able to give her a very different but probably the right picture how people see me. And that's what you would want in the movie, not what I want to see myself.
Actually, yeah.
So I think that is, yeah.
So why is the title of the film Shabash Mittu? शाबाशी क्यों मिल रही है?
क्योंकि जब भी मैं जाती हूँ और स्कोर करती हूँ या शॉट मारती हूँ, that is how my teammates have always encouraged me. They would like cheer from outside, shabash Mittu, good shot. So that is a very you know commonly used. Yeah.
No, I thought it was about your parents and family who said shabash. Because
you must have also said
ये जो word है,
don't say shabash.
that is a word which is very, you know, बड़े लोग बोलते थे क्या जबरदस्त किया तुमने शाबाश.
Because all my years, like whenever I've made debut for India or for senior team, I was always the youngest in the squad, or probably the baby of the team. So everybody were in age, they were very older to me. They were very old. So they would always say shabash yaar tune kya kiya. So that probably that trend continued. Even today, I sometimes when the young ones they play a shot, I like shabash yaar, good shot. Probably not with their name, but that is a term that is commonly used in cricket.
Yeah, I agree, because that's what I even the sounds you pick up when you're watching a cricket match. Also, I keep hearing that shabash, shabash, shabash a lot. So when they told me this is a title, I was like, yeah, I mean, it makes total sense. And then obviously, just Mittu is how she is referred to in the team. So hence shabash Mittu.
Are you feeling some kind of pressure because of response that public at large gave to 83?
No, not because of that. I'm feeling the pressure because a film of mine is coming in theatre after more than 2 years. I haven't gotten this jittery box office fever, Friday fever feeling since quite some time now. So I'm feeling jitters because of that.
So shabash Mittu and shabash Tapsi as well for playing that role. Congratulations, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwala. Top story is Sri Lanka as speculation continues over who will be Sri Lanka's next president. The Speaker of the Lankan Parliament has said that nominations for the presidential post will be called on the 19th of July and the elections for the next president will take place on the 20th of July. After taking over as interim president, Ranil Wickremesinghe issued 2 decisions. Firstly, he has prohibited the use of the term excellency to introduce the president, and he has also appointed top army officials in order to maintain law and order across the country. Now, ahead of the Sri Lankan Parliament session tomorrow, the leader of the opposition, Sajith Premadasa, has announced his candidature for the post of president. He was speaking to my colleague and managing editor of CNN News 18, Zakir Jacob. Listen in to that conversation.
Are you one of the leading contenders to be the next Prime Minister of Sri Lanka?
Our party is SJB and we have an alliance, SJB Alliance. This is the main opposition party, and right now what you have is a skewed representation. Parliamentary representation is lopsided. It does not reflect the aspirations of the people of the country, because today the Rajapaksa ideology is a failed ideology.
Okay.
We have a failed bankrupt state and country because of the Rajapaksa ideology. So the majority that was attained in 2020 will be deciding on the future presidency.
I'm joined by my colleague Purnima on the broadcast to get the latest from Sri Lanka, which is amid that political flux as the post of the next president will be decided in the next few days. Purnima, what does the entry of the opposition leader of the Lankan parliament does to the entire mix when it comes to who will be the next president of this country, which has been seeing economic woes for the past 100 days?
Well, Sajid Premadasa still does not have the majority to be elected as the president of Sri Lanka. There have been three front-runners so far. One, of course, the ruling party is divided. The first, Ranil Wickremesinghe, is also getting more support from the ruling party, while there's another front-runner as well, Dallas. So these are the two front-runners as well. So Sajid Premadasa in his tweet also very clearly says that he still does not have the majority, but he hopes that things work in favor. He's expressed his desire to contest for the president's post, while he's nominated Harsha De Silva, another MP, for the prime minister's post. But all eyes on the 20th of July when the voting happens, and whether Sajid will get the support of majority of the parliamentarians, that remains to be seen.
Right. Thank you, Purnima, for getting us those details. So the battle continues over who will be the next president of Sri Lanka, even as the economic worries of that country are far from over. So will any political certainty bring some relief to the people of Sri Lanka? That awaits to be seen. The presidential elections, as my colleague was pointing out, on the 20th of July. Now, shifting focus, big breaking news coming in from Delhi's Jafrabad area, where bodies of 4 belonging to the same family have been recovered. Now, as per the primary inquiry, a 40-year-old man named Israr shot his family and himself after he intoxicated his wife and 2 minor daughters. Now, the initial investigation has revealed that the deceased was in a business that was selling jeans and was facing heavy losses. That piece of breaking news coming in from the national capital, where a horrific crime has been committed, where a man named Israr intoxicated his wife and his 2 minor daughters because, as per the investigation, he was in a business that was selling jeans and he was facing heavy losses. After killing his wife and his 2 daughters, he killed himself. So that investigation continues. Tragic news coming in from the national capital. We'll continue to track all the developments which are coming in, but the breaking news continues. We're getting this piece of news from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the Srinagar police have stopped 5 youth from joining terror ranks. All 5 were planning to go to Pakistan for weapons training and joining the Lashkar-e-Taiba. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in, where the Srinagar police, it's a huge win for the security forces, where they have stopped 5 youth, those visuals on your screen, from joining the Lashkar-e-Taiba, from crossing the border and joining the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the dreaded terror organization. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the broadcast. Tejinder, give us the details. How were they able to achieve this huge win against the terror forces by stopping these 5 youth from crossing the border and joining LET?
See, Ashman, indeed, this is a major success for the security forces, because 5 precious lives have been saved. These 4 out of these 5, 4 are juveniles and 1 is an adult. So you can see how Pakistan-based terror outfits, they are brainwashing the youth in Kashmir. This is thanks to the Srinagar police and wherein the lives of these youth were saved. As per the sources, these youth were radicalized by a person, a resident of Lolab area. After that, they were planning to cross over to the line of control from Lolab itself to the Pakistan side. All their arrangements on the other side were also done, and they were supposed to get training at the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror outfit camp. They were planning to move towards the Pakistan side just a week after the celebration of the Eid. So all the preparations were underway for them to cross over to the other side of the line of control to take up arms training at the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror outfit camp in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But the timely information which was received by the Srinagar police led to these youth being arrested. Now they have been stopped from joining the terror ranks, though a case has already been registered against one of the person who radicalized these youngsters and who was taking them to the other side of the line of control for taking up arms training.
So the person has been booked under various sections, Section 13, Section 18, Section 18B of the Unlawful Prevention Act. So these are the stringent acts that has been invoked against the person who had radicalized, and he has also been identified. He has also been arrested by the Srinagar police. So a major win for the security forces. If you remember, Ayushman, just a couple of days ago, the security forces made 2 Kashmiri youth who had taken up guns, who were engaged in an encounter with the security forces. With the help of their parents, those 2 youth, they were asked to surrender, and the security forces gave them an ample opportunity, and they surrendered, and 2 lives were saved. You see, the Jammu and Kashmir police, the security forces operating in Kashmir, they time and again have been appealing to these youth who are planning to take up gun, or those who have taken up gun, to shun the path of violence, surrender, leave the gun. And the Jammu and Kashmir administration under Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha would help them to join the mainstream and lead a normal life if they are not involved in any terror-related incident. But this is a major win for the security forces because of 5 precious lives have been saved, and 4 out of those 5 are just juveniles. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Tejinder, for giving us those details. So a huge win for the security forces against the terror infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir. More breaking news coming in ahead of the Parliament's monsoon session. Now, as many as 24 bills are set to be introduced in the monsoon session of Parliament. The anti-maritime piracy bill is likely to be tabled along with another key bill that will be introduced to regulate digital media. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Arunima on the phone line to get the latest details on these 24 bills which are likely to be introduced in the monsoon session of Parliament. Arunima, what are the highlights of these 24 bills, and what is the government likely to face the most challenges when it comes to passage of these 24 bills?
So one of the key bills that have been listed is a bill to replace the special economic zone law that is there. There is a new bill that has been listed titled Development Enterprises and Services Hubs Act of 2022, abbreviated as the DESH Act. This bill, why it is significant is that after it comes to effect, the existing CEZ, or the special economic zones and the economic zones, will be developed as development hubs, and there will be a single window clearance. So it's an attempt to push for that, ease of business plan that the government has. That is one of the bills that is being listed. The other bills, of course, that are coming up have to do with India's maritime boundaries. There is a wildlife protection bill, that's the anti-maritime piracy bill is there. There is a bill which is still awaiting cabinet's approval, but it has been listed, and that's about the digital media's recognition, the press and registration periodical bill 2022. But more than the bills, I think the government is bracing up for the opposition's onslaught because there are a number of private member bills that have been listed by members like Derek O'Brien and other opposition leaders, where they want to discuss, essentially embarrass the government, alleging that the opposition is deliberately being hounded, that there is an issue of freedom, liberty, etc. So I think those points, also the Enforcement Directorate summons to Rahul and Sonia Gandhi, those will be the real challenges for the government, if at all.
Right. So 24 bills slated to be passed in the monsoon session of Parliament. But as Arunima is pointing out, many of those bills will also face stiff opposition from the other parties on the other side of the trenches when it comes to the political war inside Parliament ahead of the monsoon session. Now, right ahead of the monsoon session of Parliament, the clash between the opposition and the centre has taken another turn. Now, just a day after the release of a list of new words that have been termed unparliamentary, another political war of words has erupted over a new circular which states that demonstrations, dharnas, strikes, fasts and even religious ceremonies can't be conducted in the Parliament complex, the site that time and again has been used by the opposition to take on the government. The Congress Party's Jairam Ramesh has responded to the new rule with a jibe saying, and I quote, "Dharna mana hai." As the opposition claims, this is yet another tactic by the BJP government to muzzle them after creating a red list of unparliamentary words. Now, countering the criticism, the BJP has cited similar circulars that were released in 2009 and 2014 under the then UPA government. The 2009 order states, members are requested not to use the precincts of the House for any demonstration, dharna, strike, fast, or for the purpose of performing any religious ceremony. This was repeated word by word in another order issued in 2021. The only minor difference in the 2022 order is the usage of the word cannot instead of requested. However, this has presented another flashpoint ahead of the monsoon session of Parliament.
ये एक प्रक्रिया है और ये प्रक्रिया लंबे समय तक चल रही है और आप सबको जानकारी है कि 2009 से ये प्रक्रिया चल रही है। उसके पहले भी प्रक्रिया चल रही थी, उसके सबके सर्कुलर जारी कर दिए। मेरा सभी राजनीतिक दलों से पुनः आग्रह है कि लोकसभा में या राज्य की विधानसभाओं में बिना तथ्यों के किसी भी तरह की राजनीतिक आरोप प्रत्यारोप से हमें बचना चाहिए।
Yesterday, some phrases and words were added to the list of unparliamentary words, and now today, a ruling from the Rajya Sabha Secretariat has yet again surfaced, in which it says like no dharnas could be done on the presence of the Parliament. What do you have to say on that?
Have we declared that there will be no democracy in this country? Have we suspended our civil rights? Have we suspended the right of the opposition to raise issues that matter? The problem is that words that are synonymous with Mr. Modi and increasingly synonymous, whether it is Vinash Purush, whether it is COVID spreader, whether it is Jumla Jivi, whether it is being a kair, being a coward, these words have become synonymous with him and his style of governance. But you can't wash away the fact that this is what describes you. This is the legacy you will leave behind after 2024. And you can expunge them today, but the country will continue to talk about them.
It has become a habit of the opposition to peddle one fact-free argument a day and to push spurious allegations just for the sake of opposition. One day it is a national emblem, the other day it is an alleged word ban list that wasn't, and today it is an alleged dharna ban that isn't. The same routine notices have been issued by Parliament House Security Office year after year, session after session. This shows a bankruptcy of ideas, of real issues to bring to Parliament, and an attempt to hold Parliament to ransom and to divert, deviate and to demolish any kind of discussion that can take place on real issues.
Getting you a wrap of all the other news, Delhi has reported 601 new COVID cases in the last 24 hours. With this, the positivity rate stands at 3.64% with 0 deaths reported from the capital in the last day. Union Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas Hardeep Singh Puri inaugurated 166 CNG stations through video conferencing today. The stations were launched under the government's Cleaner Fuel Alternative Initiative. In 2014, the country had only about 900 CNG stations, and the government aims to take that target to 8,000 stations in the next 2 years.
Happy I am personally when we are doing the inauguration of no less than 166 newly commissioned CNG stations in different parts of the country, established by GAIL and its subsidiaries and joint ventures. With an investment of rupees 400 crores, this will also generate 1,000 direct employment opportunities.
Spiritual leader the Dalai Lama reached Leh earlier today, where he exchanged greetings with the head of the Tikse monastery. On his arrival at the airport, thousands of people lined both sides of the road outside the airport to welcome the Dalai Lama. The 16th round of India-China military talks are going to be held on July 17th on the Indian side of the LAC in eastern Ladakh. India has been pressing for progress in overall bilateral ties and for quick disengagement of troops from all the remaining friction points in eastern Ladakh. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh participated in Bara Khana and interacted with naval officers, sailors and technicians in Kolkata today. The Defence Minister also launched the warship Dunagiri to strengthen India's maritime security. Britain's Met Office has declared a national emergency, issuing a red extreme heat warning for parts of England for Monday and Tuesday next week. The temperatures are likely to reach record highs. Remember, much of Europe is facing a heat wave that has pushed temperatures into the mid-40s in some regions. And in order to revive the dying Kashmiri art of paper mache, Shafia Bashir, an artist from Srinagar's Lal Bazaar, has started making paper mache designs on things like Kashmiri Kangri. Shafia said that she has got a very good response from all over the world for this revival of culture, and people now appreciate and support her in this initiative. Now, the 296-kilometer Bundelkhand Expressway will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on Saturday. The road from Chitrakoot to Etawah covers 7 backward districts of the state and connects into the already operational Agra-Lucknow Expressway and has been built in record time. Have a look at this report by News18.com's Aman Sharma.
If you start from Delhi, take the Yamuna Expressway to Agra and then the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. This is the point. If you travel about 300 kilometers from Delhi, where you hit this interchange from where the new Bundelkhand Expressway starts. This project is being inaugurated by the Prime Minister on the July the 16th. The 296-kilometer long expressway is special in many aspects, especially because it's going to connect 7 districts of Bundelkhand considered the most poorest and the backward regions of the state. What does Uttar Pradesh achieve by building this new expressway to Bundelkhand? We will travel on this expressway, speak to locals and try and find out how key this expressway will be to the industrial development and for the social development of the region of Bundelkhand. When we speak of expressways, we speak of expressways from Lucknow to Delhi, connectivity, a Bundelkhand expressway. How do you think that is significant in this aspect right now?
This is an expressway which has been made in record time. The Honorable Prime Minister laid the foundation stone on the 29th of February 2020 leap year, and we have leaped forward and we have been able to construct this road in around 28-29 months, and that again is an achievement.
With UP building a record number of expressways, a big concern in the expressway projects is also the safety of the project, ensuring that there are less accidents and vehicles traveling at high speed don't collide or don't overturn, which has been one of the cases we have seen in many other expressway projects. Now in the Bundelkhand Expressway project, safety seems to be paramount. Some additional security features have been added. We can see here there are crash beams on both sides of the middle median. So this means that cars basically can't overturn from one side of the median to the other side.
हम लोगों का जो बिजनेस है, जैसे हमारा ढाबा है राम जानकी, लोग बढ़ेंगे इस साइड, मतलब जल्दी आएंगे और लोग सीधा यहाँ पे टर्निंग पॉइंट है, सीधा हमारे होटल पे ही है, उतरने का सर्विस रोड है जो, तो लोग आएंगे बढ़ेंगे, हम लोग का बिजनेस बढ़ेगा, रोजगार बढ़ेगा,
बहुत विकास होगा। हम लोग अपना माल भी और कहीं ले जाके बेच सकते हैं इससे।
सड़क का बनने से सर एक तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो चीज़ इसमें फ़ायदा होगा टूरिज्म में।
Travel about 120 kilometers from the Agra-Lucknow Expressway from the turn from where the Bundelkhand Expressway starts, and here you come. This is Jalan district. We have another 173 kilometers to go in our journey towards Chitrakoot, but Jalan is the district where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving on July the 16th to inaugurate this expressway. A huge tent has been set up. A huge public meeting will happen a bit far from here where the Prime Minister will be addressing the people. This is Aman Sharma reporting with Arpit from Jalan for CNN News 18.
That massive expressway will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister on Saturday, which is tomorrow. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Which is in the northern part of the states, leading to waterlogging in many areas. Rainwater has also entered some houses, causing inconvenience. The water level in the Krishna River and its tributaries continues to rise because of the heavy downpour. The Bundelkhand Expressway will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow, and it is going to be a state-of-the-art infrastructure project for all of Uttar Pradesh.
If you start from Delhi, take the Yamuna Expressway to Agra and then the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. This is the point. If you travel about 300 kilometers from Delhi, where you hit this interchange from where the new Bundelkhand Expressway starts. This project is being inaugurated by the Prime Minister on the July the 16th.
इससे बहुत विकास होगा। हम लोग अपना माल भी और कहीं ले जाके बेच सकते हैं इससे।
सड़क का बनने से सर एक तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो चीज़ इसमें फ़ायदा होगा टूरिज्म में।
Jalan is the district where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving on July the 16th to inaugurate this expressway. A huge tent has been set up. A huge public meeting will happen a bit far from here where the Prime Minister will be addressing the people.
Amid the attack from the BJP over inviting Pakistan journalist and alleged ISI spy Nusrat Mirza, former Vice President Hamid Ansari has issued a fresh clarification claiming that he never met the Pakistani journalist in question. The defense comes after the BJP cited a photograph from 2009 which shows Hamid Ansari and Mirza sharing the dais at a conference on terrorism. The Pakistani journalist had claimed that he passed on sensitive information to the ISI while he collected while being on trip to India. After India reported its first monkeypox case from Kerala, the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has released guidelines for the management of the disease. As per the guidelines, passengers should avoid close contact with those who appear to be sick. They should also avoid any contact with dead and wild animals. Chinese workers face the economic pains from zero COVID as the country reports its worst quarterly performance in 2 years.
China's zero COVID policy has inflicted devastating economic pain across the country. The policy has brought the cities to a grinding halt. There are people who haven't been able to access their own savings since April.
Was that your life's savings?
Yeah, for sure. I worked almost 10 years and that's all I have with my family. I'm losing my weight, I'm losing my, my mind.
Just in June, massive protests broke out at the government building for 5 straight days, for more than 12 hours a day, only to be quashed by the cops violently. Local authorities later promised to start giving small payments to some such depositors. But still, there is no clear policy with people left in lurch.
North Korea today slammed Ukraine for severing diplomatic ties between the two countries after Pyongyang said it formally recognized the two self-proclaimed pro-Russian republics in the east of the country. This came after Ukraine had cut off its official relationship with Pyongyang in response to that country recognizing the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic. Now, Kaliningrad is a transit deal. It's a setback to Lithuania. It's a ruling in favor of Russia. Now, no Russian goods can be stopped from reaching Kaliningrad. The EU, in fact, Lithuania.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Trounces, Times Now and Republic TV.
A national emergency on Friday, issuing a red extreme heat warning for parts of England Monday and Tuesday next week, when the temperatures could reach record highs. A Delhi court granted bail to Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair, who was arrested for allegedly hurting religious sentiments as well as promoting enmity through a tweet that happened in 2018. While dictating the order today, the judge observed that a democracy can neither work nor prosper unless people go out and share their views. Zubair is currently facing a total of 7 cases and has been granted bail in 2. He will remain in judicial custody till he gets bail in the other cases. BJP MP from Nizamabad, Arvind Dharmapuri, has alleged that he and his workers were attacked by TRS goons. In a Facebook post, he has claimed that the TRS workers attacked him when he was helping those who were stuck in floods. He accused the TRS government of conspiring to attack him and BJP party workers. Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen has finally reacted to all the reports of her dating businessman Lalit Modi. She shared a photograph of herself with her 2 daughters, Alicia and Renee, and said that she's not married and there are no rings.